What up, dogs? Steve here, and to the face. So today I'm bringing you guys a tech video, which is really cool. This video is in collaboration with Sony. They have sent me their brand new Sony Xperia 1 Mark II, which is the official phone for the COD Mobile World Championship. I actually have received this brand new phone last week, and some of you guys might remember that this is not the first time that I'm actually working together with Sony.
Lesson 2. Make sure to be invisible.
Price, the quantity, demand.
Lesson 3. Every once in a while, make eye contact with your teacher and pretend that you're interested.
Is greater than quantity supplied.
Yeah,
Quantity
that's
supplied
interesting.
is-
Yes, gaming during class. That video was very early on the memes. I think it's 8 years old. No, it's like 9 years old or something like that, which is actually crazy. But just like before, this phone is also designed for gaming.
Need backup.
We have destroyed the HQ. Stand by for the next location.
But before we get into that, let's take a look at some of the specs of the phone. While you guys are watching me unbox this thing, let me talk about some cool features on the Xperia 1 Mark II. It is designed for gaming and especially competitive mobile gaming, and Xperia is actually the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship tournament in 2020. It has a 6.5-inch 4K HDR display, which gives a high quality resolution. The screen also has a ratio of 21:9, which means it gives a wider view and perfect for those first-person shooting, as it gives you an advantage when facing other players with smaller screens. It has the latest Qualcomm Snapdragon 865 5G mobile platform. It's actually the elite gaming version, which is tuned for Call of Duty Mobile. There's a motion blur reduction technology, which gives you an equivalent of 90 Hz refresh rate, which makes the image smoother and you can perform even better. There's a built-in game enhancer that gives you control over performance settings, screen record, as you can see from the gameplay footage, with even voiceover. You can also turn off notifications if you want to be even more competitive, and also not disturbed, obviously. There's also a power control mode called HS mode, heat suppressor mode, which enables the phone to only use energy supplied through charging, not the battery. This means you can play games for longer without overheating or draining the battery. It also has true front speakers, one at the top, one at the bottom. If you want to use headphones, there's a jack for that too. It's also easy to connect your DualShock controller, which I really like. It makes it even easier to get them nukes. If you want to know more about the phone, you can check out the Xperia's YouTube channel. Link is gonna be in the description. To try out the new phone, I brought it along on a little fishing trip that I took together with Sweden's biggest fishing channel, kanalgratis.se.
Samtidigt också. Så nu spelar man in. Kolla.
Hur ska vi göra nu då?
Kul. I got Nuketown, which is a good map. Oh.
Seriously, it's gonna be fun to try.
Yeah, okay, so you can put the phone somewhere. I'll take the camera.
I killed one.
Oh.
No, I got assist. But it's quite fun.
You have a sniper, so that's why you can't spray.
I'm gonna stay with this one. The Desert Eagle, I think. No, he's with me. Ooh, no, a friend. Yeah, I killed one. Zero death this far, zero death. Where are they?
Instantly, when I came home and I was streaming the day after, I showed the gaming clip that I did with the game enhancer, and as you can see, my face is in it. And my Twitch viewers, when I was streaming, I showed this clip, they said, wow, that looks like a real nice dad angle, because I was just sitting right there and that could be my new profile picture. But enough of that, let's get into why you're actually here. Some gaming. So I played a little bit on the day I got it, as you guys saw. But this is the first time that I'm actually sitting down, and I've also got the, is it team, no, it's TDM on terminal. I was hoping to get domination, so maybe we could get a nuke, but I think I tried one game just now before, and people were actually pretty good. But it feels like a nice, oh shoot, a nice way of playing an old, like, excellent legendary map that terminal actually is. Okay, yo, I gotta stun these guys, otherwise I'm in big trouble. Okay, we got the UAV, and surprisingly I'm actually pretty accurate with it, using my controller though. I think I need a UAV so I don't get, oh I'm thinking, oh no, I was grinding for that nuke, man. I was pretty freaking close. Damn it, that is actually frustrating. I mean, I remember playing Terminal so much, and when you got it in Modern Warfare 2, you got so happy when you saw it. Oh, but it is quite easy to slay here. Oh, almost a freaking spray transfer. These guys are beaming, man. This is the best gameplay I've gotten on Terminal in quite some time. Trying to use the nades there. They could literally be coming out of every angle. What's up? What's up? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, I think am I covering, my face is covering the kill feed. I got it. How did I get that? It's 20. Oh my god, I gotta call it in fast. Yes, I got a nuke on Terminal. Second game that I was actually like really trying on the 10v10. 10v10, I can't kill anyone else now because the game is gonna be over, so I'm just gonna chill here. I see everything. It's not difficult. Hey. Boom. Easy. What can I say? But now it is time to see if I can still kind of play the same on the touch screen. Hey, I got a kill. Oh, I got naded. Now you can definitely, I feel like people who can play good with touch screen, they deserve an applaud, because I am absolutely terrible at it. But it's a lot easier than on my previous phone, if I can say that. It's hard, like you gotta remember to reload. Oh, that's a lot of guys. That is a lot of guys.
Hostile predator missile inbound.
Contact with enemy.
Stop! In the name of the law. Stop in the name. Oh, whoa. Hey, I didn't mean to. Ah! When I was saying that I'm gonna try some with the no, we lost. When I said I was gonna try some with the touch screen feature, I thought it would be garbage, but I'm actually not half bad at it. And you can get this has to be my new profile picture mount. I love it. Alright, as you guys can see, I was just wrapping up this little YouTube video for you guys when I got a cool email asking actually if I wanted to do some casting. And the casting would actually be for the Western European regional playoffs for the COD Mobile World Championship in 2020. And hopefully it's gonna be me, but you should definitely anyway subscribe to their YouTube channel, which will be in the description. And the playoffs that I'm talking about is gonna be it's going to be the 17th and the 18th of October. So check out their YouTube channel in the description. And if you want an advantage in Call of Duty Mobile and other competitive mobile games, I suggest the Xperia 1 Mark II. And I want to say thank you to Sony for hooking me up with this collaboration. Now, I hope you already have dropped a like, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce and I'll be bringing you all the action for the next 2 days as we try to find out exactly who is going to win this one. But I am not alone. Joining me here to kick things off, I'm joined by Tun and Tabes. First of all, Tun, how are you?
Bryce, I'm just glad to be back in your presence over the internet, of course. But, you know, I'm just super excited again. Some Call of Duty Mobile, something a little bit different, but the scene is thriving, the game is thriving, and I'm super excited to see who comes out on top here in Europe.
Well, that's good to hear. Tabes, how are you?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited to try my wings on Call of Duty Mobile casting today. It's gonna be a very interesting day for me since it's kind of new, but I'm hoping I won't make a fool out of myself.
Hey, don't worry, you can't be worse than Tun, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. But of course, we have got 8 wonderful teams joining us here to figure out exactly how they're going to go through and win. And we're going to show you the bracket now to see what the route is for them. So, of course, you can see this is a double elimination bracket. And we kick off with Hammered versus U4X, QLash versus Cold Esports, King's Clan versus French Infinity, and Team Singularity versus Grizzly Gaming. All right, Tabes, what's your favorite game out of these?
I'm really looking forward to our first game, which is going to be Hammer Esports versus U4X. I have heard that U4X actually considers Hammer's Esport as their biggest rival here today, so I think we're going to be in for a really good first game.
Awesome. It sounds like a great kickoff. Tun, what's kind of standing out for you in this bracket?
Yeah, I think the first game, I think Tibbs is perfectly accurate with that one. It seems as if these two have a bit of a tasty history, but looking forward to some of the other ones as well. There's some well-versed European organizations within this tournament, so keen to see how, if they can transition from their success in the normal Call of Duty, of course, Singularity having a very good time in the Challenger side of the COD World League, of course, but let's see how they can do on the mobile side of things. I'm interested to see what some of these organizations can do.
Yeah, me too as well. Of course, I mentioned earlier on that this is in fact a double elimination bracket. If you're unfamiliar with the term, while we have our normal bracket here, or the winner's bracket we usually refer to, there is in fact a lower bracket. If a team loses any of their matches in that higher bracket, they will have a second chance to go through this and potentially make it all the way back into the grand final. So think of it like an extra life. Nobody gets eliminated this early on, but if you do lose 2 games in this tournament, you will be out regardless. So something just to keep an eye on for that as we go through. But of course, one big thing about this is the fact that they are all playing on the same device. Every single player in this tournament, for competitive integrity, will be using the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II that has given them to by Sony. So thank you very much for them for providing that software. Of course, Xperia is the official mobile partner of Call of Duty Mobile and the COD Mobile World Championship 2020 tournaments. And like I said, every player in this competition will be using the flagship Xperia smartphone, the Xperia 1 Mark II. And of course, Tabes, you've managed to jump on a little bit with this phone and get yourself hands-on. What do you think?
I'm actually really impressed. This is my first time using this big of screen as well, because the resolution there is 21:9. But there's also a built-in app called the Game Enhancer, which I tried, that lets you record, and also you can have your camera that's you already have on your phone for your recordings, which was actually really impressive.
No, it's Tan, what about you? You've been kind of poring over the stats for this one.
I mean, more so for me, Bryce, it is the size of it. I mean, I have got huge manly hands. You know how I am, like a very manly person. And I can't, like, it's nice to have room for all the controls and still have a really good wide field of view. You can see so many people. You can see people before they've even seen you with the field of view that you've got with this phone. It is a phenomenal tool to use. And if you are a big gamer and you're a big Call of Duty fan, you need to get your hands on one of these.
Yeah, certainly so. I'm a big fan, actually, of the heat suppression power control. Things that actually keeps the phone cooler while playing on long periods. Because let's face it, you know, once you get into a game, you don't really want to stop if things get too hot, because that's the way it's supposed to be. But there we go. That's the phone every player will be using. Keep an eye out for that during this tournament. We'll be bringing it back a few times to look at. But from fantastic phones to fantastic prizes, obviously there are stakes here for this tournament with $50,000 in prize pool, all up for grabs for these players. And if you do end up coming in first place, $15,000 US. I think it's worth pointing out at this point as well that these top teams that are here, all of them already in the money. The very least you can do $2,500, and then it just keeps on growing from there exponentially from these ones. And you know what? I'm looking forward to it. That is a good chunk of change, right?
It's not too bad, Brycey, is it really? You know, a weekend sitting at home. And of course, you know, since everybody is at home, it's a nice way to spend your weekend playing Call of Duty Mobile for all of this money. But $15,000 for first place in Europe, of course. And it's going to be interesting to see who takes this one away. I know there's a couple of really, really well-experienced teams. There's a couple of unknowns here, but that $15,000 prize pool is the one everybody's aiming for.
It certainly is. Well, we've had a little look at what they are playing for. Let's talk about who are we watching first of all, because we have got some great games kicking it off. Hammers Esports versus U4X, QLash versus Cold Sports. They will be our first two games. I believe we're going to watch Hammers versus U4X first. After that, our second set of games, King's Clan versus French Infinity and Team Singularity versus Grizzly Gaming. Super looking forward to this one because for me, Hammers versus U4X, we get to jump straight into Call of Duty Mobile. I've heard there's a little bit of a rivalry going on with these two teams. And for me, I am excited to get the day underway. You said these teams have gone a long way through all the stages to get to this point. And right now, it's for me, we need to look at Hammers Esports because, Tay, I believe you were talking about this team earlier. Take me through them.
I mean, it seems like a solid squad. One person that I really have been looking at is Plama, he's claimed that he's the loudest player on their team. And I feel like whenever you hear that a team has good communication, that's something you want to look out for because call outs and possibly having some sort of in-game leadership. I know they might be swapping in between because there's some reports that they have different players who like to step up, but I just think good team communication is going to be the key here.
That's fair enough. I'll be looking forward to see that. We might have an Xperia dial in during that map if it's available. Of course, they are going against another team. That team is U4X. Ton, what do you make of this squad?
It looks like they've got plenty of experience, Bryce, and some players to boot as well. Seth the Turtle is he's one of these players, one of the most well-known in Europe. He's somebody that to keep an eye on. He was on the previous Cloud9 BR team. So, I mean, this guy can play, and I'm very, very interested to see how he plays throughout this weekend. Plim has so much experience as well at the top level. And a guy on their team called Trips, he was a console COD player, played competitively there, and has been playing COD Mobile professionally for a year now as well. So this guy, he knows these maps on the console. What can he do on his phone? Let's figure out if his fingers are as quick in this scenario, but excited to see what U4X are going to bring to the table.
Me too. All right, this is how this one is going to go down. Standoff hardpoint, meltdown, search and destroy, firing range, dom, crash hardpoint, and if we get there, crossfire, search and destroy. That is going to be the game for this one. Hammers versus U4X. Over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Bryson. I'm excited to get kicked off into this one with Tibbs. I mean, Tibbs, we're so excited to see who comes out on top in Europe. And already, it looks like Hammers Esports are going to get those initial kills and will lock down this middle point on standoff. And for me, Tibbs, you know, the thing I absolutely love about COD Esports on the mobile side of things is that there's so many maps from different Call of Duties from eras gone by. I get to watch standoff hardpoint to kick things off on my side here, sitting in my shorts. I mean, exactly. I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier, and I'm joined by yourself as well, of course. Very exciting to get in this one. Excited to see how you find your first cast on Call of Duty Mobile.
Thank you very much. I mean, standoff is a classic map. You've seen it before. Plenty of hardpoint games on it as well. This seems like, as you said, it's just lovely to be able to see like maps that you already know, kind of played out, maybe on console, on PC, etc. And it's interesting to see how it plays out on COD Mobile now. With players are kind of rocking quite similar guns that you will be rocking on a console setup. So I think this is gonna be a good game. And already it seems like it's neck to neck here in the scoreline.
Very, very close. Hammers Esports did get the rotation over towards the second hill. Palmer and Co, though, keeping this one locked down. Panna now trying to lock down this right-hand side. AR in hand, trying to get some kills going down, but Seth the Turtle picking up two with the shotgun inside the hill. Trips is going to answer back, and kills being traded. But ultimately, U4X do come back out on top. There's still a man in the hill here from Hammers, just contesting as best he can, but a really nice break from U4X. They got through far too easily for me there. Far too easily.
Yeah, but you can see that Lucky just got another kill when they were trying to. I think they were trying to make sure that nobody was able to push in from on the side there with the QQ9, which is seems to be a very popular gun for the loadouts here.
I'm going to be really interested to see what everybody's using over the weekend, to see if we can get this sort of an established meta of what is the best thing to use. But right now, U4X are the ones in the lead. They have a decent chunk of 15 seconds. It's first to 150.
Yeah,
And
you
looking
can
at this
also see, you can see that the operator skills are enabled, and it seems to be a lot of annihilators and a couple of grenade launchers too
Pana.
here. So
Pana picks up 3 kills inside the hill, so Hammers with this rotation managed to rotate it nice and early. They give up the scrap time to U4X on hill number 2, but now we head over towards the back of the map. Trips is going to find 1. Pana and Drari, though, making the push on through. Seth the Turtle still causing issues with that shotgun. But Trips now, what can he get going? Looking for shots over. Good smokes out. Going to make things very, very difficult to make that push. But once again, Hammers Esports locking this one down well. Still 25 seconds to go on this point, and they're keeping it locked in. Miz not really in a position to do anything here. We're looking for the rotation over towards the next hill. This is what this gunfight's about. But still in the hill is U4X still pushing. Seth the Turtle's going to find 1. Can he find anything else inside the hill? He doesn't need to. They've already backed off. That scrap time's going to go over towards U4X, but it's still going to be a 10-point lead for Hammers Esports. A very close game to kick things off.
yeah, it seems like they are making sure to prepare for rotations pretty good here, U4X. But it's still going to be interesting to see, because there's still half of the points left to be taken for both teams here.
And I think when I've been watching the game, you know, you typically think about, you know, typical COD esports and what we've seen over time. These rotations are still in force from when we used to watch this this map and mode specifically way back. I can't even remember the year. It's so long ago now that we used to watch standoff. But the rotation now coming in towards the backside of the map, and it looks like U4X are going to be able to get this one locked down now. There's actually going to be Hammers inside there themselves, and they should be able to get slayed out, but U4X seem to have plenty of control. They've lost it, and all of a sudden Hammers Esports, they have 25 seconds to still pick up in here. The push is coming in. What can Plim do? Can he make anything happen for his team? Not going to happen. Pana will be able to take him down, and all of a sudden it's still Hammers Esports locking down this time. They're going to be very close to the win in map number 1 after this hill.
Yeah, you can see that it looks like he was considering using the rocket launcher there as well for to try and clear the site, but it didn't really work out. So I'm wondering if it's just better to maybe rush in with something like smaller, maybe an SMG, than trying to blow up your enemies like that.
A very, very close game on the other side of things as Qlash and Cold are going up against each other. Look at the score at the top of the screen. It's a 20-point win for both two teams. It's tied neck and neck almost here. Qlash, though, do have down this hill. They've got this locked in with 35 seconds to go. They only need 8 more seconds. If you're Cold, you've got to go, and you've got to go now. Contestion comes on through. Mare at the back there. What's he trying to do? He's going to now pick it up and get inside the hill. Can he lock anything down there? It should really be Qlash locking this one in. Still contested. Qlash should be able to get this one done, and they are going to take map number 1 on the other side of things. But let's go back to this game that we were just in. U4X and Hammers still going hammer and tong here. 129 to Hammers, 90 to U4X. It's about a 40-point lead. They don't have rotation right now, but they're looking to get towards the second hill. It is Hammers the one inside that hill. U4X have got a break.
It looks like they could maybe do a little comeback here. I mean, they were down, what, maybe 40 points there? But it's still hard points. I mean, things can change pretty quickly if you get the rotations down and you know where your enemies are kind of spawning too.
Yeah, they've won the rotation. They won the battle. They managed to get some kills, and look, you can see Hammers Esports now flooding over. U4X can still win here. If they can lock this down for the final 49 seconds, they will be fine, and they will walk away as winners of map number 1. They should be able to catch up here, though. But can Hammers break on through? The kills start to rain on through. It's mostly U4X in the kill feed in the top left corner. Trips and Seth the Turtle combining very, very well. U4X locking down this second hill. Seth through the middle of the map with a shotgun. He's suppressing them. He's pushing them further and further back. This is the fantastic hold from U4X. 140 to 129. Trips still in the middle, trying to do as best he can. Is this the opportunity, though, for Hammers Esports? Can they get in? 146, 147. They've got to go. They've only got 2 more seconds. They're not going to have time. And that is going to be U4X with the comeback, with the hold on P2. 150 to 129. They take map number 1. And what a pair of games we've had to kick things off here. Tibbs, that was so close between both of them.
I'm just really impressed that we're getting we're getting some good games on standoff there. It's one of my favorite maps to play hardpoint on as well, and I'm just glad that we're really seeing some skills from these players.
Yeah, me too. I think for me, just seeing everybody come in there, and their movement is amazing, by the way. Like, I was watching it through the game, I was sitting there going, why are these guys so much better than me using a touchscreen than I am just playing Call of Duty, right? Like, that's insane to me. But, like, talking about some of that, right, I thought towards the end, some of the usage of the power weapons, like, I saw the Annihilator come out from my panel, trying to use it effectively, but kind of struggling with that kind of chaotic ending going on. What do you think they can improve in terms of using those abilities to the best?
I mean, it's possible that you want to save them towards the end, just like we saw here, to maybe clear out a couple of sites. But I also feel like if you get it early enough, you can use that to get a little bit of a lead towards the enemy team. But I'm not sure. Operator skills is kind of a new thing for me in competitive, so it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out over the day.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's one of these things where it becomes a strategy for the team to work around mostly, right? Because you know it's going to be a very powerful attribute for your team to use. Do you use it to break a hard point, or do you use it to secure the next rotation? If you're in a scenario like you were right at the end, then it becomes slightly difficult simply because you maybe not in the best position. Because like I said, running it out in the open with the Annihilator, it's always going to be a little bit difficult. Tan, what did you think?
I thought it was absolutely chaotic, Brycey. That's all I seen was chaos. There was no tactics in terms of when they're using the specialist. It was just like, right, screw this. We're just throwing everything into the hill. And it was just absolutely manic. And I am here for it. I live and breathe it. I love to see this. It was just, there was not really, I mean, the only sort of setups we've seen was obviously the rotations. Obviously that rotation around towards P2 is very, very important. And it just seemed as if Hammers had that for the most part, but U4X, they got a hellish hold. And I think with Seth running through the middle of the map with a shotgun as well, I mean, as said, it's chaos. It's absolute chaos. And I'm here for it all weekend long. I want more of it. Just give me more chaos.
I thought it was interesting, like, because obviously one of the things we always keep an eye on in Hardpoint is the rotations. Now, which team do you think did the better job of securing those early rotations, Ton?
I mean, it seemed as if Hammers were the better one at doing that, but it was U4X who just stayed in the game. They were staying in the game. It didn't really seem as if they were getting a big chunk of a lead. However, then U4X get that really, really good hold. They keep it scrappy in the middle on the second rotation on P1. They get over towards P2. After it was Hammers who originally rotated better, U4X break it, hold it for a whole 50 seconds to win the game. So U4X will be feeling pretty pumped up right now to get a one over Hammers, who, as I said, are a bit of a rival towards this team. There is maybe a little bit of bad blood between these guys. So I'm interested to see if U4X can keep the momentum going or if Hammers can bounce back after a tough loss in map number 1.
Yeah, same thing to me. Like, it's already being a very close game for that Hardpoint. Tabes, who could have stood out for you then? You know, what was the key player in that matchup?
I did see that Seth the Turtle here. He actually managed to get 20 kills, which was the most in that entire game. So I think he was probably, I'm not sure which gun he was actually using there, but he was the guy who was actually pulling a lot of the kills needed there for their team.
Okay, yeah, no, I can agree with that. I mean, obviously, kills make the biggest deal coming through as well. But one thing that I kind of thought was really interesting, obviously, with the way that this game works, is it did seem to be heavily stacked hard points. And, you know, going back, you know, when you got a 5v5 on a map like Standoff, it did seem to just kind of devolve. And whichever team can deal in chaos seemed to come out on top, right, Ton?
That was it. And you know, I think one thing that I really noticed on the final hardpoint was how Seth pushed himself out. U4X had control, and how often have we said it down in the years? You don't just turtle up inside the hardpoint. You get control, you get the spawns, you expand out, you push them further and further back. It means Hammers that spawn further back as well. And Seth did a great job. I mean, I don't know if middle street is probably where I'd be running with a shotgun, but he made it work. He finds 2 kills just running straight down the middle, and it's something you maybe see somebody set up a window watching that. However, he just got super aggressive, and it really did work out for them. I said it was just chaos, and Seth just reveled in it. It just seemed, and it was a very, very good play from him. U4X, in the end, very well deserved. But you know, same with Tabes there. Seth really seemed carry the show in that case, and that was with a shotgun as well. So I'm interested to see if anybody picks up on that, starts using it themselves. Maybe think, good God, I mean, Seth is causing problems with this here. But at the same time, is it maybe something that's specific to that map? I'm really interested to see how the meta develops over the weekend. I as somebody who's played COD Mobile, but not at the very highest level, I'm super interested to see what is being used at the top level here this weekend.
Yeah, me too. Obviously, you know, these teams are putting all on the line here for the prize money, and we may even see some things that maybe the other teams haven't seen as strategies come out and be developed to make sure that they get that little bit of an edge going forward. And of course, we're going on to Search and Destroy next, right? So the difference in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy is basically night and day. It's going to be a lot slower. It's going to be a lot more tactical. Tabes, what are you expecting to see from these players kind of bringing into this Search?
Well, I'm hoping that there's gonna be possibly some sniping, because in Search and Destroy, if you can get a couple of early kills with someone pushing towards the site, that's gonna really change up the entire round for the team.
Frag out!
Awesome. Well, it looks like we're about to find out. So jumping straight back into the Search, over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Brycey. And oh my word, we are just going back down memory lane onto Meltdown. I mean, this was one of the very first World Championships on Black Ops 2, of course. At the World Championships, this was the final map of the whole weekend, if I remember rightly. And what a time that was way back when. Fantastic times, and it just sort of brings you back. It's one of my favorite things about COD Mobile is all these different maps. But as we can see, U4X on the attack here have made a push over towards A, but Hammers are very, very aware of what's going on here, and they seem to have surrounded them, but they've got to break on through. U4X, though, do have that bomb down with 30 seconds to go. Can they hold on here, Tabes? Hammers are going to have to start pushing. They're going to start going now. Here comes the initial engagement. Prims is going to find one. Seth the Turtle is able to exchange one back, but Palmer finds him. They need to get these kills going as soon as they can. Another one comes through for Hammers. It's suddenly a 2v1, and Plim is dead. Defuse is going to come on through, and very, very well played by Hammers. It took a while for them to get to the point of where they engaged, but when they did, they were clean. They find the kills, and eventually a 2v1 is how it folds out. Hammers take a 1-0 lead.
I mean, that retake was really good. I would say that Hammers Esports seemed like they were kind of knowing what they were doing. They wanted to push in, kill a bunch of U4X, and then get the defuse down.
And once again, it's a big hit over towards A.
A seems to maybe this is where we'll see most of the action. Oh, we got Seth the Turtle with a shotgun again here.
And they're finding the kills here as well. U4X now on a 3v2, make it a 3v1 as Trips finds another. And where is the final player? It is going to be Pana
here.
Oh, he's been spotted as well.
Shotgun here.
Shotgun out. Can he do anything with it as well? Unlucky is going to be taken down. And Seth the Turtle comes in there and cleans that one up. One apiece now.
The rounds are very fast. I feel like both teams are playing very aggressive. I think that the shotgun and the SMG here, the QQ9, could be pretty much the meta for Search and Destroy if they keep this up.
Well, here we go. We're going to have anything changed up here.
It looks like it's going to be a B plate for this time.
Well, it seems that way. Seth is now going to be holding down the boiler room and see if he can find anything in the middle. He misses his first shot. Doesn't miss his second, though. Seth is
on that
accurate.
Range.
Oh, that's so hard to take if you're on the other side of things, but U4X now trading kills away 4v2. Make it a 4v1. Hammers Esports are bleeding rounds here.
U4X. Drari left, and he has a sniper, I believe, but he couldn't do anything besides he gets Plim and then gets taken out.
Very nicely done. In the end, it is going to be U4X to find the round. And I think if you're Hammers there, you just get caught out by Seth and the middle of that shotgun. They need to sort of develop a strategy, I feel, to combat that, because they really haven't had an answer so far.
Yeah, exactly. I think I did like the sniper pick there, because a shotgun, obviously, of course, you have to be close. But if you counter that with a sniper, you can make things happen on range. And here the bomb is already going to be planted all over at A. They kind of did a little mind game there. I mean, it's been swapping back and forth.
Enemy contact
On the bomb sites.
Oh, Drari. Now going to be trying to make this push through as U4X has pointed out. Do have that bomb down. Plim finds an important kill towards the back. Does get traded out, but it was an important one nonetheless. Hannah and Co, though, going to make push on through. They need to try and get back in here because U4X are defending well. The kills are starting to come through, but Trips is able to answer back. He is able to get one, but now it's a 2v1 for Hammers, and U4X go down. Can they get the bomb defused in time, though? They're going to get it. And that is going to be around the Hammers. That was just huge play. Huge play. Out Armor in the end. And that's going to find ourselves tied to a PCF. First to 6 in Search and Destroy, same as standard Call of Duty. There you go, a very, very close S&D so far.
They seem to be swapping loadouts pretty much every round here. Swapping from both shotgun and some ARs and to that SMG. That's gonna make it harder for the opponents to kind of know what to be expecting once you're pushing in on the site. With a close quarter shotgun, sometimes you just need to hit those shots, Seth.
U4X have done a great job. Primzet just dodging, dipping, and weaving around Seth's shotgun shots. And that's the thing. If you miss with the shotgun, you're in a really bad spot. And in a bad spot are U4X now. And the 3v1 is Plim, sniper in hand.
I love
see
to
what he
see
can
it.
get going. Let's see. I mean, it would be a hero play within a minute and 20 seconds left to go here, Tibbs. And
Yeah, he does not have the bomb though, which is gonna set him back a little bit.
It is a problem, and it just seems as if U4X are wolf packing. They're all sticking together. On the other side of things, at Hammers Esports, they're all just sticking together. There's no point in them moving away from each other. They should be able to trade, even if Plim does manage to find one.
I'm wondering if maybe his stun grenade could be the key for him to win this round. Oh, they're not shooting him.
He should be dead. He
doesn't know that they're all
now.
behind him. Oh,
Nice work.
well,
Ready for the next round.
that is pretty much how you defend the bomb. But I'm not sure why they didn't shoot him before. Maybe they were just toying with him a little bit there.
Very potentially. They could just be waiting for him to turn around and see all three, but very, very well played. I mean, I think that is the play to make, isn't it? You know, you just sit there, you camp the bomb, so to speak, and it's a very, very hard round for U4X to then go on to win, but a very close search and destroy here. How many spots now? Can they get an advantage? They already have a one round, but can they find another? On the other side of things, though, a 4-0 lead for one of the teams there. I can't quite see who it is, but not necessarily as close search and destroy on the other side of things. But sticking with this one, it is very, very close. And it is Hammers Esports with the bomb down inside of it. U4X could do with this round. It is a 5v4 in their favor. Can Trips make this push? He does have his teammate with him as well, but Pana's going to find two. That's massive play. Trips and Lucky go down, and this should be Hammers getting themselves a 4-2 lead, but 2 kills coming in here from U4X, but all of a sudden, they come on through for Hammers. It was 4v1 in the end, a very, very well worked round. That's a 4-2 lead. They've got a 2-round cushion now, Tibbs, and that's a very nice one to have.
That's kind of what you want in Search and Destroy as well. You want to get a couple of points leads because then you're forcing the opponents. It's also, I mean, the tournament nerves here. I feel maybe this is where we'll see players with a little bit more experience, maybe on competitive, to stick out and stand out and actually get those kills and those rounds needed to get the win. Because you know yourself, when you're down a couple of points, you just need to play better, and that can mess with your brain.
Bomb now down at A.
It's another bomb, yeah.
Yep, that's Hammers Esports now. Can they manage to hold this one down? Trips has found a killer, but it is a 4v3 in favor of U4X. Can they get this break? Lucky. Can he make the push through? Is he going to find 1 and 2? Good shot's going to go through.
Kosh was so low there, but he managed to sneak away.
Managed to get away initially, but he is going to go down. Lucky still getting aggressive. Kosh gets him back. Trips is there to find the kill. And U4X are going to get around back. That is going to be 4-3 now.
I mean, that's a very important round to win. You don't want to give the opponents 5 points, so you only need 1 for that victory. So I think the mindset and from U4X here to come back, I think that's really important. This series that we're watching right now, it's just absolutely incredible. I mean, these teams are neck and neck. In the first game as well, with U4X coming in with a comeback there. I mean, maybe it's another comeback for U4X.
Seth just got his head ripped off through the middle of the map by Drari there. So really nice play by Hammers, and this could give them an advantage to try and get this one locked down. Lucky though is going to find a kill on the Pana, so that's going to even things up. Drari is looking to roll. Oh my goodness me! Trips, we'll see you later. Get back to the spectating queue. My goodness, Drari. Can they find anything here though? Hammers now trying to retake. Palmer now trying to find some shots in the middle, but Primza finds 2. That was phenomenal from Drari.
Wow, did you see Prim just getting 2 fast kills there towards the end? I think he's starting to wake up a little bit now.
What a round that is there, but you have to talk about Drari's shots. Phenomenal shot there to pick it up on the rotation. On the other game, though, Cold Esports tied it up with a 6-0 win on Search and Destroy, 1-1 in that series. But U4X looking like they are going to lose this second map if they can't step it up. Hammers Esports looking good in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, exactly like I said, the sniper in the beginning did exactly what it was meant to do, get an early kill to put some pressure on the opponents right there.
Drari. What can
Drari's
he do
still
with this?
rocking the sniper. So
I mean, rightfully so. I mean, did you see what he did in the previous round? Hellish play from him. Kill's going to come down, though, and U4X get maybe a little bit aggressive as Hammers Esports just take their time.
oh, it's a 5v1 right now.
Not looking good for U4X. He is going to go down. That final player was lucky. That's a 6-3 win in the Search and Destroy, tying the game up at 1 apiece. And we really do have a game on our hands here, Bryce.
We certainly do. Unbelievable plays coming in there. That snipe from Drari right there was ridiculous. I actually had to do a double take. I was like, wow, he actually just hit that super close as well. But there we go. Great play coming out from them as well. And I will give you two a little bit of an update of the Cold game. Cold did just 6-0 Q-Lash, I've just been told. So big games going over there in their Search and Destroy. But let's talk a little bit about the one we just watched, right? So obviously, you know, it was U4X looked pretty good in the beginning, but ended up falling off. What do you think Hammers did to kind of turn it around?
I mean, for me, it was just super aggressive at all times. And where U4X were getting away with it was when Seth was getting in a position where he could use that shotgun well. After the first few rounds, though, he wasn't really that much of a factor. He got picked off in the middle a couple of times as he's trying to get in a position. So that's really good adaptation from Hammers. They start to sit back a little bit. They start to take their time. Yes, okay, the aggressive gameplay was where they were getting it done, but they're shutting down players who were too effective when it was aggressive by sitting back and being a little bit more passive. They find those kills, then get aggressive with their numbers advantage. Worked it very, very well nearly every single time they had that advantage. So 6-3 win doesn't flatter them whatsoever. They were very, very strong throughout. Very, very well played there by Hammers.
It certainly was. Well, we'll be going to map 3 in just a few minutes, but first we'll be going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, and of course we are going into map 3 now of Hammers versus U4X. If you are just joining us, of course it is 1-1 between these two teams, and now we go into the Dom. Ton, are you looking forward to this one?
Domination is one of these things that we've seen it flutter in and out of competitive esports across the board many times, and I'm interested to see how it plays out on mobile as well, especially on some of the different maps that we've got. Of course, some classics in there as well, so interested to see how it does fall out. But a really good game between these two, Hammers and U4X, really going toe to toe here, and both with very good wins. U4X coming back so well in that hard point. I think, if anything, Hammers will probably be a little bit disappointed not to be 2-0 up here, Bryce. So interested to see how this one goes. But can U4X maybe come back after that maybe disappointing loss, I should say, on Search and Destroy?
Yeah, I think so. It's been an interesting one to see how it comes through. And that's actually what I was going to ask Tabes. Tabes, you've now seen a map from either of these two teams win. So who wins the next one? Who wins this series?
I mean, right now it feels like it's very even to who's gonna bring it home. But I get a feeling that Drari with that snipe on in the beginning of the round, that's the kind of thing that is going to set you apart if you want to win the round. So I'm feeling that Drari is gonna do something on this next map. If we're playing Dom, maybe he's gonna whip out the sniper, get a couple of kills early, just to get something brewing for his team.
Yeah, I think so too. And of course, if you are wondering what exactly happened in those first few games, U4X took that first stand of hardpoint 150 to 129. But Hammers returned the favor in the Search and Destroy 6-3. They took them down here, leading it all tied up as we go into our third map, Firing Range Domination. Ton, Firing Range, it's an iconic map. What are you looking forward to on it?
Brycey, I used to tear it up on this map. You won't believe me, but I did. Oh my goodness me. Way back in Black Ops 1 where it first came out. And I'm expecting fast and frantic gameplay, honestly. I think we're going to see the shotgun coming out from Seth again. I think just fast and frantic is what I'm expecting.
All right, well, it looks like this game is underway, so let's hand it over to you two to take us through the action.
And back into the chaos we go, Tabes. I mean, if it's anything like the hard point, it's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Because we've seen so much action between these two teams. It just does not let up. Kill after kill after kill. I can't keep up. I can keep up, so I need you here to help me, because honestly, it is crazy. But Primzat, can we just talk about that Molotov that he stuck in his chest? Phenomenal player, but looking towards what's going to be locked down. It looks as if Hammers should be able to get a hold of B here. They are going to get that one locked in as well as A, so they are the ones in control right now. And they are going to be ticking up 2 points every 5 seconds here, whereas U4X only have a hold of C, so really can't get anything done with that. But it's a really good start by Hammers.
Yeah, I can tell that they were really fighting hard to lock down B. B is also, since it is very open, you can also be shot from lots of angles. So once you actually lock it down, if you can spread out your team kind of to protect your first flag, your initial maybe A, and then also hold C, that's going to give you a lot of bonus points. And you don't always have to be holding 2 flags. You can sometimes lose one and still have that extra gap because you've had B, which is just going to be where we're going to have a lot of action on.
Well, let's see what the communication's like between these two teams. If you're U4X, you have to break onto B. We're going to go into an Xperia dial-in with U4X.
Enemy has Bravo.
Trailer. Go away.
I'm jumping in. About this. One behind wood. Yeah, one tip.
It's up, team.
We take A now, we take A.
Losing B.
I've got that UAV.
Enemy has A.
One top team. Try to hold you guys.
Just hold A and B.
Yo, one push it, trailer.
Trailer.
Get B. Boys, what? If you're not a trailer, you need to be watching B.
Nice, that's two.
B.
Losing Bravo.
I'm top wood.
Enemy in sight. Enemy has Bravo.
I got my stamp turret.
There's one pushing the B.
I'm dead.
Okay, you got it.
Enemy shot RC is coming. Losing B.
He's weak up. Top team. B.
Losing
Nice.
Alpha.
Get him on B.
I'm down. Almost complete.
Hey!
Let's go! Just be.
Losing Charlie.
I need trophies.
Tibbs, we've got another close game here, and you can tell in the comms they're fast, they're frantic, and I think that's just going to be the theme of this game all weekend long. But Hammers Esports just about have the lead here. We're now with Crimson. Hammers trying to get back hold of B, and we said it's very, very hard to retake it, but these two teams have been exchanging B backwards and forwards, and I think that's down to really good play towards A and C. They've both been overextending towards the home hills, getting some attention away from that middle of the map, and then jumping in towards B. But Drari and Co, what can they get done here? They do have a lead, but right now they are going to be able to pick up B. They are going to keep a hold of B, sorry, I should say, keep a hold of A. They are the ones getting more points on the board right now. They're extending the lead that they currently have. The target is 75 for the half. Can they get this one locked in?
I'm really, it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, it's actually 75, so we're going to be swapping sides right now. But you can tell when we were doing the Xperia listening there that both teams are fired up. They're fighting for B. They're doing the callouts, and the play that we saw there with wall banging, firing range has a lot of like map layouts that you can actually wall bang enemies through it, and they also seem to be calling in UAVs on like fast, so they know where enemies are actually hiding. So I mean, wall banging, communication, and some fired up teams. This is just neck to neck still, and Hammer Esports have both C and B locked down, so they're going to be getting a little bit more points there. But I mean, it's anyone's game right now.
I mean, that is just phenomenal from Hammers. And let's see, though, U4X are behind. We're going to go to an Xperia dial-in with them. Let's see if they can get back into the game. Let's listen to their comms.
Hey!
I've got a sentry behind.
Let's go see. Look, get that kill. Don't fucking let him free through there.
One A.
Hostiles have destroyed your sentry.
A's dead. Let's go B.
He's office.
Enemies Nexus 1
I think he's dead.
I'm tower. You can go B.
Go B, I distracted 3 of them.
I got shot.
Come on.
Losing B.
Hammers Esports still in control here, Tibbs. So U4X are trying to get a hold of B, but was anything you noticed in the comms? Fast and frantic is pretty much what I've locked down throughout the whole of it. I mean, it's all just going crazy, but look at streaks coming in. Palmer now calling in the missiles, and that's just causing so many problems. Primza goes down, but U4X looking decent here. They have got it back, but they've still got quite a deficit to get back from here.
Yeah, but you can see now as well that the operator skills are being thrown out. Also the Annihilator, we saw a couple of kills with that, and the grenade launcher. I mean, as we were saying, it seems like they're saving their operator skills towards the end of the game to maybe clear sites, get a little bit more extra breathing room to lock down a couple of extra points.
Esports looking to take a lead in the series for the first time, and honestly, it's looking very convincing for them. They're the ones finding the kills. We can see the streaks are starting to rain on in as well. Primza now putting shots down. The mech battle goes down, and it is going to be Primza coming out on top for Hammers Esports. Fantastic play from them. They're only 12 away here. U4X need a monumental comeback here.
It has to be pretty much a full lockdown of every single point, but there's not enough time for it. And I think it's going to be Hammer Esports, as you said, for the first time in the lead, and maybe that's going to boost them up for something in this series.
Well, they still would have time, but I think they would have to, as said, lock it all in, but they're not going to be able to get there in time. Hammers Esports, 150 to 106. And that could have been 3-0 after a close game number 1, but that's now 2-1 to Hammers Esports. Bryce, a very close game.
Yeah, it certainly was. I'll tell you something, right? Watching Fire and Domination certainly warms the heart a little bit. Now, interestingly enough, I noticed a few things during that game. First of all, usually B is quite difficult to take. Both teams seem to be able to swap it quite easily. And I just don't know whether that's because they're so used to it. We heard during the comms there as well, the Xperia dial-in, that trailer seemed to be a big focus for both squads.
It always notoriously has been, hasn't it? That and tin, and of course wood, the firing range, the whole central amount. There's 3 different points you want to be able to lock down. If you can get control over 2 of them, then you're sort of, in the driving seat. You can then focus all your attention on the other to then try and get a hold of B. But you're very, very right. Usually when we would play Fire and Range of Domination way back when, it was one of those where it was maybe a little, I don't want to say stale, but it was very tactical to the point of where you would get your home hill and then it's a fight for B. Whoever gets beat first usually would go on to win the map. But in that case, because of so many different things that you can use to retake on Call of Duty Mobile, it makes things very much harder to defend that. So we've seen the chaos once again, Brycey, and if this is just a taste of what we're going to see over the next 2 days, then I am happy. I'm very, very happy. We don't want any stale domination games. I want chaos. I want it all the time. I want it 24/7. We've got it so far, and I hope it continues.
Well, speaking of chaos, a little bit of Eye of the Storm in that one. A Goliath kind of holding down top 10. Tapes, take me through that particular metal monstrosity running the map.
I mean, the Goliath, it's you're basically rocking ice machine gun. What can I say? And it was interesting seeing the Goliath battle, as we call it, the mech battle. I think that gun does a lot of damage, obviously, and it's nice to be able to shoot down towards enemies. And there's not really much they can do because you get a little bit more extra HP, and you can also just shoot without having to reload. So I mean, as we see, saving some operator skills and some kill streaks towards the end of the game might be the key to success here.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, for me, I saw some of the power things coming. I saw the shock RC, and that looked about the most frustrating thing I've ever seen. Like, I saw him get stuck as he tried to slide towards that B, and I'm sitting there thinking that's obviously a really good use of it here, because a lot of the times you are going to end up holding basically what you call your home domination point, and then fighting over B. It's rare, and I think in the 5v5 Call of Duty Mobile that it's going to be rarer to get that split. Usually you occasionally see teams try to push like an A and C split here. Yeah, didn't really happen that much for this one, but I don't know. I think both teams doing very well. Hammers do seem to be coming out ahead though. But let's talk a little bit about our other game coming in now. It's going to be Cold Esports versus QLabs, currently on the Dom, and as you can see, Cold doing fantastically well.
Yeah, and just to see how who's going to close this one out, of course, the highlights from the game, as it has been going on the other side of things, looks like Cold picking up a truck cap towards the end of the game. This should be locked in for them, surely, and they're one of the favorites coming into this, so they would expect to be walking away as winners in this game against QLash, but to lose that first map in very, very close circumstances is maybe ignited the fire that they needed. It sparked that fire, and once again, Cold Esports walking away with the map win. That's going to give them a 2-1 lead heading into map number 4.
It certainly is, and they're looking like one of the teams to really keep an eye on for this one, right? Like, I'm excited to see how they all kind of get through the bracket, because we've always said as the tournament goes on, it only gets better, right? The better teams rise to the top, so they are going to end up playing each other. It becomes more and more contested. Speaking of the game we just watched, though, right? Hammers now up 2-1. Slow start, but we are going back into a hard point. This is where U4X actually ended up winning their first map here. Do you think that they're going to be able to hold it back down on another hard point?
I'm starting to think they might be able to, because one thing that I saw is you were talking about the RC card that is actually auto-controlled, which is you also saw the dart that you can throw out, and I think kill streaks that you can actually let just auto-control it. You can still run around, keep shooting. I think that might be a good play here, but hardpoint always very, very intense, and I think if they get the rotations down, maybe U4X is going to do a little comeback here again, and we will be taken to that 5th game, which is Search and Destroy on Crossfire, if I'm not misremembering.
No, you are correct. That is where the 5th game will go. I'm not going to lie to you, all right? I really want to see a Game 5. I want to watch Crossfire S&D. I think just to kick off this tournament, that'd be a great way to get into it as well. Tan, what do you think between these two teams then? Hammers obviously now with the advantage.
I think, as I mentioned before, I think Hammers would be disappointed not to win this one 3-0. They had rotation on first map towards P2 on standoff. They were looking good. They did everything right. Then they got broken and couldn't get back in the hill whatsoever. U4X played it very well. But since then, Hammers really have been on top. I expect them to close it out here. I don't think we see Crossfire yet. I hope we do at some point over the weekend, because I just honestly, it was such a classic S&D map. But hopefully we get to see it another time. I don't think we see it in this series though. I think Hammers close this one out 3-1.
Okay, I mean, it seems like both these games may end up going 3-1, because Cold versus QLash, obviously Cold looking a bit of a dominant fan here, and I believe they're one of the favourites for this one, right, Tabes?
Yeah, that's they've also kind of self-proclaimed, as we said in the beginning, that that they're facing their biggest opponents in this tournament right now. And I mean, if they can take this, maybe this is one of the teams that we'll see in the grand finals tomorrow here. But it's gonna be interesting for me. It's still hard to determine because I'm still starting to figure out kind of what of operator skills need to be used, because we have seen a bunch of different loadouts. So I think it's hard. I can't really decide yet. We'll see. I'm putting my money on that 5th game still though on Crossfire.
That's fair. That's fair. One other thing I was going to bring up about our Xperia dial-in, which we had there for the first time on both teams. If I remember correctly, when we were watching Hammers in their Xperia dial-up, it did sound a bit, I was going to say passionate for them going through, you know, lots of fast communications throwing down, mostly about holding trailer as well, but actually maybe a little bit less than I was expecting in that chaos. It seemed pretty clear and concise. I don't know whether they've gone for a shot caller or what's happening, Tom. What do you think?
It may well be that scenario, isn't it? You know, where you keep those comms to a minimum so you can just play your own game and have your in-game leader dictate what you should be doing and just be expected to win your gunfights and call out where you can. We heard call outs here and there, of course, but very, very intense from one member in particular. So interested to see if they are really making the right calls for their team. They need to in this hard point if they want to get back into this game, though. So interested to see if that communication can be at its top level. And if it is, U4X 100% could force the game number 5. I'm just telling you it's not going to happen though. I just think Hammers just look far too good on occasion. Tabes, I'm going straight up against you here. I'm not going to sit on the fence with you and say game 5. I'm going to go up against you and I'm going to tell you it's finishing in 4 maps. Mobile expert.
We'll see. I'm still curious to figure it out. I mean, you can see I'm looking at the scoreboard from Hammer here versus U4X, and there was 2 teams on Hammer's squad who actually had over 20 kills, both Ipana and Prisma, with only miss on the other team here getting over 20. I mean, I know kills are not the most important thing when you're playing Call of Duty, but it is pretty important because you're going to set back the team. You're going to force them to respawn. I mean, we got 2 strong fraggers already on Hammer.
Yeah, I think so as well. And for me, watching these players for the first time, like I said, you know, I'm learning here as maybe some of you are as well as casters, but it's been so interesting seeing the strategies come out here and what gun gets to use. Like we said, we're now actually going to jump in to the Cold Sports versus QLash game for just a while that other game gets ready to go into map 4. So let's have a little look at how this one is going down on Crash Hardpoint.
Oh my word, Crash now as well, Pricey. Oh my goodness, I'm thrown back the years. Call of Duty 4 was the very first Call of Duty I ever played in. Crash, the classic map from that game, of course, there was so many, but this one really did stand out, didn't it? And it has been the most remade map in Call of Duty history as well, because it is just that good. On Hardpoint though, not necessarily a mode we've seen at a competitive level on this map specifically, Tabes. What do you think are the keys to victory on Hardpoint Crash? Is it top story control? Is it early rotations? Just give me the knowledge. I know you want to inject it into me. Give me the knowledge.
Well, as you said, this is the first time I believe I'm watching Hardpoint on Crash, but this map has been in Call of Duty pretty much forever. I even think there's a Christmas version of this map somewhere out there. Maybe it was only on some sort of weird PC mod, but it was lovely. I think since this map is very drawn out, you can there's still a couple of lanes. There's mid lane and there's the left and the right one, but hardpoints can move pretty rapidly from one side to the other. So I think rotations here is going to be very important to lock this game down.
I think that's just, you know, it's Hardpoint all over, isn't it? But the rotations, especially P4 and P5, are on opposite sides of the map.
Yes.
All the way over, so you got to make sure you get these rotations down. But right now, Cold Esports are the ones getting it done, 70-34. Locking down bottom 3 stories. 3 stories is just one of these places you think on any other mode you want to keep locked down, but only need to keep a hold of it when you are, of course, in these hardpoints.
Yes, exactly.
Good God,
I mean,
though, can they get the rotation?
We also see, I'm struggling to remember what the operator skill is called, where you have 2 sticks that you slam down on the ground. Feel free to help me out there. Yeah, the grab, exactly. Those things are great for clearing out hard points. You don't really need to worry too much when you're actually activated it. You can just slam it down on the ground. You can clear a big chunk of space there. So I think that's actually a good pick to be rocking on a hard point, especially a map like this where you can actually pretty much walk into the center of the door and still not be exposed. So I think that could be an interesting choice of operator skill.
Yeah, it's definitely one that over history. You know, the grab spikes have always been very, very powerful in hardpoint. It's great to break hills, but right now Cold Esports are the one locking this one down. They're in blue, they're holding it, and it's looking
if
good
they take
for them.
this home, that will mean that they have 3-1, which would change the entire game.
Well, it looks like we've had a small issue on that side of things, but we're back into the game just like that. Love to see it. Cold Esports are still up and running. We can see now they are making this rotation over towards P4, but it is just one player from Cold inside the hill. Maria's going to get rid of iBot, though, and they should be able to lock this one down. It's Q-Lash inside the hill. They need a big hold there. They need a really big hold. Cold Esports are only 43 points away from taking this map and the series.
It looks like they're going to be able to retake it right here, right?
They have done yet. Jim finds 2.
Oh, the Annihilator shot there, but not able to get any more than 1 from the looks of it.
Couldn't find much more, but Cold Esports, as you said, have broken on through, and they can win it here. iBot finds 2 with the War Machine. They need to do more here, though, but Yaya lingering around the map, finds 1 from behind, but the kill starting to run on through here for Q-Lash, but they need to be so fast. Jaree's going to find 1 on Yaya, but Cold still locking this one down. They can still win over there, but the respawn's out, looking like it's going to work out for Cold as well. They're going to give over that scrap time to Q-Lash. Cold Esports rotate all the way on the other side of the map, and this should be nice and easy to lock them down. Can Q-Lash break this one? Cold just need 11 more seconds. Q-Lash need to break perfectly, but here come the kills, and they're coming in for Cold Esports. There's the grab slab from Sav, and that is 3 kills from him. Spiky finds another. Cold should lock this one in. 9 seconds is all they need. And if you're Q-Lash, you're not near enough. You need to get the running shoes on. You're not going to be close enough. This is going to be Cold Esports to take the first series. 3-1 from them, and a very, very convincing performance on map number 4.
It was impressive. I mean, the rotation, they had it under lockdown. I was thinking to myself, watching, they would have needed pretty much a miracle, possibly with the grenade launcher, getting like a 5-man kill or something like that to actually have a chance to retake.
Yeah, I think so too. And for me, realistically, right, that was an interesting game to watch for several reasons. So one of the things I was looking at there is how effectively they're actually ended up using those operator skills. Like I saw the Annihilator count, didn't get a lot out of it. The grenade you were talking about, unfortunately, he kind of had to push with it. I was surprised to see his teammate not maybe try and clear the way for him, allow him to get through for the trade. But yeah, got shot in the back, play away in the corner. Great play by them at the same time. But yeah, Cold Esports do seem to be a little bit of a cut above right now.
It was just so well played by them, wasn't it? They seemed to have those rotations locked down, and when they didn't, they broke them so easily. So Q-Lash maybe need to go back to the drawing board. They will go down that losers bracket. Let's see if they can make a run through there. But honestly, Cold looked very, very good every time we've seen them. We didn't see the full series, as obviously we've been concentrating on the other one, but Cold were dominant. They were so dominant there. It's a very, very comfortable win on hardpoint. They'll be looking towards the win of the semi-finals with a lot of confidence, I feel. I don't see any reason as to why they can't keep going on. Very, very good performance.
No, me either. And Taped, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot here, because I am curious about one or two things. Okay.
Okay.
I've been seeing some of the obviously the lethal and the tacticals being used during these matches, and I was kind of wondering what you thought, because there's a lot of Molotovs being used. I'm guessing that's more effective for aerial deniability than anything else.
I mean, yes, sure. Mollies are a way to force players off something, because otherwise you're gonna burn off if you stand still on it. There's also the thing that you're actually throwing down on the side that's kind of like locking down on area as well. But I think Semtex and regular grenades, they are being kind of looked over a little bit. I've not seen that many players use it right now, even though I think Semtex is just great because you're not you don't have to cock it or anything. You just throw it instantly, and after a couple of seconds it's gonna blow up. So I think maybe on hardpoint, mollies is going to be a little bit of a predominant, and then maybe on regular domination, when you want to be able to throw something a little bit further, you might want to go back to a grenade or something like that.
Okay, I can see that. I was wondering about what they were all using here, and obviously they were both throwing them all over the place. It did seem like there was a lot of them going down, and it kind of makes sense in hardpoint, right? When you are specifically focusing on an area, well, locking it down or denying people in that area to get to it just makes sense in terms of the game mode you are playing. But Cold just seemed like a step above there, and they are having a great time as well. They're already moving forward in our bracket, and if you are a fan of the team, don't worry, they are going into losers. But we do get back to our regularly scheduled programming and jump back in with Hammers versus U4X, and we're back on Crash Hardpoint, guys. Over to you.
And Terrari, what can he get? I mean, look at this already. This guy is just causing problems every single time we see him. The LMG here just forcing people away through the walls as well. Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, if you're on the other side of U4X, this is not how you want to start it. Palmer finds 2 inside the hill, as does Panna, 1 outside. In this first hill, you know, you would expect it to be in the middle next to the helicopter, but it's towards Archers on Crash, and you really can lock down a decent amount of time here. We can see Palmer has control of top 3 story, and this is just easy points for Hammers Esports. A really good start by them. Can he find another here as well? Palmer really lighting it up. They're trying to get him off, but they cannot at all. Palmer locking down 3 story and locking down the points for his team.
This is looking very convincing right now. And the lethal that I wanted to mention, there was of course the trip mine. Sometimes lethals can slip my mind, but that is the one that they seem to be using a lot on hardpoint as well, because you can kind of throw it and it will stick to something, and that is going to do some damage towards an enemy if they get too close. But this is looking very good. I wonder if they're going to be able to hold for the next point, maybe on the rotation here. But it looks like they already have 2 on, and it's just Drari alone on it, but he gets burned with the molly.
Yeah, Drari goes down, but Panna and Drari did actually find a kill with that. And that's the thing with the top 3 story is if you can lock it down initially, straight away, you're in a really good spot because you can help overlooking Archers, then the rotation over towards P2 is obviously significantly easier. U4X though do manage to find themselves in here. Plim now look up the stairs, just trying to lock it down, and it's always an issue if you've got somebody up top, because yes, okay, it's on the bottom floor, but realistically, you still have to be wary of somebody coming down the stairs or jumping down from the balcony. It's a really difficult spot to be in, but U4X are going to pick up the final 10 seconds. It will be around a 15-point game as we head over towards P3.
Yeah, it looks like U4X is gaining a little bit of momentum here. I wonder if they are going to see that 5th map or not. I wonder if they're thinking about strategizing towards Crossfire as well. But here we got the HD 60 here, and also putting down another ability right there. They have the map locked down. I mean, they're ticking away a couple of points, but Hammer Esports manages to come back. I mean, right now, this game, you cannot tell me to predict who's going to win. I feel like whatever I'm saying, it could be the wrong one.
I mean, it really could go either way, but I just think back to that previous hardpoint. U4X were, yes, okay, they held brilliantly to win it in the end, but really Hammers would be very disappointed not to take that win. Seth is going to find a kill though on rotation up towards P4. It does seem as if Hammers Esports have pretty much just had an even break of things over towards blue, although there's 15 seconds left to go, and Hammers are locking this one down. Moving over towards P4 towards the balcony is something that we need to keep an eye on, because P3 to P4 is not a long rotation. Who's going to lock it down?
Well,
seems as if Hammers are the first one here. Look at that Annihilator kill from Drari as well. Fantastic stuff from this team here, Tips.
You can see that he was pushing out because he only had a couple of seconds left on his Annihilator there. So he was like, I might as well push out, try to get a frag with it before it disappears completely, and that's actually going to open up a little bit of space. And you can see Hammer Esports, sorry, they're all locked down on top of the point. And Drari is just popping. I feel this was a guy that I wanted to spectate a lot during this tournament, and he's already provided us with some snipes, but he seems to be pretty good with the assault rifle as well.
He's just a good player, just a very good player, slaying around the map. 18 kills for him, and his team are benefiting from that as well. 110 to 37.
This is looking very convincing.
Yeah, it's looking very convincing. And look at this rotation now. It's Drari all alone. He is that needle in the haystack they need to find. Lucky will not know that Drari is here. He should be taken down. Drari now has this rotation for his team. Can he keep causing problems? We can see everybody from U4X making their way over, but here come Hammers Esports as well. 20 points for Hammers.
20 points left.
That's all they need to get, and they're making the move over. Palmer, can he lock this one down? U4X need a monumental comeback here. Drari is still causing problems inside the hill. Secures it as well. Miz is going to find him, but is the damage already done? Palmer trying to push on through. Miz finds another though, and maybe U4X can lock this down.
I feel like that play by Miss coming in from the back line, he was just fearless pushing in. That's kind of stuff you need to be able to get a couple of points, but it might not be enough here because, like Hammer Point, he seemed pretty confident in knowing how to retake it.
Seth inside with the shotgun. Oh, not as effective as he was before as Kosh turns and burns. Seth goes down, and Hammers Esports only need 3 more.
This is gonna be over.
It should be over. Hammers Esports are going to lock it in 3-1. A very convincing win on map number 4. Crash, hardpoint back and forth, but Hammers Esports comfortable and take the series.
Well, there you go. Hammers will put the hammer down and take out U4X in this very first game. And what a dominating hardpoint actually was for them. They seem to be a little bit of life, occasionally from U4X, but realistically, if you are watching that, you're sitting there going, well, Hammers have just turned it up to another level. Ton, why do you think they were a cut above in that one?
Drari is insane.
That's fair. That's a good answer. It's a good answer. And actually, I do want to ask Taves actually a little bit about that, because I saw a few players from that Ham squad using that chopper LMG to devastating effect. Why is it so good? Obviously, there's no ADS for it. It's hip fire, but they seem to be just so effective.
I mean, I don't have the full stats for it, but I'm guessing it might be a little bit easier to kind of lock down an area because you're not completely aimed down the sight with it. You're kind of getting better bullet spread on it, but still a pretty wide open field, like FOV, so to say. And especially, you know which phone they're playing on, it's pretty wide. So I mean, you can see players pushing in from both left and right side. I wonder if that's not the reason that they're rocking it. And also, I mean, it looks very cool. So
no, that is true. That is very true for that one. It does seem like when the user is kind of a devastating machine to get through here. Tan, what was your highlight then of that hard point? You know, what was the big moment for you?
I think it was just summed up by Drari moving over towards P5 and finding like 2 or 3 kills. It looked as if U4X had full rotation over there, and it could have been the start of a comeback if they could have locked it down. A full 60 there puts them in contention. However, the fact that he just found 2, 3, maybe even 4 kills towards the end of it disrupts what U4X were trying to do. They got an early rotation, said, right, let's lock this one down, and he's just there causing all sorts of problems. I think it's just a big brain play. Like, how often have we seen that down the years of somebody slipping the net, getting past, and then causing havoc, allowing the rest of the team to come up pretty much uncontested because they have to deal with this one guy who's causing problems for the rest of the other team. So phenomenal play from Drari in that scenario, and more of that to come. Hopefully, I'm interested to see how he does against maybe some stiffer opposition further down the line.
Me too as well.
I always want to point out that Miss did a great play as well on that hard point on balcony, I believe it's called, in the backside towards A. He was doing his best to try and retake it, and I think that maybe they'll advance in the losers bracket. We might see them again tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so too. Like you said, any team that we have seen just lose in this one is not out of this tournament yet. They will be dropping down into the lower bracket and have a chance to match up against anybody else who has lost as well. So they can, of course, fight their way all the way back into it. But great performances out of Hammer Esports so far in this event. Unfortunate for U4X. And of course, on the other side, you know, Cole did a great job as well. So for me, I think realistically, that is 2 dominating performances to kick the tournament off, Ton.
Yeah, very, very dominating. And I mean, it's hard to say favorites because we haven't seen everybody go up so far, but these two looked very, very good in their games, and I'm interested to see how they do if they maybe run into each other. Will we see a maybe clash of the Titans? But honestly, some good performances across the board, some good slaying as well, which is important. I think, you know, Tabes, you said before that, you know, slaying isn't everything, but it's always good to have, isn't it? And it's interesting to see if these two can continue this form going into the winners semi-finals, but things are looking good for both these two teams.
Yeah, I think so too, but what a great way to kick off Call of Duty Mobile European Regional Playoffs. I think for me as well, you know, it's just seeing these great maps come back and great gameplay, and obviously a lot to play for this weekend as well. And you know what? It's going to be a great one. We, of course, are going to have more games up after this one. So this is the Call of Duty Mobile Western European Regional Playoffs, and we'll be back right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
You know a phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, and we'll be bringing you more action with our next set of games coming up here on stream. Of course, joining me again, Chris Tunn, but more importantly, a new face. It's Bobby. Bobby, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Had a blast watching those first games. Definitely some great competition between all the teams. It was cool to see Hammers and Cold Esports come out on top. I know those have been two of the top teams for a while in the EU region, so they definitely performed up to what I would expect to be their standard.
Awesome. Good to hear. Very good to hear. And of course, Tan, we are back once again with you. Are you ready for some more Call of Duty Mobile action?
Man, you know I am. I revel in what chaos we've seen throughout that last game. So just bring more onto it. Just more of it. Just keep it coming. We've got plenty of games to come today, and I'm so excited to see every single one of them.
Well, speaking of great games so far, here, of course, is the leaderboard for hard point kill death ratio so far. And take a little look at that. QLash had Saturn going berserk with a 1.91 straight out of the gate. And you know what? You actually got U4X and QLash doing great work here, but both of them lost their first game. Bobby, what do you think about that?
I mean, I think what it really came down to is both of those teams seem to be pretty top heavy. So I think one of the big things for both Hammers and Cold Esports is they had a much better kill distribution where even though they may not have had any of those really big top KDs, they were able to get big contributions out of their teams. And they're also making those big rotations early on, especially on those crucial hard points on the 4th and 5th hard points.
No, I completely agree, and I think I'm looking forward to see how they adapt to that maybe over the weekend and kind of tighten up a bit, because we've always said, you know, tournament play is very different to just practicing. It's where it all gets on the line, and no good plan survives contact with the opposition for this one. But I think it's time we took a little recap of what's been happening so far in this tournament. If you are just catching up and want to see exactly how your teams are doing, this is going to be our current bracket for our double elim winners. Right now, you can see Hammers Esports down U4X 3-1. They move on against Cold Esports, who took down Qlash in a very similar scoreline of 3-1 as well. So they will now be playing in the winners semi-final. But we move on now to obviously Kings Clan, French Infinity, Team Singularity, and Grizzly Gaming. And they will be trying to get forward in this bracket next as well. Of course, Qlash and U4X, they are going into our lower bracket to have maybe one more shot at getting to the grand final in this one. Any surprises so far for you in this one, Bobby?
Not really. I think most people were probably expecting for Hammers and Cold to come out on top. Obviously, still a lot of really good players on both teams, and I would definitely expect to see big things coming out of both U4X and Clash. I think probably U4X, especially based on how they played in that first matchup, could very well make it out of the losers bracket and potentially have a shot at the championship. But I'm excited to see how those two match up in the losers bracket.
Yeah, me too as well. I think it's going to be action all the way through this tournament as, like I said, every time you get a win, basically, you get just more and more prize money. So everything to play for regardless. But let's talk a little bit about our next game coming up. This is the first team. It's going to be Kings Clan. Tan, what do you think of this squad?
I'm interested to see how they come in. I mean, I know from my point of view, a little bit of an unknown, but just to see so many standoff favorite maps there, that gives me a warm feeling inside, Brycey. So I feel good about Kings Clan, that they like such a good classic map. That's all I have. I like it because they like that map. I like it.
Well, I mean, that's a great way to pick your team for that one. So Kings Clan looking like a standoff fan favourites for it as well. Bobby, let's talk a little bit about the opposition and this team. In fairness, have you got anything to add about Kings Clan?
Yeah, so I know Kings Clan is one of the more well-documented and one of the teams that stayed together the longest in the EU region. I know Narcs is one of the OG players, as well as Angel, those who have been playing together for a long time. So I'm interested to see if that team chemistry continues to carry through. Obviously, a lot of these players have actually recently made the transition from tablet over to phone, as well as we do have the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II as the official phone of the championship. So it'll be interesting to see how well they're able to make that transition, but I would definitely be expecting Kings Clan to come out on top, at least in this first matchup.
That's fair enough. I think one of the interesting things about Kings Clan is the way they've done their rivals. Some said none. A lot of usually people say teams, right? You say, oh, this team is our rival. No, for Eled Inferno, it's everyone. And for Narcs, it's actually another player. Head for Death is his rival in this game. So I'm looking forward to seeing when they match up and kind of go to war for it. But speaking of matchups, let's look at our other team. French Infinity are the team that will be going against them first of all. And Bob, I'll throw this one to you to talk us through.
Yeah, I know Ace Boogs has definitely been around the competitive scene for a long time, so I'm expecting him to definitely lead this team. Obviously, this is another really solid team. I don't think there are any other French teams in the EU bracket, so this will definitely be big for representing them. But obviously, a lot of HG40s across the top as far as the favorite weapon goes. Right now, that is kind of the meta gun in Call of Duty Mobile, especially since we are in primarily an SMG meta. It's just so versatile from so many different ranges. So not too surprising to see that on there. Definitely going to be a very SMG heavy matchup.
No, that's fair enough. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And I think one of the things we can kind of dive into is the meta here. Obviously, Bobby, you're a little bit of an expert going into this one as well. So we'll be leaning on you heavily to kind of educate us all realistically in how we think these teams are doing. But one of the things I'm looking forward to is obviously we've talked about the classic Call of Duty maps and the modes here for this one. How do you think that this game mode is at this showdown between these two squads is actually going to end up playing out, Bobby?
Well, typically standoff tends to be a lot of close range encounters, so that's part of the reason that we saw so many shotguns come into play in the first matchup. Definitely expecting to see more of that in this next matchup. So we've seen something like the Buy 15 and the KRM be two of the most dominant guns. We've also seen some show-ups of the Echo as well. Definitely going to see a lot of that come into play as people are pushing into those hard points especially, but definitely interested to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, well, we can see the maps we are going to have in this one. And of course, it is the same as the games we just saw. But it looks like we are actually getting underway. So it's time to jump into this one. King's Clan versus French Infinity. Over to our casters for this.
Well, Bobby, I'm very excited to get into this one with yourself and excited to cast some Call of Duty Mobile with yourself as well. An interesting game to get into. King's Clan. I mean, you look at them, you think they've got the more experience, should they be able to walk away with this one, but French Infinity are not ones to be snuffed at. Everybody in this tournament deserves to be here. They went through a grueling process to get to this point. Who's going to come out on top in this game, though? I do wonder. King's Clan with a very, very nice start.
Yeah, nice solid 23-point start. Obviously, they do have the strong side heading into that first hard point on standoff, so they're going to be able to hold it for a good bit right there. I think we did see a few shotguns in play, but primarily SMGs with a lot of players rocking the RUS, which is not something that I've seen typically a whole lot in competitive Call of Duty Mobile, but seems like Kings has been able to hold this first hard point pretty well, and they're already set up for the next one as well. Looks like it's going to be a really tough break for French Infinity, as pretty much everybody for King's Clan already made that rotation, and they do also have a 33-point lead going into it.
If you look at Vieira on the other side of things, already picking up 7 kills as we head over towards P2. That's a phenomenal start from him, really slaying things out. Interested to see if he can lock it down from gas station side. He is actually getting taken down by Jolly, who gets aggressive, and they've broken it from the right. Phenomenal push coming in here, but can King's Clan defend the second wave? Yes, they can. The kills coming in for them. EXZ and Inferno getting things going. King's Clan still in control with 45 seconds to go. And I tell you what here, Bobby, if they hold this other 40 seconds, they are going to be only 50 points away from the win. And it's a phenomenal start for King's Clan. French Infinity, what? How many kills have they got between them? What, 14 so far? Looking at Vieira, he already has half of that himself. So phenomenal start from King's Clan.
Yeah, we do finally have a contest coming out of French Infinity, but they're actually not even able to get the break right there, and just nothing really going their way right now. Looks like King's Clan already sending out players to rotate toward the next hard point as well. If they're able to lock that down, honestly, I'm expecting them to win this within the first 4 hard points of the map. Their rotations have just been so good, and obviously they're winning their gunfights, which has played a huge factor. Veer and XZ combining for 17 kills right now, absolutely dominating this game. We got one player trying to go for the break for French Infinity, but he's not even going to be able to get anywhere close. This has been all King's Clan so far, up almost 90 points right now, and still looking like French Infinity's probably not even going to be able to get a contest.
This is a dominating performance from King's Clan so far. They are a cut above, but kills are going to start getting traded out. Angel's going to be able to find one for French Infinity, but is it going to be enough to break on through? Maybe just momentarily. 30 seconds to go. King's Clan cannot win here, but you do feel as if it is just prolonging the inevitable. If you are French Infinity, Notorious is going to find 2 inside the hill. 4 men up for King's Clan. They're now getting points on the board once again. Jolly's going to find a kill, slides on through. Can he find anything else? Nox and Inferno combining well to defend, though, and King's Clan, they can't lock down these final 15 seconds, but if we look towards this next rotation, they're going to be locking it down towards Warehouse. It's going to be difficult now for French Infinity. King's Clan should be able to close it out here. Annihilator out for Vier, finds one. Can he find a second over towards the tank? It's a phenomenal shot. The Annihilator just causing all sorts of problems. Give him 3 as Vier locks down this side of the map. Flying around and doing fantastic work, locks down the boxes, may find some more, but King's Clan looking so good. Via looking phenomenal with 12 kills. EXZ with 11 as well. They are just slaying out here, Bobby.
Yeah, Veer with the max value Annihilator right there is going to make it next to impossible for French Infinity to get any type of a break right here. You can see the 100-point lead right now. Obviously, persistence is allowed in this tournament, so there's a chance we'll start to see some big score streaks come into play, but it looks like, regardless, it might be too little, too late for French Infinity. We got 3 players on the hill for King's Clan, and we do get the grab spikes coming out of Ace Boogs right there, but that's going to be too little too late. Like I said, 150 to 33. King's Clan completely dominant in that first game.
Wow, there we go. King's Clan certainly holding the crown on that one. What a ridiculous way to open up their tournament for them as well. I mean, we just saw some great plays, and I want to kind of highlight straight away. Let's talk about Veer and the Annihilator ton.
He didn't miss, Bryce. He didn't miss.
That's true.
I mean, just
very true.
If anybody at home has played COD Mobile, it's difficult for a normal human being to just get your fingers to move that fast in and around the screen. So accurate and so quick, a very high sensitivity, and just locking down these shots. And that is not easy to do. It's not easy to do at all. It wasn't just the Annihilator that he was doing well with. He was slaying crossbow. He had 6 kills coming out of P1. What on earth is going on? What a performance out of him. EXZ not far behind him either. And ultimately, if your teammates are finding those sort of kills within what 4 hills it took in the end, you're going to win the game really quickly. I mean, it was just so hard for them to keep up. On the other side of things, French Infinity really do have a task on their hands now. They just got to have to slay it heavy.
They certainly did. That was kind of crazy to watch it come out at that time. Like, you expect maybe a slow start could have been an issue here for it. But Bobby, talk to me about that. Why was it so one-sided? What did King's Clan do right?
I mean, obviously King's Clan was hitting their shots, they were winning their gunfights, but ultimately it came down to them hitting their rotations. They were first on the point for every single hard point. Even when they did end up getting broken on that 3rd hard point, they were still first on next, and they set up perfectly for it. Obviously, the Annihilator played a huge role for them in making that final point really easy to lock down. And the crazy thing is, the Annihilator actually got nerfed in the recent update. So what you're seeing right there is the nerfed version of the Annihilator, and it's still what most of the pro players will end up choosing. So obviously, the kills were good, the gunfights were good, but the rotations were ultimately what resulted in King's Clan getting the easy first win.
Yeah, I can't disagree, and I think if you're French Infinity, you've just come into that game and maybe been a little bit shell-shocked. Like, it's going to be difficult to recompose yourself to go into the next map, knowing that basically King's Clan were just running around having fun at certain parts. Like I said, when you're hitting an Annihilator like that every single shot, you must just be one of the players going, I don't know what to do. Like, there isn't a lot I can do going for it. But let's talk to me about this. Obviously, you've been in this scenario before, competitive-wise. You get out first map, you get beaten fairly soundly. How do you recover from map 2?
Usually lose. Which was the story of my
I wasn't speaking about your specific career.
Well, you said I've been in this situation many a times.
Yeah,
what did you mean?
I was
Watching?
hoping for some experience maybe to come through, not your own personal experience of being less than average.
Well, I mean, it goes across the board in that sense. But honestly, you just got to recompose. You just got to take one game at a time, really, haven't you? You're moving into a very different game mode. Realistically, though, I think you're moving in S&D. It's a different game mode completely. It's a lot slower, typically, I would say, but you've got to regain that composure. You just got to go back in, maybe look at what was going wrong on the slaying side of things and say to yourself, right, well, okay, we can definitely do something on Search and Destroy. Very different game.
Yeah, we certainly can. Now, we are going to quickly jump in and take a little look at the other game currently going on. Team Singularity versus Grizzly Gaming, of course. Standoff Hardpoint. Let's jump straight into this one.
All right, Bobby, back into Standoff, and we've seen a very convincing performance from King on this previous map just a second ago. I wonder if either of these two teams are really going to stand out. Is there anything in between these two, Singularity and Grizzly Gaming? Is there anybody in particular you're looking at to go on to do well this weekend?
Yeah, I know Singularity is definitely another one of the top teams that a lot of people are going to be keeping an eye out for. Actually, a few content creators between both teams as well. I know Turu is one of the top Spanish content creators, and it looks like we will have a pretty split start for both teams right here. They split the points relatively evenly. Miney, another content creator, and it looks like everybody's fighting pretty well for that next hard point. More than likely will end up going the way of Singularity right here, as they do have 2 players on the hard point. We do have Head for Death, one of the rivals that we noted earlier as well. It will be Singularity coming away with control, and really strong dragging power. As you can see, nobody below 3 kills off the start. The grab spike coming out of Jog is actually going to be massive right there, potentially allowing them to get a break, but with 3 players pushing up and Molotovs galore, not going to be a whole lot you can do about that.
Grizzly have done really well to try and push on through, but it looks as if Singularity are going to be able to lock it in. And I like that push through window. The grab spikes used very effectively, and the team were pushing from the other side, but just couldn't find the kills. And who's that? Eric finding the kill there for Grizzly Gaming. Is he going to be able to lock down any sort of scrap? Not looking likely, but looking towards this rotation. It is going to be Singularity first one's in, but can Miney lock this one down? Just gets a good timing there on the mat. Eric, though, going to be making the push through, and he's going to go down as well. Singularity, though, it seems as if Miney's the only one inside. If he had Trophy System helping him out, though, still locking this one down. But in the top left corner, just noticed Ice Block finds 3 outside. That should be able to get Singularity in control of this one, but Grizzly Gaming spawning very close, still contesting this one, Bobby.
Yeah, I think Miney was by himself on that hard point with 5 Grizzly Gaming players surrounding the area, and he actually managed to hold it by himself for a good while. Unfortunately, it wasn't long enough for him to be able to actually get any time on the hill, and it will be Grizzly, or no, Singularity actually gets the break right there. And Ice Block holding it for a little bit right here. If he can get the trophy system down, that's going to be huge. You can see that they're really going back and forth, and even though this is a 30-point game, it feels like a pretty evenly matched one. And definitely interested to see whether or not Grizzly's going to be able to turn this around. Obviously struggling a little bit off the start. Both teams really getting their rotations, and it's coming down to the fact that Singularity is just winning their gunfights.
Yeah, it's part of the puzzle, isn't it? Yes, okay, the rotations have to come through, but you have to win your gunfights while you get there, don't you? It's a case of having to do it in multiple steps. I really like this from Head for Death. He's just used the Molotovs to just zone them out here. Grizzly can't make the push through the fire. They'll be walking in weak, but Head for Death is going to go down. It is going to be Sesto to find that kill, but looking in the top left corner, look at the kills where they're going, mostly towards Singularity as 2 members of Grizzly Gaming now down. Slayer now doing really good work there, taking down, but that is an interesting one. Baba Jaga, is that what we're going to go with?
Yeah.
We've seen some phenomenal tags so far already. That might well be my favorite, but look at the slaying side of things. Look in the left and right corner sides of your screen. Singularity all within double digits. Grizzly Gaming, look at how far behind they are in the kill department, and it's showing in the score at the top of the corner as 110 to 40. That's looking like it's going to be a Singularity win, but it looks like we're ready to go into game with 2 on the other side of things. Can French Infinity get anything back against King's Clan here? As EXE and Co trying to get something done. We'll jump into the S&D. This one on the left-hand side of the screen looks like it should be done and dusted. Singularity looking good. But into the highlighted series of the second game of the day. What are we expecting here on the Search and Destroy, Bobby? Because it was a very, very convincing performance on one side of things. Are we just expecting the same old story as Nox quicks in onto Notorious? Watch him round towards the back as well. Very well played from him, and it's looking as if King's Clan are going to take a lead in this Search and Destroy. I say that, though. It's a 2v3. Make that a 2v2 as Nox is there to help you find another. Looking for more kills coming in here as well. Nox is going to find one. Dez does take down Via, though. It's a 1v1 all of a sudden. Nox with the sniper as well. Can he find any shots? 20 seconds left to go, and he's going to get taken down. It will be Dez to find 3 in the first round. And is that the spark for French Infinity to maybe get the fire going in this game and come back into it?
Yeah, with how well Narcs was playing off the start of that game, I'm surprised to see French Infinity coming away with the win. Typically, the story of Meltdown Search and Destroy is the offensive team is typically going to set the tone. If they have a good sniper that they trust can cover that sniper's nest over the B site, then typically they'll send toward that way. And obviously, we see King's Clan depending on Narcs to try to hold down those longer angles. It's actually a full B defense regardless coming out of the side of French Infinity, so it's going to be another easy B plant right there. It's really going to come down to, for French Infinity, how they play the flanks and whether or not they're able to pick up any picks. Obviously, with only 38 seconds left, it's going to be tough for them to be able to get the picks and the defuse at the same time.
Well, EXZ went down on one side, so they've got to be very, very careful not to get pinched here if you are King's Clan. If you're French Infinity, you take your time and try and pick them apart, but Via putting down some shots. Can he find anything here? Good shots towards Jolly. He is going to get taken down as Angel trades one out into Sabola. Inferno takes down Jolly, so it's a 3-2 in favor of King's Clan here. The break, is it going to come? 2v2 as Nox goes down. Angel now answering back. It's a 2v1 for King's Clan. Angel should be able to lock this one down. Can he find the final kill? He can. Ace Boogers goes down. That's 1 apiece. A really, really good round coming out of King's Clan there. Not necessarily as clean as they would have liked, but they hold it down. They trade out the kills 1 apiece.
Yeah, it looks like French Infinity is going to be able to play this one a lot closer. A lot of times, especially in COD Mobile, the teams that are really strong in Respawn tend to struggle a little bit in Search and Destroy. So you can see the approach for French Infinity has been really good so far. Even with the early B plant right there, they were still able to bring things pretty close, and it really came down to a 2v1 where King's Clan was just able to clutch things up. So obviously, we got a tie at 1-1. Both teams going with pretty similar approaches. Both times it's going to be another easy B plant right here. And once again, it's going to come down to how French Infinity plays the flanks, whether or not they're able to pick up any picks. We do have 1 player down for them already, which is going to make things significantly more difficult.
Let's see then, King's Clan, can you hold this 5v4? You should be able to, really, and it's going to take something from French Infinity here, but there you go, there's the first kill from Angel. There's the second kill from Angel, playing phenomenally so far for his team, picking up 7. Can he find any more? You can see on the other side of the map is where French Infinity are concentrating their efforts. It is clean as a whistle from King's Clan. A 5-man hold, 2-1 now in the search and destroy, and that's as good as an S&D round as you're ever going to see. So well played.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that French Infinity hasn't made any adaptation to their approach to this, and it looks like they're finally going to send people over toward the B site. They've been giving up really easy, uncontested B plants both rounds in the 2 that they've lost so far, so not surprised to see them making a little bit of a switch right here, and it seems like King's Clan is going to play more passive off the start, probably expecting the switch up coming out of French Infinity. If we do see Ace Boogs leaving the site, this could be an easy pick for King's Clan right now, but he's actually going to go over toward B site, which could be a free B plant for Veer.
Let's see. What is Veer's move here? Taking the time on one of the slow rounds we've seen. Cibola is going to find a kill, though, so it's a 5v3 now. Veer starts to make the push. Really nice snap, and here comes the rest of King's Clan with him as well. Can they clear out the rest? Notorious is going to take down Angel, though. This is going to make things just so much harder. Now a 2v3. Veer is going to clean up the kill. They need to get this bomb down with a minute to go. They can take their time with this one, but which way do they choose to go? Are they going to get aggressive? Are they going to maybe wrap this one round? It looks as if they're looking for the kills here, Bobby. Will they find one on the outset? Yes, they will. Now a 2v2. Really well played by Veer and EXZ. Very nice from them. And now, as I said, all of a sudden a 2v2, but they're getting chased down. I don't think French Infinity know where they are.
Yeah, Veer actually has all 3 kills so far. Just as I say that, he does get taken out right there. And just like that, French Infinity is going to take the round. It was actually looking like that one could very well go the way of King's Clan, especially with how Veer was playing. But just an unfortunate timing as he does get somebody on top of the ladder right there. Ends up being an easy double kill going the way of French Infinity. And once again, we see the wide open B-side plant coming the way of King's Clan. I'm not really sure what the game plan is right here for French Infinity. We saw both times that they've contested over on the B site. They've been able to win the round, and yet we still see a complete A defense right there. Honestly, it seems like they're just trying to avoid the long-range snipes, and Narcs has actually put away the sniper and is now pulled out an AR right here. So with the bomb down, once again, the pressure is on for French Infinity. They will go down a player again, and with that, it's probably going to be next to impossible for them to turn this round around.
Des tries to get through, and Notorious is here with them as well, and it is very difficult in this scenario as King's Clan have locked this down very nicely. Saying that, though, it is 3v2, but they should still be fine. Both players very weak and continue to push, and it's just so easy. In that situation, you maybe need to let your health regen, try and go for the retake, but 3-2 now. Very nice player from King once again, but I know what you mean though. When teams are overcommitting the bond site, so why are they sending all 5 there? Just do a little bit of a split. If you can pick up 1 kill, at least slow down the plant on the other side of things, then maybe you're in a good spot. But really, a full commitment to both bomb sites, both teams, is causing this havoc at the beginning of rounds. It's either going to be really quiet in terms of gunfights, or it's going to be crazy if these 2 teams do just at once lock horns, every single member inside one side. But a little bit of a slower one this time around. French Infinity on the attack this time around.
Yeah, somebody keep an eye on, I believe it was Inferno is actually using the HVK right now, so typically that's been known as one of the worst ARs in Call of Duty Mobile, but got a recent new attachment that boosts upper body and headshot damage. Headshots actually land for 48 damage with that attachment, which is one of the reasons we see him using that right there. So if you're able to accurately hit your shots, it is an absolute laser and is actually the fastest killing gun in the game. Not too surprising to see him using that right there, but both teams playing extremely passive off the start. Nobody really going for a plant. Nobody pushing either side. Both teams playing the surrounding area of that middle, and interested to see who's going to make the first move, as we do have one dropping already for French Infinity. Once again, King's Clan taking the advantage. XZ still looking to pick up his first kill. We see him using that Echo. Typically, if players are pushing the mid boiler room area, that can be a really deadly gun, but honestly, with all the pushes we've seen over toward the B side, obviously it's just not going to favor that playstyle.
Yeah, no, I think you're very, very right. And I think for me, French Infinity's biggest issue here is King's Clan now in a 3v1 scenario. Jolly should be going down momentarily and does so. The problem for French Infinity and that side of things is that, yes, they play passively, but they were on the attack. And it just allowed King's Clan to lock down the map. It was so difficult for them to push, and then all of a sudden you're running into gunfire that's already preempt. King's Clan could lock that down so easily. So French Infinity just give up far too much map pressure, far too much real estate. In King's Clan now with a 2-round lead. I like this from French Infinity though, straight down the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's a super aggressive push. Not one that you typically see a whole lot in Meltdown. There's a lot of risk involved, but you can see it paying off as they do get first blood right there. Unfortunately, Inferno is waiting right on top of generators right there. Gets the trade. It does look like a much better and stronger push from French Infinity. I feel like a lot of times teams, especially in Call of Duty Mobile, like to play a really passive approach in search and destroy, which is fine when you're defending. And it really worked out in the favor of King's Clan last game, but you can see the offensive approach right now coming out of French Infinity really going their way as they pick up another trade right there. Trades coming in both ways, and it will be a 3v3 to close this one out.
Oh, it's 2v1 all of a sudden. We said that he hasn't found too much in this game, but there you go. There's 3 and around the snap on the ace to end it 5-2.
Okay, so I was just pointing out that EXZ hadn't done anything. He had a goose egg 2 rounds in a row, now has 6 kills. That is 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. So you can see the change in the play style just completely turning this around for him. Whenever you see people pushing the A site, you're always going to have a lot more close range encounters. That's always going to go the way of the shotgun, as we see Dez picking up a pick right there to give the advantage to French Infinity, which we haven't seen happen a whole lot in this matchup. They're going to get the A plant, and with a 2-player advantage, it's going to be really tough for King's Clan to be able to turn this round around.
King's Clan won't be too deterred by this. They will give it a good go, but the rocket launcher comes out and Dez finds another. Inferno goes down. Now a 2v5. Very, very difficult scenario if you're a King's Clan member now as well, as the push comes through. Dez is going to go down though, so maybe a bit overzealous with that push, but can any more shots coming in here from King's Clan? Angel makes the push, is going to get taken down, as is Nox. Sabola very, very accurate. 5-3 now. Not out the question here for French Infinity. King's Clan, though, will still be feeling confident, but not the best round from them, Bobby.
Yeah, I think the aggression that we're seeing out of French Infinity right now is definitely giving them the advantage. It was absolutely the reason they were able to take that round. I would love to see them continuing to do that, and we see all 5 players going through the middle area of the map. Very, very risky. And it's not going their way. Narcs is set up perfectly in the top area of that spawn building. Notorious is the only player left now. A 1v5. He's not going to be able to do anything about it. So obviously you have King's Clan was able to predict that very, very easily. I think they kind of saw the strategy work and got a little bit over aggressive, but it does look like we will be hopping over to our other matchup, which is going to be Singularity versus Grizzly Gaming.
And this one looks like it's going the way of Grizzly Gaming on the S&D. 3-0 up for them right now. After a very, very good performance out of Singularity in map number 1, they did eventually lock that one down. S&D has maybe been a little bit harder to come by. 4v2 though, so this is looking like it should be their first round. Make that now a 2v2 as things change up very, very quickly. All of a sudden a 2v1 in favor of Singularity. Grizzly Gaming though, with that 3-0 lead, won't be too deterred by this round loss, which is looking like what they're going to get here. But the thing is here for Tarule, can he defend this bomb? Is going to find 1 kill on the Miney. 55 seconds. Sorry, the bomb is down. He needs to grab a hold of it.
Yeah, that was a big frag. That was a big frag right there. It says 2v1, but I believe it is a 1v1. From what I can see, Head for Death is the only person alive for Singularity, and we may actually have a glitched player over on the Sniper's Nest. Turu's gonna hop the corner, just barely not able to get the kill right there, and that'll allow both players to reposition. Yeah, I believe we do have potentially a disconnected player on the opposite side of the map. More than likely a big reason why Singularity has struggled so much, especially after they were super, super dominant in that first game of Hardpoint. So we'll see whether or not Head for Death could potentially clutch this one up and give Singularity their first round win. Both players just looking for each other at that point. We do see the disconnected player over in the sniper's nest. It is going to be an easy A plant coming out for Turu. A 1v1 as Head for Death pushes into the bomb site.
Well, let's see if Turu can lock this one down. A 1v1 as said. Head for Death though, is he going to expect to come round there on the back? He is, and Turu goes down. He expected the overextension to come round. The flank was coming through. Head for Death, very, very well played, and that's a round that Singularity really did need. 3-1 now. They get themselves on the board. 3-1 is still quite a hill to climb.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see whether or not we do actually have a disconnected player. That's not something I've ever seen from the spectator view, but it does look like everybody is back and hopping into the action for Singularity, so that could definitely be a big turning point for them. We do have one player playing the mid area right now for Grizzly Gaming, and pretty spread out right now, especially for an offensive push. We do have Singularity mostly going over toward the A site, and I think they sent maybe one player over at the B site just to check. More than likely, we'll see him counter-rotate as both teams playing pretty passive. We've seen in the past playing defensive, especially on Search and Destroy Meltdown, just seems to not typically go the way of the offensive team. So we'll see whether or not they're able to capitalize on this. Obviously, Singularity as the defender should be at the advantage right now.
And I think if you're Grizzly Gaming, you just try and find a pick, then determine where you're going to go with this one. But it looks as if it is a hit towards B. Singularity aren't really set up there either. But can they lock this one down? No kills coming in quite yet. Singularity going to have to back off there, but Grizzly Gaming should be able to take control of this bomb site. It seems as if, though, they really can't make a decision on what to do here. Setup is not really in the best spot here. He could get the plant down.
Yeah,
maybe he needs to go for it. 40 seconds to go here, Bobby. It's a bit of a precarious situation.
Super cautious approach from both teams. Obviously, we will get the plant down over on the B site with the trophy system down. Nothing to worry about for them. We got a sniper battle going on between Slayer and Baba Jaga. Like I said earlier, the B site is typically where the snipers are at the biggest advantage, just because you do have that sniper's nest that's able to overlook so much. Slayer hits a huge shot right there. We do have trades coming in on both sides. And obviously the pressure is on for Singularity, but Miney fragging out right now. Only one player left right here in Harry. He's going to need to get the defuse. He's not going to be able to do so, and Singularity does come away with the round win.
Really nice play by Singularity. I think, as you said, it was a huge kill from Slayer at the beginning. Just waited and was very, very patient with the sniper. Finds the pick. All of a sudden, the flank opens up and the kills start to fly on through for Singularity, who find 2 rounds in a row now. Grizzly Gaming with 3 to the good, but Singularity screaming back into this one, and with the 1-0 series lead, it's going to be a little bit cautious for Grizzly Gaming, but looking over towards A, it's ulking off. Baba Jaga is going to find the first kill, but it's going to continue on. Oh, everybody dropping from Singularity. It's Head for Death. The only one left finds 2. Can he find anything else? He may get out with his life just about. Cecil finds him, kills himself as well. It's all of a sudden, from a 1v5, it's a 1v2.
Head for Death could very well clutch this out right now, which would be one of the most shocking plays that we've seen so far in Stage 4. Obviously, a huge double kill, and miraculous that he was able to get out of there. He actually crossed that doorway, only had 8 HP, but nobody on Grizzly Gaming was actually able to land a shot. Playing super passive right here, which in my opinion is definitely the right approach for him. Honestly, just waiting for one of those players around the corner to see if he can get that pick and potentially be able to clutch the 1v5, which is no easy feat at all. It does have the bomb down on the inside of the A site, and everybody is pretty much evacuated for Grizzly Gaming. So
I don't think Grizzly know the bomb's there. I don't think they know that it's there, and Head for Death should be able to walk on up and get a hold of that fairly easily.
Yeah, I think he's assuming that they're probably guarding the top side, but they've actually completely evacuated. I'm assuming they just didn't see the bomb go down, which is 100% to the advantage of Head for Death. I think he might go for the... No, he's going to go for the A site plant right here, which is definitely the right move. I don't think he has any utility to use, so nades coming in over the top could definitely be a risk, but with the bomb down and some easy angles to play, could win it, but it's Turu winning the gunfight. Clean shots with the ASM-10, and Grizzly Gaming very narrowly avoiding the 1v5 as Baba Jaga is going to get the defuse.
Oh, that was very, very close though. I think he finds one kill and then all of a sudden you're talking about it happening. But a 1v2 should still never really be lost on the defensive side of things, and it is going to be Grizzly Gaming finding that round, but it got very, very scary there for a second. Singularity nearly getting something done there, and that would have been 3-3, so head for death unfortunate there. And I'll be honest, I was feeling this if he was going to do it after the first 3 kills coming on through, although one of them being a team kill, obviously, of course. But Grizzly Gaming now, can they get themselves within map point? A very strong defense over towards B. You can see that Grizzly are well set up there. What are Singularity going to do here?
Definitely seemed like that was a crucial match for Grizzly Gaming. Honestly, if Singularity had been able to take that one, it would have been all momentum going their way. They had won 2 rounds in a row. You had head for death, would have been clutching a 1v5, but being able to turn that one around was definitely big for them, as they're now going to have a 2-round advantage and very, very content, obviously, on the defensive side. They don't want to be aggressive at all. They want to play the sites and wait for Singularity to make the first move. See if potentially they could make a mistake and get an easy pick. We actually see Slayer using the Arctic 50, which is typically not a gun that we see used a whole lot in competitive play. You will take out the trip mine right there, and it looks like we may finally have a push over toward the B site. We still have the bomb up on top of generators, but pretty good defense right there. We do have burning players for Grizzly Gaming, and 1 player will drop. That'll give the advantage to Singularity.
Grizzly hold. Oh, it's not looking likely as Miney finds one. Now a 4v3 though, as Meta is able to find something bad, but Miney finds another. He's just causing so many problems in the middle of the map, getting up close, finds 5 kills in this game so far. Still needs to step it up though if his team want to walk away as winners of this game. Singularity still behind, but this bomb is going down.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy B plant right there. Head for death, able to get it down, and now a lot of pressure with the bomb down and only 2 players remaining for Grizzly Gaming. I don't know if they're going to be able to turn this one around. It seems like Singularity's perfectly set up. Sen gets the pick right there. Only Baba Jaga remaining. Easy final frag, and despite losing that 6th round, it does still seem like the momentum is going the way of Singularity. I don't know what led up to them being down 0-3, but since we've started watching, they seem to have been in very, very solid control for the most part. So we'll see if they can continue to carry that through to the end.
Well, let's see if they can keep it up here, Bobby, because they've been very, very strong from what we've seen, as you said. Sem, though, trying to get things done over towards B. We can see that Grizzly Gaming aren't expecting the full push to come through. They still have members over towards the site, but Miney can do it with the SMG, can do it with the sniper as well. Baba Jaga goes down, but does find a kill on the other side of death as he does take down one of the players of Team Singularity. Now to 3v3. Singularity inside the bomb site, but they could be pushed from a couple of different angles here. Do they choose to maybe rotate one out? It's looking like they're doing so. Don't like the situation. They make the move over towards A, and they should be able to get around there pretty uncontested. We can see that Grizzly Gaming aren't aware of this going on. It's a good play by Singularity.
Yeah, this is definitely the right move for them. It should be a free A plant. Definitely want to make sure they can get trophy systems down, and there's a chance they don't have one, but looks like no nades left to play for Grizzly Gaming. We do see the push right there, but he's actually going to be forced back outside the point with nobody to back him up, and seeing multiple opposing enemies. Obviously, both are trying to control that map with the Molotovs and try their best to be able to create an opening to push in. Obviously, these are some of the tougher angles to push in and typically favor the defending team. Players dropping for both teams, and it's a 2v2. Turu has been phenomenal so far for Grizzly Gaming. Not able to hit the hip fire. Oh, a big missed opportunity. And it's the clutch with 2 players remaining for Singularity to tie things up at 4-4.
Oh my goodness. Turu has to find that kill.
Yep.
He has to find that kill. He cannot, and all of a sudden the game's tied up. Grizzly Gaming with 3 to the good here. My goodness. That was just something you expected to happen. Turu has found 9 kills in this game. He's the lead slayer. And could not finish his dinner in that previous round, and he's going to go down so early as well. Head for death, trying to find a second, but Baba Jaga is going to get the shots on the ice block. Slayer and Sam, though, working well, and Team Singularity a 4v2. After those first 3 rounds, they have been unstoppable here, Bobby. and it's looking really bad for Grizzly Gaming, but Matt is going to find one. Dead is actually going to go down, and Miney can't find another. It's all of a sudden a 1v1. Is the push going to come in? Which way is this gunfight going to go? It's going to be Sam, and it's going to be a 5-4 lead for Singularity. They're getting it done by big and small margins so far. 5-4 down on the S&D. That's a few rounds in a row from them. They were 4-3 down. Now they're 5-4 up.
Since we started watching, it has been 5-1 Singularity. Honestly, a little bit shocked to see Turu lose that gunfight over on the outside of A. That would have been a massive momentum changer for his team, and it looks like because of that, it may actually be Singularity coming out on top. They're going to get an easy plant over on the B side. We see Slayer using the new Fennec that's been recently introduced into the game. Got the kill right there, and it is now a 4v4 with the bomb plant down. Obviously, the momentum in favor of Singularity. Players all over the place for Grizzly Gaming. They're going to need to find a pick, and they're going to need to do it soon if they're going to have a shot at pushing this to around 11.
Miney now really has been a standout for Singularity. Can he help them lock this one down? It's a 4v4. Sem is sent back to the spectate screen, but Ice Block and Miney combining well. It's now a 4v2. Grizzly Gaming have just bled round after round after round. Turu, though, he's going to find one. Can he find a second as well? Can't quite find the turn. Ice Block finds the kill, and all of a sudden it's down to Barbajaga now. With the sniper in hand, he goes down. Team Singularity 2-0 in the series, and looking very, very solid. Pricey, what a game from Singularity. 3-0 down, come all the way back to the 0 to them.
Certainly was a great performance from them, and one of the things you got to say, you know, when the ships are against you, that's when you see what a real team is. We were wondering what was going on with Team Singularity. Turns out in Search and Destroy, just a little bit of time for them to get going for it, but so much to unpack from both Search and Destroys, right? Like, we've seen just so many rounds going to that second game that the first game is almost a distance memory, but we're going to talk about it a little bit first of all, about Kingsman again, going 2-0 up in that first game. Bobby, what did you think of that first S&D?
Honestly, right now, I'm trying to remember what happened because there was so much that happened in that matchup with Singularity. Obviously, Kings Clan, their experience just allowing them to be able to come out on top. We saw pretty good consistency throughout that game and looked like they were in control for the majority of the time. Obviously, big performances out of a lot of different players, and even with Narc switching roles a couple different times. We saw French Infinity toward the end of that one. Looked like the change and maybe a little more aggression could help them turn the tides, but got over-aggressive toward the end and get 5-0'd in the final round. So obviously, Kings Clan able to adapt very well. But it looks like we are good to go for domination on firing range, one of my personal favorites, and some progress over on the C flag already going the way of French Infinity. They're not going to be able to do a whole lot with it, as obviously both teams trying to fight for those crucial hold points. You know, Tin, Trailer, and Wood are always going to be the important sides for that. So it does look like French Infinity has control of Trailer for the time being. That's going to be big for them as they look to get control of that B flag.
It's one of those things where you just need, as you said, it's Tin, it's Wood, it's Trailer. That's what control you need. The previous time that we've seen fire range domination, it was back and forth so much, but it seems as if these two really taking their time now. But Notorious is going to find 2 kills here for French Infinity. Can they get something going here to try and lock down some sort of control? It seems as if that is not the case, but Sabola now. What can he do from here? Not going to be able to pick up much apart from one on Viet. But the kills mostly going up towards French Infinity here. They're making a push over towards trying to get something done, but nobody capping B so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. SD, who we saw have a really slow start in the Search and Destroy, already with 5 kills on the board. We see him sticking with that Echo, the quick firing shotgun that, especially in close quarters, will typically just absolutely shred. We get a little bit of progress onto the B flag, but I don't think French Infinity is going to be able to close it out. Obviously, we're probably going to see a constant Molotov span over on the B side, and probably the one thing most teams are going to want to keep an eye out for is how each team is going to play their persistence. Obviously, that's going to allow teams to get control of the map a lot more quickly. We do see a double cap coming out of Kings Clan early on. We'll see a retake of the C flag, but that will give a little bit of a lead to Kings Clan early on.
Just a small lead, neither team able to really establish any control around the middle of the map, and it's just been trades, hasn't it? It's just been back and forth, nobody able to get that flurry of kills that they feel that they need. However, French Infinity seemingly heating up here a little bit. Dez is able to find 2 to slow down the push from Kings Clan. who are trying to make a push themselves over towards B, which is mostly being captured by French Infinity, so Nox and Co have to keep them off it. Sabola finds 2 as well, but as I said, it's just trades coming in left, right, and center. Nobody able to distinguish any sort of good control. Good shots from Nox, though, from top wood. But nobody able to establish a really good hold on the middle of this map. It's a kill on one side, it's a kill on the other. Both team trading kills, but here we go. Nox with the Annihilator finds 2. Can he find a third here as well? B might be up in the offering now for Kings Clan.
Yeah, I think
Nox
Kings
on
is
10 kill now.
I think Kings is probably going to be able to get control, especially with Angel in the top of that tower. That is a huge power position for Kings Clan. They get people on the flag, miraculously enough, not able to finish off the cap. We see their player dropping down. It's actually going to cost both of them their lives as XZ pulls out the Annihilator. Now at 10 kills, we do have 3 players in double digits for Kings Clan, and Sabola the only one able to manage it so far for French Infinity. But regardless, we still have not seen Kings Clan take control of that B flag. It seems like they've had good control of the map. They've had the right power positions, but they just haven't been able to capitalize it. Even when they've had their operators in play, we do see Inferno pulling out the Tempest right here. Taking control of 10 is definitely going to be big for them and could potentially see them finally getting control of that B flag, which we do see right here.
Here we go. Yep, here we go. They are going to get a hold of it now after finding a couple of kills. Inferno not able to get anything going quite yet. 4 kills to his name. Can he find a 5th? Not quite. He is going to be taken down by Ace Boogs from behind. So 2 kills coming in there in the middle of the map. But for French Infinity, you have to think to yourselves, you need to get something going. But right now, actually, Kings Clan don't have a home flag, and French Infinity are starting to catch up now. ANC in their control. And this is going to be a very, very tight half. And if French Infinity can keep it this way, they will take the lead heading into the second half. XZ, though, is going to find a kill on Notorious and one onto Jolly. B is currently the only thing that Kings Clan have a hold of. Acebrook's trying to get that one back. It's a 1-point game, but eventually Kings Clan are going to be able to get a hold of their home flag. They should technically take a small lead heading into the half. It's first to 75. We'd go for another half of 75. It is going to be Kings Clan with a 75 to 72 lead. It's only a 3-point difference heading into the second half.
Yeah, definitely a really close game. So the players you're definitely going to want to keep an eye on are the ones with the high kills. Obviously, a lot of these players are going to be using persistence. So whenever you have persistence, ultimately, a lot of times it turns into just a frag fest to see who's able to get a VTOL into the sky first. If we see a VTOL in play for one team or the other, more than likely that will turn the tides in a big way, and a lot of it's going to come down to whether or not there are enough SAM turrets, whether or not there are enough FHJs to be able to counter it. No double cap for either team off the start, but with 3 players up above 14 kills for Kings Clan, definitely be looking for them to start calling in some of those score streaks, as they seem to be progressing pretty well in the kills department.
French Infinity 2-0 down in the series. It must be a tense moment. They don't want to go into this loser's bracket. Let's go for an Xperia dial-in with French Infinity.
One bottom there. I got one more bottom wood. Come back alive. 2 bottom wood. 2 bottom wood. They're gonna go for 2 bottom.
Yeah, they might.
2B. They put trophy, they're trophy.
Oh shit, I'm sitting.
Trailer one.
Nice. Get it.
Let's go, we got a fucking veto, come on.
Let's go. Let's triple cap. We gotta focus on the triple cap, boys. Get it.
I'm on B.
Look at B.
Yeah, as we expected, we did see a VTOL coming into play right there. On the bright side for Kings Clan, they were able to get it down really quickly, and even with that VTOL going up, they're able to hold control of the B flag. We see Notorious pushing in. He's going to lose his Annihilator. That's a big loss for French Infinity. Ace Boogs looking to take control of that trailer area, but more than likely we're going to start to see more and more score streaks come into play for Kings Clan pretty soon here. We do see Jolly inside of the Goliath himself, and actually nobody inside of the Goliath for Kings Clan, which is a little bit surprising to see. Could potentially see an A cap coming out of French Infinity, but it looks like they were knocked off in time.
Sabola now. Let's see what he can get going. Into the Goliath he goes as well. French Infinity still behind here and not in control. A and B belongs to Kings Clan, but not by much. It needs to be decamped, as does B, but the kill's starting to rain on through for Kings Clan once again. Notorious and Jolly trying to get something going for French Infinity. We're 20 points or so behind with 2.5 minutes to go. It's not a good spot to be in, but Jolly going to jump straight out into the open and going to get taken down, but can Ace Boost get a hold of it here? He does so. This is not too bad of a spot from French Infinity though, but looking towards it, I think, you know, that with the difference, I think they should be potentially able to get back up on this one. 12 points a second for the 2-cap. Oh, sorry, so it's not really going to be a lot here at all. It should be a very, very close game heading into the last 2 minutes. Kings Clan, can they get this one done within the time? They should be able to on a 1-cap, but currently it's a 3-cap for French Infinity. They've done so well, but is that going to be enough to catch back up? A 10-point difference with 1:47 to go here. It's still a 2-cap, and it's going to be a 2-cap now for Kings Clan. That's a really big move over towards A. They're going to negate that deficit away. 10 seconds for them now to go. Can they lock this one down? Look at the kill starting to come in here from French Infinity, though. Can they get a hold of something? They've decapped B. Kings Clan was so close to getting a hold of that, Bobby.
Yeah, the momentum just keeps going back and forth. We had a triple cap.
3-cap.
The 3-cap happening again. They could be able to close this one out if they're able to hold it. They only need to hold the double at this point.
Yeah, they just need the double. King Clan need to start to get moving now. That lead is going to change hands any second now. French Infinity heading to the lead. If you're Kings Clan, you've got to move. Look at the kill starting to come in. It's for French Infinity. They are surely going to send this to another map. That is going to be 2-1 now. French Infinity with a huge 3-cap towards the end, and they get it done. 150 to 147. A massive, massive map from them. Let's have a look at what's going on between Singularity and Grizzly Gaming. Though on the same map, of course, we head back over towards firing range. And this one looking very, very good for Singularity so far.
Yeah, based on how they've played, it's not too surprising to see them with the 40-point lead off the start right here. Obviously, they would like to be able to close this one out and get the sweep. Sem actually nearly missed out on that gunfight, but it looks like Singularity with a much better choice of score streaks than we saw from Kings Clan last game. In my opinion, the choice of score streaks was really the reason that they ended up losing that one. They weren't able to capitalize, and all of the Goliaths, the VTOL, everything else coming in for French Infinity allowed them to clutch. But the triple cap with the half just started for Singularity. This is going to be next to impossible for French Infinity to turn around. They do get some progress on both the A and B flags, but not able to get the cap. We got cluster strikes coming in over on the A flag to further prevent that A cap. And once again, with the triple cap in play for Singularity, there's just not a whole lot that French Infinity is going to be able to do.
Singularity have the Goliaths out, slaying out, causing all sorts of problems. Oh my goodness, you don't want to be running into that in the open, but does get taken down. But Singularity just looking so strong. Bobby, you're very, very right. Grizzly Gaming are in a very rough spot here. 2-0 down in the series. You're down on domination by a good 50 or 60 points. The 60 points pretty much bang on. It's not looking good. The kill's starting to come in for them though. Can they find something back here? But with 3 minutes to go, you would need now a perfect game. They need a 2-cap for at least 2 minutes here. At least 2 minutes.
Yeah, we do have Turu at the bottom of wood with a Goliath for French Infinity, but right now he's trying to play map control, and what they really need are flag caps. So as long as he's down there, they're not really going to pose any type of a threat for making a comeback. Obviously, at this point, it's going to require a triple cap for French Infinity to win, and it's actually the triple cap coming in for Singularity. Sem's going to go ahead, call in the rest of his score streaks, and I believe only 14 points off of a VTOL. Might pull that in just to flex on them a little bit and to assert their dominance, but it looks like Singularity is going to come in with a dominant 3-0 sweep against French Infinity to take the win, 150 to 65.
Well, there you go. Singularity is certainly putting a stop to them in that game there as well. But I feel like we have to go back and talk about the game. Kings Clan versus French Infinity. Unbelievable plays going on that one, right? Like, what was that comeback in the domination? Like, they just held it down.
I think, from my point of view, Kings Clan just turtled up too much. They knew they could win on a 1-cap if they could just keep a hold of it. And in the end, they lost it, then got 3-capped. All of a sudden, it's a scramble to try and find something. I don't think they should have turtled up. Honestly, I think in that scenario, the game's working for you. You're playing well. Like, just sit on the 2-cap like you were doing. So they turtled up far too much and got caught out for it. It's as simple as that. But well played to the other team. Kings Clan now really do have a game up against French Infinity, 2-1 in that series. And honestly, I'm intrigued to see what happens now. I would imagine Kings Clan are surely still going to close it out, but that is not going to give you confidence heading into domination throughout the rest of the weekend.
Do you think they might be a little bit shaken though? Because here's the thing about domination and keeping your core, right? We've always said 2-1, you work out the point difference per minute, but 3-1, like getting 1 extra points gives you basically triple score. And it happened to them twice. Bobby, how did that go so badly wrong for them?
I mean, it really came down to Kings Clan just didn't use the right score streaks. We saw multiple Goliaths. We saw VTOL come in for for French Infinity, and for some reason, Kings Clan just didn't have any of those high-value score streaks, especially in a game of domination where typically most players are going to be using persistence. Most players are going to have like a Goliath. They're going to have a cluster strike. We saw a lot of cluster strikes for Kings Clan, but none of those long-duration score streaks that allow them to hold control. And because they didn't have any of those selected, obviously they weren't able to come out on top. But hopping into the hard point right here, it looks like they are turning things around in a big way. 2 players still stuck at 0 kills for French Infinity. Meanwhile, everybody on Kings Clan seems to be in the zone as they are pretty much completely set up for the next hard point as well.
Set up for P2. Looking good for them now as French Infinity actually going to find themselves locked in there. Kings Clan starting to make the rotation over, but you can really, like, typically in hardpoint, it isn't one of those things where it comes down to that first hill being one that you can pick a lot up on. But on this map specifically, on Crash, you really can do a lot of damage to your opponents initially off the rip. And we can see Kings Clan did just that. 53-11 is how it's looking. Jolly and Kodo, can they find themselves a way back into this one onto the ground floor? 30 seconds to go. Kings Clan in control. Here comes the push from Jolly. They are going to be able to make this one through. Sabola and Dez combine well. XC and Via do go down, but Nox and Inferno answering back. Jolly with a nice angle onto Nox. French Infinity is just trying to lock something down right now, but it's a 40-point difference after 2 hills.
Yeah, this has been a good turnaround for French Infinity. It looked like they were going to struggle off the start right here, but they've been able to hold good control of that hard point. They've got people contesting on the next as well. They're going to be able to clear out Narcs right there, which is going to be huge for holding that map control. It looks like right now they're trying to take control of spawns. If they're able to do so, they could very well hold this next hard point, which would also set them up very well for that 4th hard point, which is typically one of the toughest to break in Call of Duty Mobile. We do have somebody on the hill in Angel right now, and he's going to be able to keep ticking upwards for Kings Clan, who's looked like they have turned around this one, and they've been able to regain map control that they had previously lost. Up 40 points already. It looks like they're going to have a good chance at closing this one out.
Looking good for them. They got a good rotation over towards blue as well, so Kings Clan should be able to lock this one in for the next 30 seconds. Although it's one of those ones that's, you know, it's not necessarily that easy to lock down. There's so many different angles you can be pushed from. And right now, Kings Clan, though, we're doing a good job of that. Sabola then eventually comes in and finds a kill, so French Infinity still staying within touch. Even if they pick up every single point, they'll still be around 45 or so behind here.
Yeah,
and
Angel
they try and lock something, lock more points in here. French Infinity actually doing all right. They are going to find them there. But look towards this rotation for Kings Clan. It's such a close hill on P3 from P2. And Kings Clan are there, ready and win.
Yeah, Angel's in the power position right now. Inferno as well is going to be able to hold down that back alley really easily. So with both of those players set up, it's going to be super, super tough for French Infinity to get a break right here. Angel playing that head glitch perfectly. We've also got some score streaks on the way in as we see the red missile flying down. Kings Clan up by 60 points already, and they could very well win it on this 4th hard point before we even make a rotation. They actually hopped out of the hill right there, which could have ended up costing them, but they're able to get back on in time to get max amount of points. We do see Ace Boogs with the grab spikes right there, looking to contest to push this to a 5th hill. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see it. It seems like right now, Kings Clan could potentially close it out right here.
Yeah, Nox finds 2 as well. Dez is already getting himself set up for the next hill, but it's not going to make a difference. The time is all with Kings Clan. They have to gamble with their other players being able to make it through. It's not looking like they're going to be able to. 3, 2, and 1. And this will be Kings Clan. Heading into the next round, 3-1. 150-49. They seem like a dominant hardpoint team, Brycey, and I'm excited to see if they can continue that form because they look so good on hardpoint.
You know what? I actually have to agree with you there. From what was a little bit of a comeback for French Infinity on that domination, Kings Clan it almost seemed like they were upset, right? It's like, hey, how dare you? How dare you come here and take us from a game like that? Because they just put on a show there in that hard point. It was devastating for French Infinity, who probably thought, hey, we're back in this now. We've got a good time. And Kings Clan went, no, hold on. This game's ending. It should have ended last map. We're ending it now. Bobby, one thing I did want to ask you, right, is about shotguns in this game, because occasionally we do see them kind of get pulled out. What are the drawbacks to the benefits of using that kind of system rather than just, the typical SMG meta we're seeing all over the place?
Yeah, so obviously the benefit of the shotgun is the one-tap ability. If you hit that first shot and you aim for the upper body, you're basically guaranteed a kill anywhere within about 15 to 20 meters, depending on what attachments you're going to use on the shotgun. And that's part of the reason why we've seen it become so much of the meta. Even in some of the other regions, like Japan and EU, we've seen more and more, or Japan and South America, we've seen more and more people using the shotguns. And even over in Arena, there's just so many people that have realized how powerful it can be. Even when you're hip firing, obviously you do have some added potential in ADSing and increasing the range on it, but especially when it comes to a game of hardpoint, when you got so many people trying to push into a point, especially in a map like Standoff, where there are so many close encounters and tight angles, the shotgun just gives you so much power and so many opportunities to be out an SMG, which is still going to kill quickly, but not as quickly as an insta-kill.
No, it makes an awful lot of sense, and as we saw, using it to devastating effect. I suppose when you get into these a map like that, it's always going to be a little bit difficult for people to kind of try and push against the shotgun, especially if you've got good teammates backing you up, right? And you got trophies or you're locked down into a hill. Tan, what's your takeaway then from that hard point as well? Because it was a little bit one-sided.
Honestly, it's just the rotations, isn't it? Especially P2 and moving over towards P3 and 4. They just seem to lock it down from the beginning. As I was saying during the game, when we're during crash, it's one of these things, that first hill, you can lock down a lot of time there. If you lock down a lot of time because you've got third story control, you can lock down rotations for P2. If you've got third story control, you get P2. And if you get a good rotation over towards blue, you should have a good rotation over towards P4 as well. So it's one of those ones that can really snowball with how the map is set up. And they just did it perfectly. Kings Clan did everything they should have correctly. They gave over the scrap when they were needing to, when they actually needed to rotate, and they locked down that fourth hill perfectly. They got it done within one rotation, within 4 hills, and they'd be very happy heading into the winners.
Yeah, well, obviously they are going to move forward in this tournament, but we are going to take a quick break now as we go forward into more games here at this tournament, because it has been a fantastic first set of games already, but obviously we are going to have even more coming up just after this break. It is, of course, time for us to be right back. We'll see you right after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good. For a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Playoff Regionals. And of course, my name is Bryce, bringing you more action and more games. But we have a new duo that has hit it here, and it's already one of my favorite ones because it doesn't include a ton. Taves, you're rejoining us. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
I'm good. We're going straight back into this and obviously rolling forward with the next set of games and everything going on. But I think it's been a really good day already so far. Bobby, how are you enjoying it?
I'm loving it so far. It's been great competition out of all the teams. Obviously, some of the big players like Cold Esports and Hammers have definitely played up to what their expectations were, but there's definitely some underdogs that could cause a little bit of trouble as well. So I'm excited to see how the rest of these games are going to play out.
Me too as well. And of course, we do have an updated bracket to show you all at home exactly what is happening right now in these playoffs. And for me, it's always interesting to know, when these teams start moving forward, what matchups are we going to see? Who exactly is going to match up at what point? How the score's gone down? I think I can say safely, while I'm not an expert like some of you, I don't think we've seen any real shocks so far in this tournament. But as you can see now, our winner semi-final is populated Hammers Esports and Cold Esports against Kings Clan and Team Singularity. Bobby, I'm guessing I'm not maybe right, I might be wrong, but any surprises for you?
Not really. These are pretty much the four teams that I think most people expected to be toward the top. These have been the teams that have just really dominated the EU region, especially as of recently. All of them very experienced. They've got a lot of really solid players, and they're also very well-rounded. You're not seeing a whole lot of performances where you got one player that's really toward the bottom of the leaderboard. It's typically pretty consistent across the way, and I think these next two matchups will be two of the best that we've seen so far and are likely going to be indicators of who we're going to see in the grand finals.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. Taves, for you, is there any kind of team that you're already picking out as a big favorite for you here now that we've seen basically everybody play?
I mean, I was watching on my break here. I was watching Singularity play, and not only it was a very entertaining game, but they feel like they could be on their way to do a really good in this tournament today. I'm also kind of hoping that U4X is gonna do something in this lower bracket here too. I don't know. I got a sweet spot for them from watching earlier.
That's fair. Bobby, do you agree with that? Is there anybody here in the lower bracket you're expecting to make some serious waves?
Yeah, I would say U4X is probably my favorite team to cause a little bit of trouble. We didn't get to see a whole lot from QLash, but I feel like they were able to put up a pretty good fight, especially given the team that they were going up against. So these two are definitely going to be fun to watch as well. I think either one of those teams could potentially upset one of the players that ends up coming down from the winner's bracket after these next few games. So should be interesting to see who comes out on top there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. And of course, we're going to get to see all these games today. And if you aren't familiar with a double elimination bracket and maybe are just tuning in to watch it here, it does mean that they will have this chance to fight all the way back, and they could still end up in the grand final. So very important, they are not out of the tournament. You have to lose twice, that's why it's called double elimination, to actually be out of the tournament. So just keep an eye on your favorite team. They go into that lower bracket, all is not lost. They do have a chance to fight their way back. It's just a little bit more difficult, that's all it is. But speaking of difficult, these teams are obviously going to throw down once again, and we're going to have a little look at what maps and modes they'll be playing and seeing whether or not that gives us any kind of indication of how we think the series is going to go. And of course, lots of fan favorite maps in this one, of course. And if you are watching as well, the traditional way this goes is hardpoint, search, destroy, dom, hardpoint, search, destroy. So a good mix on 3 of the game modes here. But I suppose I should probably ask the experts. We have our games coming up. Who do you think are the favorites to win in it? Bobby, I'll start with you.
I mean, typically we tend to see teams with a really solid sniper end up coming out on top, especially because they can swing the tide so much when it comes to search and destroy. So one player to definitely keep an eye out is Narcs. He's one of the players for Kings Clan and has been really good for them. We saw him sniping previously and play a really big role in that. There's also just a broad spectrum of other players that have played really big roles as well. Typically, the shotgun players are the ones that either downplay significantly or just absolutely pop off, especially when it comes to hardpoint. So that'll be a big thing to keep an eye out for as well. But all 4 of these teams are just so evenly matched. I don't know who to pick at this point. If I had to pick one based on the first round, I would probably pick Cold Esports.
Oh, interesting pick. Interesting pick. Tabes, you going to agree with them on this one? Are you going cold or are you going hammer?
I mean, cold. If I'm not misremembering, they went 3-0 in the first round there. But I feel like Drawry, he had a snipe when I was commentating there on Meltdown. I mean, sniper is always fun to watch, and it's also very important to get those picks on long range. So I'm gonna go with Hammer Esports here.
Oh, okay, a little bit of a disagreement coming forward, and of course, that's fine. At this point in time, you got to remember, this is winners semi-final. Both these two teams have had a pretty good run so far in this tournament, but that's where it gets interesting as we go in now to see our maps and modes for this one. We will be starting off on Crash Hardpoint, then Standard S&D, Meltdown Domination, Summit Hardpoint, and Firing Range S&D. Bobby, is there any one of these that kind of sticks out for you that gives you an idea of maybe even changes your mind about how you think it's going to go?
Standoff S&D is definitely one that sticks out. Typically, it's a little bit tougher to get sniper picks. Obviously, snipers are still going to play a big role, but there's also a lot of tight angles, and if players are deciding to go with a heavy A push, a lot of times there's going to be a lot of smokes in play that will prevent snipers from being very effective right there. So a lot of it's probably going to come down to how aggressive teams are playing on that map. And typically, whoever's more aggressive on the offensive side will be given the advantage.
All right, that sounds pretty good to me. Great breakdown there. Tabes, anything from you? What map are you looking forward to see the most?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Meltdown, and Domination on Meltdown is going to be interesting because there is quite a lot of open space in it, so I'm wondering if you can get some sort of range. Obviously, we don't have to focus too much on the sniper, but an AR to lock down that mid push is going to be interesting. And I mean, it is a classic map that we've seen so many times before, so I'm really looking forward to a Meltdown on Dom there. Or Dom on Meltdown, excuse me.
That's fine. I think either way it works for it. But let's take a little look and talk about one of our teams here, because they weren't our featured game in the first round here. So let's talk a little bit about Cold Esports and exactly how we think they're going to play for it. It seems like their rivals are Singularity, but Bobby, can you fill me in any more on them?
I don't know a ton about Cold Esports. I know that Spiky was really, really big for them in that first game. Very interesting information from Sav saying he does not have a favorite weapon, a favorite map, or a rival. So he's really the wild card in this game. You could see anything out of him. You could see absolute phenomenal gameplay, or you could see absolutely nothing. We've got no indicator from him, and I think his game plan right here is to be the dark horse and let his gameplay speak for itself.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm just looking here. One of the interesting things for me in this team is favorite map, right? Because usually teams have favorite maps. Some players may prefer one or the other, but if your team is good at a map, it becomes a favorite map because you win it more often than not. For Cold Esports, I mean, basically all pick different, right? You've got Standoff, Scrapyard, Raid, Sav didn't answer the question, and Firing Range. So what does that say to you about, whether or not this team's all on the same page, or do they just feel confident across a wide breadth of it, Tate?
I mean, sometimes when people were thinking about your favorite maps, I also feel like maybe that's just a map that you personally do the best on. I mean, but it's gonna be, I don't know, both Standoff and Raid are in the rotation, and also Firing Range. I mean, Scrapyard, I don't think we're seeing that today, so maybe iBot might struggle a little bit if that is his favorite map. But still, though, it's all about team play. If the team functions, as you say, they're gonna do better. So hopefully they have a map together that they actually prefer.
Yeah, I hope so too, because I think when you get into this sort of intense tournament, right, this is where it kind of all gets onto the line, and your team all has to be pulling the same direction. You can't have a player with an off day because maybe they're the one holding the cut, or maybe they're the one early to the rotation, and if the player is underperforming, it can affect, and especially in this event, right? Every single time you win, you go up in the rankings and you earn more money. So these teams are playing right now for like an extra 1,000, then 2,000, 5,000. Like, it is very, very expensive to even lose a map right now into this one. Do you think that's going to become a factor, Bobby? Like the pressure of this kind of format?
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to the fact that we ultimately have $1 million on the line in the Stage 5 COD Mobile Championship. So honestly, what they're playing for at this point is almost kind of pocket change in relation to the grand scheme of things. And One map loss, obviously you've got a chance to come back, but it makes it twice as difficult because it means you can't lose a single another map. When you get to the grand finals, you're going to be going up against a team that's going to be undefeated and will need to be beaten twice in order to be taken out. So obviously all these teams are going to be trying to stay in the winner's bracket till the end to maximize their odds of not only taking away that top $15,000 prize, but moving on to compete for the $1 million.
No, it makes a lot of sense to me, right? I'm guessing as well, you know, these teams have obviously had to get here through the stages. You know, they've had to go stage 1, 2, 3, and this is actually stage 4 for them. So it's not like they're going to be not used to playing at a super high level, but I don't know. This is finally the opportunity for a lot of players to say, hey, if I have a rivalry or I've lost to you before, this is where it counts. It counts more here than it will down in practice. Taves, do you think that anybody's like holding any serious grudges in this one?
I'm not sure if they're holding grudges per se, but I mean, if you have competed at home, you've done all the stages, I'm sure that there's a couple of teams that you want to beat to and also kind of like show, well, you know what, you might have beat us before. This is our time now, and I'm looking forward to see what Spiky can do, because I've heard that he's done a couple of appearances but not really came all the way through. He's kind of finished second place in quite a few tournaments here, so I'm hoping that he might step up here, but that also means that he has a little bit of experience.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing it as well, because this is a very serious match for these teams. Like I said, you get into this one, you get into the winners final, and once you're there, you're pretty much just on the cusp of getting into that grand final and where the money is. And it is a significant step up in the cash as well here. But I'm going to ask you one last time about your predictions, because now we've talked about the players, we've talked about the maps. Bobby, are you sticking with your original prediction?
Yeah, I'm taking Cold Esports.
Okay, Taves, has anything changed your mind?
No, it's still I mean, I'm not favoritizing anything, but it's gonna be a good game. I'm calling it. It's gonna go to map 5 here for Hammer Esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
3-2. Sorry.
Okay, that's a bold call. Well, it looks like our casters are in fact disagreeing on exactly who they think is going to win this one. And of course, you can join in on the chat as well as the socials to see who you think is going to end up coming out on top with Hammer and Cold Esports. I believe we are about to get into this first round. There it goes. All right, Cold versus Hammer. Over to our casters to take it away.
Yeah, we got a lot of Molotovs coming in off the start. Not too surprising to see. We do see Cold Esports taking control of the 3-story for the time being, but it is Hammers taking control of the hard point. Typically, this is one of the more difficult hard points to pull just because there are so many different points of entry. So a lot of times, we'll see teams play for a couple points, but ultimately, they're going to be able to try to maximize their odds by playing for that second hard point and trying to set up in that 3-story to see if they can get control. We see Sav dropping off the start right there, and not too surprising to see pretty even scoring off the start.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a neck-to-neck in the beginning here, but it's definitely a lot of fighting to get this 2-story. I feel like if you can get control over that, as you said, you can get control of the next hard point, but you can also look down at the first hard point. So I feel like that's why both teams are actually running there to try and fight and take it over.
Yeah, we see a lot of long-range weapons in play, especially for Hammers Esports. I talked earlier about how we have an SMG meta, but we see 2 ARs and an LMG in play as we see Palma using the chopper right there. That's one gun that we've started to see used more and more in competitive Call of Duty Mobile. We do have Dim locking down the hard point for Cold Esports for the time being. Smoke's going in on the back side, spraying down lane, and actually able to get the smoke shot right there. That was huge. Slides the corner, did another kill as well. Jim absolutely dominating this hard point with an ICR, which is typically not known for its close range ability, but making really big plays as we do finally have Drari and Pana pushing in. It looks like they'll be able to take it for the time being. Not sure whether or not they're going to be able to hold it though.
That was a beautiful play. He was putting down that trophy system early when he got to the hard point, and I feel like that's the one thing that can help you, like a couple of smokes and a couple of mollies in there, and you have no idea what's going on. So putting down the trophy early was a big play by him there, and I was impressed by the movement that he was having as well when he was going back and forth, kind of locking down both entrances. That's the kind of stuff you want to see, especially when you're playing on a touchscreen. Like being able to turn around that fast, that's huge. That's very impressive.
Yeah, we actually have a big loss right there. I believe it was Sab for Cold Esports. Goes for the grab spikes and gets taken out mid-jump. That's going to be a big loss for them, which will easily secure the hard point. And as I say that, it gets cleared out. Molotovs keep going in. Cold Esports does get a player on, but with Palma pushing in with the chopper, going to be tough to stop. He gets taken out by Yaya, though. It's going to be big frags coming in. Cold Esports retakes control. They're going to be looking to take control of spawns as well to maximize their odds of taking that fourth hard point. 2 players on the hill, 1 player going up top of the building for Hammers Esports, and it is exactly tied up at 54-54. Absolute madness going on. No real kill advantage. Nobody with crazy map control. We do get Hammers Esports on the hill for a little bit right here. More than likely, they'll be able to take the lead heading into the next hardpoint, and it looks like they got control of spawns as well. More than likely, the way that operators play out right now is going to play a big role in who wins this game.
Yeah, you can see that the operator skills are now charged for a couple of players on the team. And I mean, that is the Annihilator. As I think you said that it has gotten a little bit of a nerf, but I surely can't tell because I still see players just getting kills with it left and right. So I mean, the Annihilator seems very popular, and also it is powerful because I mean it's a one-shot kill there if you have locked in a nice little shot on the enemy.
Yeah, we see
points as well. This is actually going very well for Hammers.
Yeah,
right now.
And it's honestly going as well as they could possibly hope. As I say that, we get 2 kills coming in for Cold Esports, make it 3, I believe. They have managed to get the break on one of the most difficult to break hard points in the game. More than likely, they'll be able to get the last 23 points here, but they're going to be sending players out to try to rotate for that next hard point as well. Probably the hardest to break hardpoint that we're going to see in all of the Call of Duty Mobile Championships, just because there are only 2 points of entry. One's a ladder, one's a stairway, both very, very difficult to try to push in on. We do see Spiky on the backside right there. Probably going to go for the ladder climb pretty soon, but actually gets taken out. So despite the fact that Cold has been able to bring this one back a little bit closer, a 13-point lead already, and control of this hardpoint is going to be huge for Hammers Esports. If we don't see a contest or a break coming out of Cold, it will likely be Hammers Esports coming out on top in this first one.
Yeah, that was really huge. They were able to lock it down for a long time now as well. I was just surprised to see Kush there going down. It was great map knowledge from the enemy team there, knowing like maybe there's a guy lurking next to the ladder.
Yeah, we see Primza actually, I think he's trying to spot somebody climbing up, not able to find them, but all they have to do is hold it for another 20 seconds, and with the control that they've got right now, I don't think that there's going to be anything Cold Esports is going to be able to do. The rotations for Hammers were just too good off the start. They definitely have been winning their gunfights, and map control has played a huge role in that as well. We can see Pana still has the War Machine to finish out the game, but it is too little, too late. Right as the contest comes out for Cold Esports, we do see Hammers coming away with the win.
We certainly do. Well, Hammers certainly opening up there against Cold Esports, and we did say, you know, this is going to be a more entertaining game with the fact that we know both teams do have the pedigree to put it on. But Taves, you must feel a little bit happy, you know, your prediction is starting to come true.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Maybe it's a little bit of luck of the draw. What can I say? But I think that rotation was just so huge when there's so many people around a hard point like that, and it's also, as you said, the hardest hard point to retake. That's going to be very difficult for Cold Esports to do anything about it.
No, I couldn't agree more. Bobby, your perception on Cold Esports then, was that the only mistake they made, or were there other areas they could improve as they move forward in this series?
I think when it comes to Crash, and especially Crash hardpoint, the biggest thing that you got to do is make the rotations toward those 4th and 5th hardpoints early, and ultimately that was what ended up costing them. They gave up too much time on the 4th one, and because they pushed so hard into that 4th hardpoint, they weren't able to take control of the 5th. Honestly, I would have liked to see them try to play control for that 5th earlier to try to give them a little bit more in the options that they were going to have, and unfortunately, we did have Hammers hitting their rotations on time. whenever you have that high ground, especially in the 5th hardpoint, it's just going to be so difficult to win your gunfights trying to get a push into there, which was a big reason why Hammers was able to come away with more kills as well. Obviously, the strategy teams are going to play in Search and Destroy, and on Domination is going to be completely different, especially since Domination on Meltdown can typically be really, really chaotic with equal access to that B site and 2 rooms on the opposite side, so I'm really intrigued to see how both teams are going to play there.
That's fair enough. I was going to say, you know, now we're moving to the Search. Good time to rebound into this one as well. But you said before, you know, when we talk about the searches that we've got in this one, that snipers could maybe not play as much of an impact as we thought they were going on before. Is that what your thoughts are going into the Search and Destroy?
Yeah, I'm expecting pretty aggressive pushes into the A site for the most part. It'll depend on who's on the offensive side, but more than likely we'll see some shotguns in play as well. And as I say that, we actually see somebody getting a pick with the shotgun right off the start, as we do have U4X versus QLash. In our other game, it's actually going to be a hardpoint over on Standoff, round number 1. You can see U4X actually locking it down right there. They've got control, and as expected, we thought that they might be able to give some teams some trouble down in the losers bracket. Looking like they've got pretty good control. We do see a couple of trip mines going out over top, but it is U4X with the lead off the start.
Yeah, this is looking pretty strong for them. It's, again, such a classic map, Standoff. I'm sure some of these guys have played it before on other platforms, and that's one of the strengths. Like, maybe if you have played it a little bit more than your opponents, if there's a couple of people are pretty much brand new to Call of Duty just with COD Mobile. So I think, like, if you have a little bit of seniority on Call of Duty, that could actually play a big part on a map like this.
And actually, if you look down at QLash Esports, we've actually got a celebrity in the Call of Duty mobile community, Flacco, making his first appearance in Stage 4, known as one of the best snipers in the game. Obviously, typically not going to see a whole lot of sniping whenever it comes to hardpoint on Standoff, but able to pick up 2 kills off the start. Still, QLash not really able to get anything going right here, as we do have U4X locking down that next hardpoint as well. Lots of ARs to hold some of those mid-range angles. We do see one player taken out early, but able to hold down that gas station area pretty well. They've got players inside of Grandma's, and it looks like they're going to be able to continue to grow this lead.
I almost got a little bit of a goosebumps when you said Grandma's house there. It's like a very classic Call of Duty call out, if I can't say. So it's definitely looking pretty strong for U4X. I mean, I was watching, I was casting their first game here in the tournament today, and I thought they were very strong. So I'm actually wondering if they're not going to be the guys who are coming out on top here. But it's obviously it's very early to tell. But you see the grab spikes ready for Jerry, and I'm just hoping that he will just slam them down and get a couple of kills. Yeah, I think he just got wallbanged by Tripster.
Yeah, the LMG and the high wall penetration, able to get the easy kill. We see Seth already up at 11 kills. We saw him dominate in the first matchup as well. Just so good at using that shotgun, especially in Standoff hardpoint with 12 kills on the board. Already used up his Annihilator and working toward another one. It's looking pretty good for U4X. We got Miz up in double digits, as well as Trips is really just trying to hold down this surrounding area to make life easier on his teammate up in the hard point. We do get contested from a little hop-up push right there, but Trips is going to hop up, retake control of the hard point, and it's looking like they're going to surpass the 100-point mark. It could potentially win this on that 4th hard point without having to go to a next rotation.
I mean, QLash is ready for the rotation, but I'm not sure if you look at the kill count on U4X. I mean, they are really starting to draw away a little bit with a couple of 3 people over 10 kills, and that I think it's going to be hard for QLash to do anything unless they might be saving up some of their operator skills for that final last push. I'm hoping we get some nice action with that.
Yeah, U4X has been able to lock down that next hard point, and that's going to make things almost impossible for QLash. Nobody able to surpass that double-digit marker. We do have a stealth chopper up in the sky. We've got a sentry gun down. There's just not a whole lot that they can do right now, and we do see a War Machine doing some damage for Mare right there. They're able to get the break for the time being and may very well be able to push this to a 5th hardpoint. We got Seth trying to win that gunfight, and just like that, they actually push back onto the hard point. Only 10 more seconds needed, and with only one player close enough, Miz actually dodges the grab spikes by jumping right there. 13 kills on the board for him. Only a couple more seconds needed. We get the contest, perfectly timed grab spikes, but it's not going to be enough. And we do have U4X coming out on top, 150 to 39.
Wow, there we go. U4X coming out on that one. And it's always a good thing to get that first map in that lower bracket because, like you said, you've already suffered a loss in this tournament. So getting that first map is a little bit like, whew, maybe we're okay. Maybe we can keep moving forward in this one as well. But, you know, it's been great games everywhere so far. But, Tabes, I have to ask you, what was your highlight from that one?
I did, as you saw, Bobby spotted it very nicely that Miss was able to dodge those grab spike. With a nice little jump, maybe it was like a nice little angle. I mean, otherwise, whenever you see a grab spike being pulled out, what can you do? You can just pray and hope for the best. But he managed to survive somehow. I think the fact that they saved up some of their operator skills for the end, you saw the Annihilator trying to behold to protect that hard point. That's pretty cool. I think the Annihilator is also just a badass gun to use, so.
I can't disagree. Bobby, I actually wanted to ask you about the grab spikes. So why are people maybe not using them as much, especially for the people at home asking, you know, obviously grab spikes, it seems like an obvious choice, right? An area of effect weapon, can't be missed with it. It's not down to, you know, whether or not you're having a good shot that day or not. Why are people using it? Why are people not using it?
So actually, there is a way to dodge the gravity spikes. All you really have to do is jump at the same time. Now, typically, it's more difficult to dodge whenever you're indoors because the gravity spikes vary in how high you jump, just depending on how much area is above you. If you're outside, it's very easy to dodge, but inside of a building, like we saw right there, very difficult to dodge, and he was still able to do it right there. So that's part of the reason why we don't necessarily always see people doing it. It used to be one of the top operators in the game, but it's gotten a couple nerfs, and that's part of the reason why we haven't seen it used quite as much anymore. But we are going to hop in to search and destroy on standoff. Cold Esports versus Hammer Esports. Obviously, Hammer's taking that first one, and as expected, we do see a pretty aggressive A push right here. Nobody able to get that first pick as of yet, and only 25 seconds on the board. Drari just barely mistimed that. I'm not sure if he was able to get the pick. He's going to take some shots over in statue area, and we got iBot right there with the chopper, just able to spray and pray. It is Cold Esports coming away with the 5-0 in the first round.
Wow, they were all pretty much alive there. I saw Drari, he hit the shot on the guy pushing him over at Fountain there, but unfortunately, he just got the hit marker and not the kill. It would have been a completely, I think it could have been a completely different round if he'd just gotten that kill with a snipe.
Yeah, definitely would have been, and we actually had Primza, I think, getting a trophy system kill. That's why we do see the one kill over on the side of Hammers Esports, but once again, we do see an aggressive A push right here. The bomb is going to go down. Hannah's going to get the plant. We see people holding CT tank side. Nobody able to find a pick yet. We'll likely see rotations all the way around the map as we got a couple people in back alley for Cold Esports, and we now have 3 players pushing in at the same time. Actually, a really good push right there for them. Nobody able to find first blood, and Jim's going to hop up, hits the snipe. What a shot.
And he's going for the defuse.
He's going to go for the defuse. I think he's going to get it in time. He is, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Cold Esports off the start.
I mean, as a spectator, we're seeing people through objects and walls, etc., but I have no idea how he knew to pull the trigger right there. That is an impressive shot, and also, I like the balls. You get one kill, you know what? Like, maybe the opponents are busy doing, like, other things, trying to figure out what's going on, and he's just gonna instantly go for that defuse. I thought that was a great play, especially with the snipe. That's the kind of stuff that you want to be provided with during a tournament like this.
Yeah, we do get a trade off the start. Jim and Posh will both drop. Once again, we get the A plant coming out of Hammers. They're going with the same approach every time, but it seems like Cold just knows the perfect strategy to be able to counter. We do finally have Palma on that backside of Tractor holding down that back push with the LMG. Lands a few initial shots and actually gets the shot from the smoke. He wants the double kill. iBot staying alive, gets taken out by his teammate. Sav is going to be the only player left. He does get a kill right here, but it's now a 1v2. And with the bomb down, it's going to be really, really challenging. We do have Palma backside with the chopper. He's going to win the gunfight. And we got Hammers Esports taking their first round win. That'll put us at 2-1.
I think that's such a huge round for them to win. If you lose, or if you're down by 3 in an S&D situation, you get that mental pressure. So I mean, really good by them to get that last round, or the first round, I should say. Sorry. But now I feel like anything can happen right here. I think both Cold Esports and Hammer Esports are both two strong teams, and I mean, why won't they just go and try and plant on B? Maybe they should do a little fake out to go 4 people towards A and then someone go and plant B. That could be like a really cool play that we might see.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see neither team really changing their approach at all. Most of the time, we've got Cold Esports allowing plant, and what a shot coming out of Jim. Unfortunately
he's on
for
fire
him,
now.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was an RPG headed his way, and there wasn't anything he was going to be able to do to dodge it. Yaya very nearly gets the shots on the Panna, but once again, we got Hammers Esports closing that one out pretty easily, and it seems like they've got a little bit better idea of what they need to do on that A plant. Typically on standoff, I'll give the advantage to the offensive side. So we'll see if they're able to maintain this momentum whenever they do hop over onto defense.
I'm interested to see, like, now both that Hammers has gotten 2 rounds in a row. Maybe this is the confidence they need to be able to play a little bit more aggressive, not have to worry too much about losing 1 round, etc. So I'm excited to see. I also want to know what iPana is doing. I'm pretty sure that they are. It would be so nice to get a little listening soon, but I'm wondering what the comps are we're looking at when we're playing Search and Destroy as well. Because Search and Destroy, you kind of want to let your teammates know what you see, and when you get the kill, there's usually like call-outs, there's a guy on my X, etc., etc. So I'm hoping that their comps are clear and competitive.
Yeah, we definitely get a pretty passive push right here, which is surprising to see from Hammers after the last 2 rounds had gone so well for them trying to push the A site. We'll see whether or not they are going to be able to still close this one out. Obviously, 1 player down for both teams. We will see if there's any type of a swing in momentum, and right now it seems like things are going the way of Cold Esports. It is definitely the case, as that goes from a 4-4 down to a 4-0 in a matter of seconds. Cold Esports is able to close out the round, and they will now move over to the offensive side. We'll see which team that ends up benefiting the most.
Yeah, I feel like the second they were trying to go for the beam bomb site, this was like Cold Esports was just ready for that. They were ready to shoot both the planter and also the guy who was protecting the plant there. I just hope that we get a nice little B plant, because if you go up into Grandma's house, you can actually look down a little bit on that plant. So I mean, it is a powerful site if you just manage to get that bomb down.
Yeah, we do see 2 players down already for Hammers, so the advantage once again going to Cold. They haven't actually played very aggressive over on the A site, but things working out. They do finally lose a player as Jim drops right there, but still a 2v4, pretty manageable. Prims is going to be the only player left. He'll drop right there, and Cold Esports will go up to the 4-2 lead, and looking like they may have that competitive edge when it comes to Search and Destroy. Obviously, different approaches for different maps, but they have looked really, really strong so far, with Sav at the top at 9 kills.
That is a lot of kills for a Search and Destroy map once you start thinking about it. I mean, there's only 5 possible ones. So, I mean, the second you start getting frags as well in a Search and Destroy, there's something about the confidence, like a confidence of a Call of Duty player. I mean, it's not only about that, but for sure you might be able to do a little bit more aggressive plays. So I'm curious to see how this plays out right now.
Yeah, we've yet to see a first blood for either team. Lots of shots going on. It looks like iBot just going for the wall bang at this point, and Hammers has just not been able to get anything going in the second half of this Search and Destroy. They've lost 2 players already. It's going to be a free A plant coming out for Jim, and once again, the pressure is on. Another player will drop. It's now a 5v2, and Cold Esports continuing their dominance in Search and Destroy. Gonna be a tough clutch for Kosh, and he will drop, as does Panna. Once again, Cold Esports comes out on top. I believe Sav actually crossed over into double digits right there. He did, now up at 10 kills. Jim, like we said, has been so good with that sniper, and even though there's not a ton of easy angles to play on this standoff map, he's just been able to find those really difficult shots and has been landing them time and time again.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to need that much of vision either. He can do the jump shot snipes as well. Spiky here, I'm wondering if he's going to be able to get a kill. He does not. And I mean, the pressure's on. Only one round left, and now it's a 3v4 right now.
Yeah, one-man advantage going the way of Cold Esports once again. Not surprising to see, especially given that they have yet to lose an offensive push on this map. Kosh, Primza, and Palma with a lot of pressure on right now, the game on the line. They're going to need to find a pick at some point here, and iBot with that chopper just holding down all the difficult angles. We do have the A plant going down. Even more pressure being added to Hammers Esports. They're now going to need 4 picks and a defuse in 35 seconds. We do have Palma rounding the corner, gets taken out. We do have trades coming in, but still a one-man advantage for Cold. Kosh still looking to try to find somebody, but with a 2 players on the bomb site, there's just not going to be a whole lot of easy angles that they can take. The head glitch on that tractor, too difficult to counter. Kosh trying to land shots, can't seem to get anything to go. Primza taken out as well, and it is Cold Esports with the convincing win, 6-2 over Hammers in Game 2.
Well, this is certainly not going to be a blowout for this one. It looks like both these teams, right, Cold and Hammers, are basically going at it. And you know what, Bobby, you must be a little vindicated here. You said, you know, Search and Destroys. I am feeling Cold a little bit more than that. So finally probably put your heart rate down just a little bit. But why were they so good, right? Why was Cold able to just kind of elevate their S&D to another level over Hammer?
I mean, we always talk about how crucial the sniper is in Search and Destroy, and Jim just hit some absolutely ridiculous shots for Cold Esports. They were consistent across the board. Even on the defensive, they were able to snag away a couple of rounds, and they just played so well throughout the entirety. Even when they lost a couple early rounds, they were able to bounce back really quickly, and they were able to pull it out relatively easily once they got to the strong side on offense.
Fair enough. All right. Well, we'll see what happens in the rest of this series. Of course, we are going to go now to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after this with more games here at the Call of Duty Mobile European Regional Playoffs. We'll see you right after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good. For a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. We are going into our Game 3 here in an epic clash between Hammer and Cold Esports, currently tied up 1 apiece. And of course, joining me here, if you didn't see us before the break, 2 wonderful commentators. It's Bobby and Tabes. Guys, Bobby, let's start with you. You know, this game so far, it's been everything we wanted to see. What's been your highlight for it?
For me, it was definitely the snipes coming out of the gym. Just some absolute highlight plays for him. Really consistent throughout that search and destroy. And like I said, I've been really looking forward to staying off search and destroy just because I don't get to see it a ton. Big performance coming out of him to help his team clutch out the win. And I'm interested to see how that momentum is going to play into Meltdown on Domination. It's not one that we typically see a whole lot. It's definitely going to be chaotic, and there's definitely going to be a lot of score streaks in play, so should be an entertaining one to watch.
Awesome. All right. I kind of want to put the same question to Taves. What about you? I mean, we won a piece at the moment. What do you think?
I mean, it looked like both teams, they're all very even, but we talked a little bit earlier. We mentioned Jim sniping, but we also seen that Drari can do a couple of snipes as well. So, I mean, let's just jump into the game and see what kind of stuff that we are going to be treated to this game.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are going to push over toward that little pizza area right there. We do have Kosh getting taken out. Yayak, 1 kill on the board, as does Rari. No big frag plays coming in. And obviously, lots of Molotovs are going to be played over on that B site. With 4 different areas to access it, it's going to be chaotic for sure. And Ibot actually makes a huge play for Cold Esports right there. A very early B cap, and that is going to give them a massive advantage, especially with how easy that's going to be to defend. They do have 1 player jumping up on the backside and actually some progress over on the A flag. We actually see Hammers almost taking that and looking like they might be able to take the triple cap. They retake B. Not sure how that was able to happen, but Ibot with 4 kills on the board, we do have the double cap going the way of Hammers.
Yeah, you can see that this is a little bit of more of an aggressive loadouts. There's a lot of SMGs and some ARs. I have not yet seen any snipers equipped, if I'm not wrong, but I also want to give a little shout out to Ibot. It seems like he's been playing Call of Duty Mobile even since release, and those double kills, even the triple kill that he got, just make sure that his team gets a little bit of an advantage. So this game is already neck to neck, but I'm wondering who is going to be able to actually lock down B, because B obviously is the site that you kind of need to get a little bit of extra points towards the enemies.
Yeah, we had Ibot right there in that mid area trying to take control of the map, but not able to do so. It's Hammers still maintaining control right here. They got 1 player inside, or 2 players inside Boiler Room, 1 over by Generators, going to be taken out. That could open up an opportunity, but with Drari on the flank, Ibot is in danger. He's lost a little bit, but will manage to stay alive as he hops inside that boiler room. Hopping up is Yaya, who wins the gunfight. Could be a tie turner as they have 2 players near the bomb site. Primza gets the double with the grab spikes. Big value for him right there. And we actually see 3 ASM-10s in play for Hammers as they try to hold down those longer angles from those boiler rooms. It is absolutely working perfectly for them so far.
I just love to see the ASM-10. There's something about the iron sight on it that's just so appealing. I mean, you don't really need a scope for it, so you can use a couple of extra slots for maybe more ammo or some grip to make the recoil a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, and unfortunately, after the really big game that he had whenever it came to... Oh my God, Hannah! I think he just got like 1,000 points from that war machine.
Yeah, he should be able to get a couple of kill streaks off of that as well.
Yeah, he ended up dying right there, but no doubt, especially if he's got persistence equipped, that was huge value for him. And that was definitely a big play coming in, as it also stopped the B cap for Hammers Esports. That's going to make it really, really tough for Cold to turn this one around. Obviously, changing sides could swing things. Like I was saying before, Jim, who had a really big game in Search and Destroy, struggled for a long time right there off the start, using the shotgun. didn't pick up his first kill until pretty close to the end of that first round. They're definitely going to need bigger things out of him and Spiky in order to be able to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the kill count on both teams here, I mean, Ibot is already on double digits, and he's the only one on the server as of right now who has that. I mean, he's been playing really well, and it's going to be just a brawl for B, I feel like. Like, everything is going to be about getting that B flag right now as early as possible as well.
Yeah, we see Hammers taking control right there. That's going to make life very, very difficult for Cold Esports. One player on the site gets taken out by a Pred missile. We do have the Goliath on deck for Ibot, so pretty soon here we're going to start seeing those score streaks come into play. But with Ibot, the only player above 7 kills for Cold right now, it's going to be really tough for them to muster anything significant. We've got Kosh and Panna already up at 10 kills, and everybody pretty close to that area, so more than likely we'll start to see some of those bigger score streaks come in for Hammers.
Yeah, you can also see that there's a lot of operator skills that are ready, and I'm surprised I'm only seeing 2 grab spikes. Oh, it looks like Jim is already going to be picking up 2 with a War Machine. Gets another one with a shotgun as well. Love to see it. I mean, it looks like Jim is not only good with the sniper, but also with the shotgun and the War Machine.
Yeah, they get the beam cap right there, so that's going to be big. We'll see whether or not they're able to hold it as Jim does get taken out inside Boiler Room. Going from 0 kills off the start very quickly up to 9, definitely good for him. And it seems like the War Machine is absolutely the meta on this map. Just with everybody trying to push for that B flag, it's so easy to get multiple kills, and it looks like it's actually going to be a C cap right here, as we do see Hammers Esports sending players all the way around the opposite side of the map. With no home flag for Cold Esports, it's going to be difficult for them to turn this one around. We do see Jim continuing to dominate with that shotgun, but it's now at the point where it's going to require a triple cap in order for Cold Esports to close this one out.
I was just gonna say the Cold Esports was starting to look strong, but then Jim comes back with a Predator missile and gets 2 there. So I don't know, it's neck to neck. But I'd love to see the back cap and getting that C flag. That's gonna also confuse the enemy team. They're like, should we go for B now? Or where are we spawning? Where's the enemy spawning? It can really confuse everything.
And with Yaya inside Boiler Rooms, this could actually be huge for trying to hold Hammers back into spawn. It looks like they're content to basically camp the area that they're in. They're going to need to be aware of Pred missiles. Goliaths are going to immediately get one-shot by any Pred missile, so they're going to try their best to get some progress over onto the C flag. 3 players in the surrounding area with a cluster strike on the way in. They're not going to be able to get it right now, but Yaya right outside that area could very well be able to push onto the site. He pushes in too early, though. He sacrifices his Goliath more than likely. That's going to cost him the game, but Jim's on the flag by himself. He's wiped out 3 of the players. There's only 1 left. Taking shots. He's not able to take out Panna. So close right there. That would have been an absolute game changer, but 3 players now on the site. It looks like, short of a miracle, more than likely we'll be able to see Hammers close it out, and with the Goliath taken out, that basically solidifies it.
I mean, it is kind of close because Cold Esports do have 2 points, but I don't think it's going to be enough with that C flag taking out some extra points for Hammer Esports. It's very close. It's only 5 points left for them to actually bring this home this game, so.
Yeah, we actually do see the B flag saved right there, but obviously they need the C cap in order to be able to get this one out. We got Ibot with the War Machine trying to push in, but with the cluster strike right there, it's just too little too late. A really good final push by Cold Esports, but they got the double cap just a little bit too late, and they weren't able to muster the comeback.
No, they unfortunately weren't. I will say, I think Jim put up a great game there several times. We saw him kind of combining kills together along the way. And for me, I'm curious about that. You know, he seemed to be in a great position several times, but the team never really could convert it. Is that just him trying to make big hero plays, or that maybe his team let him down a little bit? What do we actually think went wrong for Cold Esports there, Bobby?
I think they just played a little bit too passive in the first half. A lot of it did come down to the slow start that Jim had. I think if he had been more consistent in that first half, I think it was close to 65 points in before he actually managed to get his first kill. And I think he actually finished the game as one of the top fraggers for Cold Esports. So it really came down to consistency. He wasn't consistent enough throughout the game. They grew the gap too much, and by the time he was actually able to get into a groove, it was just too late.
No, I can 100% see that as well. And Tapes, you know, we've spoken about Hammer before. You know, they seem very good on the respawn game modes. Do they really need to end this on map 4? Are you worried about it if it goes to a map 5?
I mean, I would love to see it go to a map 5 just for the excitement, but I don't know. It was as we said, like Hammer Esport, they were consistent all through the game. I gotta say, but I'm looking at Jim. Like if Jim, who considers himself to be the in-game leader, I believe, for his team, if he would have gotten off to a little better start, I'm sure that the results of the game could have been a little bit different. But I'm not sure. This next game is where it all comes down to.
No, I fully agree. I think for me, you know, going into this hard point here, if you're cold, maybe a little bit worried. You've lost 2 of the respawns so far, and fortunately, you know, you're a good search and destroy team, but you have to get there first, and that's always a daunting prospect, especially at this point in it. Bobby, I am going to ask you, because, you know, you picked cold for this at the beginning. Are you a little bit more worried now, seeing just how good Hammer have come into this series?
Definitely a little bit worried, but I know that Cold is capable of coming away with the win. The main thing that they've just struggled with has been consistency and really all of the matchups. Most of the times when they've been losing gunfights, it's because they weren't holding map control, but most of the time when it's been held even on both sides, you've seen that Cold Esports, for the most part, has come out on top. Ultimately, in that domination, it came down to too little too late, and when it came down to the hard point, they just didn't have control of that first hard point. But we'll see whether or not they're able to make the rotations this time as we do get ready to hop into hardpoint. Spawn control is definitely going to be a really big factor as well. So that's another thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on.
I 100%. And with the benefit of hindsight, as we do get as on the kind of casting and commentating team, do we see anything that maybe Cold War could change in their meta, or do they really need to tighten up, especially not just for this game? Because obviously, even if they lose here, they don't go out of this event, but they have to do more going forward. What do we think maybe their biggest weakness is, something they can improve?
I would definitely say just consistency. Like I said before, they showed in Search and Destroy that whenever they have all their players playing at their very best, they are next to unstoppable. And we know what they're capable of. It's really going to come down to execution. What we've seen coming out of Hammers is just that they've been able to capitalize on those points when when Cold isn't consistent. So they themselves have been very consistent, but at their peak hasn't been able to play quite as well. But because they played really well throughout the entirety of the games, they've been able to close out both of the respawns. If they can do that in this next hardpoint map, I think they'll probably close it out.
All right, well, there we go. Things is going to cut it out and get the respawn going forward with it. But Tabes, do you agree with that, or do you think that maybe this is all over and Hammers have it in the bag?
I mean, I gotta go with my initial prediction and say that Hammer is going to bring this one home. There's something about their playstyle that I like. I also love to see like the will that they seem to have to want to win. And I mean, hardpoint, I've seen them do good on that so far, so I'm still gonna go with that bet I had in the beginning.
All right, well, one thing we have spoke about a little bit so far in this broadcast, but I'm going to bring up once again here, is the fact that all these players are playing on the same phone, right? Every player has been given a Sony Xperia 1 Mark II to keep the competitive integrity intact. Not only that, but they have some fantastic features, including the game-focused mode, which we were actually privy to see demonstrated by Sony itself just before this event started, allowing you not only to close off all notifications, but free up RAM inside the phone as well. So I think it's a great thing for these players to not only have these phones that are excellent in terms of the size of them, but also have features that just basically make it an excellent mobile gaming phone. James, I know you've done a video on this as well. What was your highlight on the phone?
I mean, as you mentioned, the Game Enhancer app is just crazy. I'm thinking back to when I started recording videos about almost 20 years ago on my very, very old PC. It was so difficult to record gameplay, and now even wanting to record a camera, like that would be crazy a couple of years ago. But now it's just built into an app on your phone, and you can get your face cam in it. And I had a lot of fun doing it. It's also like a pretty nice angle from underneath when you're playing. I guess you should hold the camera up a little bit more so you don't get that angle. But it is impressive. And also I was actually I was doing some testing. I was connected my phone to my monitor, and I was a little bit of a Call of Duty mobile noob playing with a controller. I know I've been called out on that, but it just worked flawlessly, and I was having a lot of fun playing with it.
Also, that's great to hear. Like I said, I know we've had some really positive feedback from the players on getting to grips with this mobile gaming system, and we'll cover some more of the features as we continue through the broadcast, because there is a lot to unpack about this phone, about what they've actually done to optimize it for Call of Duty Mobile. But speaking of Call of Duty Mobile, it's time to get into our next map, and it is going to be Hardpoint Cold Esports versus Hammers Esports over to our cast.
Yeah, this is definitely a really interesting map for Hardpoint, just because spawn control is so crucial for these hardpoints. It's a very skinny map, but also on the longer sides, very, very long rotation. So this is kind of a free-for-all on the first hardpoint. We do have control for a little bit going the way of Cold Esports. They've actually managed to clear it out. Sav has 5-6 kills already.
Whoa.
We're a few seconds into this game. 6 kills. He's already got his 100-killer drone on the way out. Jim's got a UAV up. We do see somebody hopping down for the contest, but only 5 total kills for Hammers Esports. Absolute dominance between Sav, Jim, and Yaya. Over 13 kills.
They seem to be really rocking something good right now. If they keep this up, I'm wondering if it's not going to be just a slam dunk win coming out from them. And playing Hardpoint on Summit, this is a really classic Call of Duty map as well. And I mean, I just get goosebumps seeing that Hardpoint out on what is this called now? It's like Platform, I believe. It's just a cool map, and I'm starting to wonder if my prediction might be a little off here, because Jim, he's brought out the shotgun and he's running around locking it down. He's gonna get this kill on Kush. Easiest shotgun shot of his life. Oh my god. Bobby, I'm starting to get a little worried.
Yeah, this has been absolute dominance for the first time all game. We finally see Hammers making the contest. They're going to get a little time on the hill, but Sav sliding the corner. He's got the grab spikes. Picks up another easy kill. Kosh is able to win the gunfight, but Yaya contesting. With the Molotov going out, it's going to be an easy kill coming in for him. One thing going the way of Hammers Esports is they do have control of spawns for that next hardpoint. We'll see whether or not Cold is able to flip those. If they are, it could be a very, very quick ending. We do have iPanel holding that long angle overlooking A. If he's able to hold that down with that ASM-10, that could prevent them from flipping spawns, but we do already have iBot going all the way back into spawn. If he's able to take that, it could be a quick GG for Hammers Esports, who's already down 81 points.
Oh, this is not looking good. I feel like they have just been shook down to like their core. So I'm wondering if the tournament nerves are popping out. Maybe they started celebrating a little bit too early or something like that. We were feeling confident, but this is looking very much like a Cold Esport game right now, and even the War Machine on Jim. But he does not get that much value off of it. But they still have the point though, so it's not too big of an issue for them.
And like I talked about earlier, spawn control is so big on this Summit Hardpoint map. We see that Cold was able to flip spawns. They've already sent out 4 players to try to take control of Next as well. With Yaya, with his Annihilator, also sending out the RC card. Actually misses the shot, and Drari's able to capitalize. But right now, Yaya and Sav combining for 29 kills.
That is
Once again,
absolutely
this is just
crazy.
It's been absolute dominance. I don't think there might be 29 kills between all of Hammers Esports, down 110 points. It's going to be tough for them to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be as tough for them as me doing some quick math there, trying to count their kills count. But I didn't even get it to 29, but also I'm not very good at math. But it's going to be very difficult for for Hammer Esports with that 120 points to gain back. But they're doing pretty good right now. They already got a little bit of points, but I'm wondering, I don't think it's going to be enough. They're going to need pretty much a miracle here to get this point back.
Yeah, we have Cold Esports already gets the break. Sav and Yaya combined for 33. Spiky on the inside accidentally kills himself with the RPG. Probably a little less than ideal, but with control of spawns as well. Kosh does miss the initial shot with the Annihilator. He's going to be able to push in, getting the contest for the time being. iBot pulls out that War Machine, which we've seen do better and better throughout. They are finally able to flip spawns. They're able to push it to a 5th hard point, but with only 4 points needed and the Molotov doing a whole lot of damage right there, I think Cold Esports is going to be able to close this one out. We get the contest. They get the control of Control Center for the time being. Let's see if they can make one of the craziest comebacks that we've ever seen.
I mean, it feels like it's just pure willpower if they're gonna get this, because there's so little time left for Cold Esports to actually bring this game home. I mean, they need 2 points. And Hammer Esports are fighting for their life to stay in. Maybe they just want to close out this series, but I'm feeling it's gonna go to a map number 5.
Yeah, and this hardpoint has been contested for so long. There's so many obstacles that players are able to play that nobody's been able to get much time on it at all. I think Hammers, even though they've been on it for the entire time, has only been able to get a few seconds. We do have control for one second left, but they get the contest again. Cold finally closes it out. And it is a 150 to 58 win for Cold Esports, who absolutely dominated that map.
Well, that was quite ridiculous from Cold Esports. They certainly came out all guns blazing, and I think Zab, when I looked at the scoreboard early on, I think he was up 11 kills. I think the rest of his team had maybe 2 kills, 3 kills. The other team barely had any at all. He really opened it up there, which is why we saw the score go as it did, right? 60 points straight out the gap. It was kind of crazy for them, but here's the overall KD leaderboard for this one, and it looks like we got Narks from King's Clan heading it up at the moment. Bobby, what do you make of this?
I mean, the fact that Cold Esports has 2 players on there, I think, is a big indicator. iBot and Jim, 2 guys that we've been talking about the entire team, and the top fragger for that hardpoint game isn't even on here for Cold Esports. So that shows you they've got 3 players that can absolutely fly through the map. iBot and Jim have both made really big plays throughout this series. Obviously, we don't have anybody on there for Hammers Esports, but they have been really good. But we saw a lot of dominance in the first Search and Destroy, which is what we're getting ready to hop into. Cold Esports has got to be feeling really good about the position that they're in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, right? Cold Esports, we were wondering whether or not this is going to end here, and it was a little bit of a split opinion as we spoke about them, but now, I mean, you've got to be feeling Cold Esports just a little bit there, Tate.
Yeah, I mean, after that performance, what can I say? I mean, watching Call of Duty gameplay like that, I have no complaints. I mean, I'm just hoping that it's going to be an even last game here, and we're moving over to Search and Destroy, so I mean, pretty much anything can happen.
Well, it looks like we're actually going to quickly jump into this U4X versus Kulash game. An interesting stat line I was actually given just before this one. Apparently, no players for Kulash have a positive KD in domination going into this one.
Yeah, that's actually... yeah, it's very surprising to hear, given that the game is as close as it is. Obviously, we do have the U4X cap over on the B flag very, very early on. There's a cluster strike on the way in, which... not sure who that's going to go the way of. It's actually going to go the way of Kulash. And they've got quite a few players already up close to 20 kills. It looks like so far this has been an absolute frag fest. They're able to get the triple cap right here. And it looks like they could turn things around and potentially push this to a game 4.
I just want to see Miss there hit like the triple kill there, but he was not able. He only got 2. But getting a triple cap this early on the second round, this is gonna mean a lot of points going their way, actually.
Oh, so it's apparently going into this game, nobody from Kulash had a positive KD, and we got Mare already up at 21 kills. We got Flacco, who's bottom fragging for the team, but he's inside of a Goliath. I think he gets hit by the Tempest from up top. That's going to get him taken out very easily, but it does look like U4X is turning this one around a little bit, despite the fact that it seems like all the fragging power is going the way of Kulash. They understand that if they lose this game, they are out of stage 4 completely. It is an absolute must-win for them, and even though they do get a Goliath down bottom by the B site, they're not able to get the cap, and that is going to be really big for U4X, who, despite the fact that they're having some trouble winning their gunfights, is looking to close this one out. We do have some progress over on the side of the A flag, though, for Kulash.
I mean, you can see Lucky, he's just locking down the trailer right here, which is an important part of the map, and I'm not seeing it. I do wish that Q-Lash the best of luck, but I'm starting to wonder if it's not going to be U4X who's going to bring this map home. They have 2 caps, both A and B, and they don't even have to worry about C right now. So
Careful.
Yep, the cluster strike on the way in is going to make things a little bit easier for Q-Lash, who's looking to make the rotation over toward the B side. 513 HP on this Goliath is going to make life very easy for Chico, but he actually has Lucky hop in behind and absolutely destroys him. A
He gets
potato fest
another
right
one on Mother.
there. Yeah, and it's actually the Goliath dropping. We do have some progress on the C flag, and it looks like U4X is oh no, they didn't lock it down. They need like a 1/10 of a second.
Oh,
They
that's
actually
so
missed out on the
close.
cap, but it's a triple cap needed for Q-Lash to close this one out.
I feel like there's not much that you can put over to that, but Set the Turtle also gets a triple kill there. I think that's it. That's everything they needed to lock this game down. But Lucky, those shots with the Annihilator, the triple kill, some impressive Annihilator gameplay in this game.
Yeah.
There we go. It does look like we are going to say goodbye to Q-Lash for the very first team to go out tournament. Not the achievement you probably want to achieve in anything like this sort of event, but it is an elimination game, so one of them has to leave. But U4X, obviously, we spoke about them earlier on. We thought they could do a little bit of damage here in the lower bracket, and seems to be so. I'm guessing the only way is up, Bobby.
Yeah, they looked really good throughout the entirety of that. Even though it looked like they kind of struggled in that first half of domination, it still seemed like when they were losing their gunfights, they were able to hold map control well. They were able to control spawns, and ultimately it did come down to them holding that B flag for just long enough to be able to close it out. Unfortunate for Q-Lash, they definitely put up a good fight, but I'm expecting big things from U4X. I think they could ruffle some feathers and potentially take out one of these winners bracket teams.
Yeah, well, speaking of the winners bracket, we are obviously going to go back into that map 5, our first map 5 here so far of this event. And of course, it will be Hammers Esports versus Cold Esports as they go into this map 5. Here we go. It's Search and Destroy. Over to our casters.
Yeah, we will have a pretty aggressive B push, it looks like, coming out of Hammers Esports off the start. 2 players defending over toward players on the inside of that little cubby, and we see trades coming in for both teams. It will be Cold Esports losing quite a few players off the start. Jim now all by himself against the 3 remaining players for Hammers. He does have 1 kill already, and looking to push in, trying to find somebody in that back angle. He's actually going to send out the grenade with the trophy system already down on site. Not going to be able to do anything with that. Spots somebody right there, and I believe it's a glitched player, so I don't think he took any shot right there. Won't give away his position. He's actually going to pull out the pistol and sliding the corner, not able to spot anybody quite yet. Looking over toward the head glitch on boxes, still 15 seconds to work with. Not a whole lot for him. He sees Palma through there. Not going to be able to land the shots, and we do have Hammers Esports taking round 1.
Ready up.
I was really hoping that it was going to be a little bit of a sniper play, but obviously sometimes there's going to be glitches and stuff, maybe throwing his aim off a little bit. I was certain that he was going to get like an easy headshot on AFK player there, but you know, maybe that's just all Hammer Squad needed a little bit to get some good confidence here. I'm starting to wonder how this map is going to be ending. Like, if we're always going to be seeing B pushes, what do you think, Bobby? Do people prefer planning on B on this map, or is A usually the play that you want to go for?
Honestly, it's pretty split. I feel like there's not any massive advantages to either one. Obviously, a little bit easier to defend the A site, especially if you're able to get somebody over to lock down that trailer area. But pretty, it really just depends on the team and what their advantages are. It looks like Cold Esports is going to be able to close this one out. Only 1 player remaining, and Jim hits the final snipe to drop the last remaining member of Hammers Esports. And looks like once again he is in the zone. The sniper is locked on and playing a really big role for his team with 3 kills through 2 rounds.
I can't believe we're in a game 5 and it's this close, and we're actually finally getting some search and destroy action to finish off a series. I mean, 1-1. It looks like maybe Hammer Sports are going to be thinking about doing a little bit of a B push this time around. And Dari is also a sniper that we've seen a couple of cool kills from in this tournament. So maybe he can challenge Jim to a couple of sniper fights later.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the approach for Hammers Esports right now. A lot of times teams will try to take this approach where they kind of sit back, they play passive on the offensive, and typically it just doesn't go the way of the offensive team whenever they don't try to push a site. They're not able to get any picks yet, and already 45 seconds ticked down. That starts to put more and more pressure on them and forces them to pick a side. It's actually everybody over on the B site for Cold. So if we do see Hammer try to push that side, it looks like they will do so. This could be an easy defense. We get trades coming in for both teams. Kosh is on the backside looking to pick up another one, gets the assist, now a one-man advantage. He sees 3 players through mid, not able to land the shots, and once again a trade coming in. Jim's still alive, which is great to see if you are Cold. We do see a trade coming in, however, and Jim, what a quick scope. Beautiful shot right there, now at 2v2, and the bomb is still not down. That's going to make things really difficult for Hammers.
I mean, the time is ticking down right now, but this is an interesting game. It's 2v2, and I feel like sometimes on Search and Destroy, it could be good not to have too much of a rush. I'm just gonna stop right there. Whatever I was saying, it's not even anywhere as interesting to watching Jim snipe. That was crazy. And now it's a 1v2 situation. I'm hoping that Prisma is gonna be able to do something here, but it's looking very difficult.
Yeah, the bomb's down on the B site. He's just decided to go AFK, and it is absolutely Jim winning those first 2 rounds for them. He has been so good so far and continuing to have success with the sniper. His quick scopes have been on point. On the long angles, the short angles, he seems to have them all covered, and 5 kills through the first 3 rounds for him.
Yeah, I saw in the beginning of the round, I'm pretty sure it was Drari and Jim holding a little bit towards the trailer side of the map, and they were not able to snipe any of each other, but it was still very close to them being able to spot each other.
Yeah, we got Cold Esports going up a man advantage again. Drari struggling to find those picks with the sniper. We do have a trade coming in. 3 players remaining for each team with Jim alive. Definitely not too much to worry about if you are Cold Esports. The smoke's going to go down, and it looks like it may have actually been a bait as we see them counter-rotating over toward the A site. I believe a nade down right there and very nearly takes out Drari, but he's able to get away with his life. And we do see actually 1 player over on the defense for A. Drari looking to find a pick right here. Not spotting anybody quite yet. Actually getting a little aggressive right there with the mid push. Might spot 1 player right there. I believe it is a sniper battle. 1 player will go down. Jim's still alive. He's inside American. Misses the shot. That's actually a really, really big miss. But the flank coming out of iBot. He gets 2 kills on that, and the bomb is down on site again. It's now Primza versus the 2 remaining Cold Esports players.
I don't think they know where Prims is, though. I'm wondering if Prims is having a little bit of technical difficulties, possibly.
No.
Yes. Yeah, but they don't know where he is, so hopefully he'll be able to reconnect before this round is over.
You really hate to see that. Obviously, it's probably going to be Cold closing this one out with only 11 seconds for him to get the plant down. There's no way he's going to be able to do it in time. I really do hope that he does reconnect in time for us to be able to finish this one out, because I would love to see a fair finish between these 2 teams.
100%. I mean, I feel like even Cold Esports, sure, they might get the win, but it's not gonna feel as good if you win, if someone has disconnected, as it does if you are winning a full team. So let's just pray a little bit for Prisma there.
Yeah, it does look like they still have an AFK in spawn, so it's gonna be a 4v5 for the time being. Hopefully he'll be able to reconnect at some point in the next couple rounds to give Hammers a shot, but with Cold already with a 3-1 lead, it's going to be really, really difficult, especially with the way that Jim is playing right now. Drari, the sniper for Hammers Esports, only 1 kill on the board. He's just not been able to do anything to counter against Jim.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much Hammers Esports is probably doing everything they can. So I mean, I'm
I think
hoping
Crimson
that
might be back.
Oh, he might be back?
Yeah, he is back.
He's moving.
It's a 5v5.
Primza, go!
All right. We are back in full action. Still a minute remaining, and it is a very aggressive B push right here. They take one player out. Oh, but it's huge kills coming in for Cold Esports. They lose one, but in return get 4. It's now Drari by himself, and it looks like the B play was just not it for Hammers. Now a 4-1 lead for Cold Esports, who's looking to close this one out and to continue moving up in the winners bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that Hammer Esports are not feeling like they're struggling too much because of that disconnect. I mean, it can happen, but all they have to do is kind of lift up their heads and try and focus on these rounds. I mean, all they need is 1 round victory, I would say, and they can get their self-confidence back, because this was such a close game, and unfortunately technical difficulties can set you back, or possibly something else. But I mean, it's looking very strong for Cold Esports right now.
Yeah, and with the way that Jim has played so far, not surprising to see Cold playing passive off the start. He's going to hold down that spawn angle. We do have a frag coming in, and it will be the advantage for Hammers. Jim's going to retreat. Might potentially go for a shot through the smoke right here, but for Hammers, you got to be happy with the way this round is going so far. We do have a trade coming in, but just like that, Cold Esports evens things up. Drari and Palma will drop, and Palma's been the only player that's been able to get any type of momentum. The perfect gun trigger discipline, and Jim wanted the defuse, but doesn't go for it right there.
I was certain that iBot was going to spray down the entire team there.
Ooh, he's going to pick up the chopper right there. Oh,
it's
he's
now
ready.
only Jim left, and he has the chopper.
Oh, but they're ready for
difficult.
a perfect counter right there for Hammers Esports. They're able to finally take a round win. They do seem more comfortable over on the defensive side. We'll see if they can continue to turn things around as they try to work their way back from a 4-1 deficit.
I mean, if Hammer Esports can, you know, work besides this little hiccup that they had, I think this is something that would set them apart from different teams. Like, this is all about the mental capacity now. It's not gonna be easy, but I'm a little bit crossing my fingers for them now.
Yeah, we do have players dropping for both teams, but it will be Cold Esports coming away with the advantage. One spotted right there. Jim not shooting. I don't know what happened right there. He could have very easily closed out that round, but just like that.
This is going to be pretty scary for Jim, because Ipana has that QQ9, which is very good on close range, and I think Jim has the sniper still, but with a pistol as a second there. So if this becomes very close quarters battle, maybe the pistol can come out on top. But right now it's looking like Ipana might be a little bit stronger, but then again, the bomb is down, so he has to do something about it. Is he going to spot Jim? Is he going to see him?
Oh, Panda seems to know exactly. He doesn't know.
No!
No, Jim misses the shot. He hit markers the second one. Panda clutch is right there.
He has time. He has time. Run, man. All right. It's going to be 4-3.
I can't believe what I just saw.
I was certain that he missed him as well.
Oh. Ready up.
I mean, my blood is pumping now. I can only imagine what's going through the players' minds, if they're excited, if they're nervous. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line. I mean, this is not a bad paycheck if you can get out on top here.
Yeah, it seems like the nerves just getting the better of Jim right there. Whiffs the first wide open shot. He had played that so perfectly and just wasn't able to make anything happen. Unfortunate to see the hit marker right there. Misses another shot right here. Not able to get the kill. We do have a one-man advantage once again, and with him missing those shots, definitely a good thing that Cold has been able to turn this one around and get the man advantage, make it a 2-man advantage. Pana, the only player left, but we've seen him clutch this before. He's on the inside of wood. He's not going to be able to clutch the 1v3, and it is now match point for Cold Esports. 5-3, will they be able to close it out?
I I feel like they're probably going to be able to do that, but I'm wondering if Jim is going to be able to get a couple of snipes again, because right now it looks like they're playing pretty aggressive, Hammer Esports. I mean, when he was stuck there behind a car, there was not much that he could do actually right there. So I'm wondering, maybe if Jim gets a pick with a sniper, it's going to go their way. Otherwise, I think maybe Hammer Esports has a little bit of air under their wings, so to say. They're flying a little bit at least.
Oh my gosh, but Jim is bouncing back, finds the location of one Hammers Esports player over on the A site, wallbang through the metal wall, and that will open up the wide open A plant for them. Everybody for Hammers over on the B site, and that's definitely not where you'd like to be, especially with the bomb going down right here. Jim will get the plant, and it is all pressure on for Hammers Esports.
I mean, this is the round. This is the round that Hammer Esports really have to come together as a team, push together, trade, and possibly even get a couple of extra kills. I'm not sure how it's going to plan out. I mean, you see Ibot holding at the back next to the car there. I think this retake is going to be extremely difficult unless we see some sort of crazy plays coming in.
And Palma doesn't see Sav in the corner, gets the double. That's going to make things more difficult. It's Cold Esports. I believe Yaya gets the double kill right there. 6-3, and they do close that one out to take the win and continue advancing in the winner's bracket.
Well, there you go. Cold end up locking that series down. Hammer, while they have lost, will only go into the lower bracket, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them later on in this tournament. But Cold Esports finally come out and take it down. We knew they were a good search and destroy team, and they kind of showed it once again here. Let's talk a little bit then, Bobby, about Jim, for instance, because I think he had a great series.
Yeah, Jim was just kind of all over the place. He was either best sniper in the world or just couldn't hit what was directly in front of him. He made the shots happen. Probably not when they counted the most, but the time when they second counted the most. So obviously those whiff shots behind the truck over by the A site, typically don't want to see those, but he was able to turn things around. That first blood in the final round was absolutely huge as he was able to find the wallbang. And that was what really turned the tides in that last round to open up the wide open A push, gave them the easy win on that round and allowed them to move on.
No, I couldn't agree more here. And Tate, what do you think was maybe the best aspect of Cold coming into that one here? Because they had a little ups and downs going through it, but obviously ended up finishing strong. So what's their biggest attribute?
I mean, we've been talking a lot about Jim, but I think we got to talk a little bit about Ibot. We saw some really good big brain plays, if I may say. He's also rocking, as we mentioned earlier, he has a really good KD ratio. And in this game, he actually got 10 kills and only died 3 times, which is crazy on search and destroy, if you ask me. So he might have been a really big benefitter for them to bring this game home.
No, I can agree more actually as well. And I think one of the other things we saw, like, take that last round, for instance, you know, they managed to get set up. Cold had a great setup going for it. And they just, I think Hammer were maybe rushing because they were a man down to get to that bomb plant. And they didn't hit their corners well enough. And it just meant they just didn't have the greatest of trades available to them, Bobby.
Yeah, and we even saw as they were approaching that trailer push right there, I thought they saw the gun barrel sticking out around the corner, but they weren't actually able to see it, and that did end up costing them in a big way. The double kill out of Sav was really huge right there to kind of close the deal, as he had a teammate sliding in from the opposite side to get the double kill. But also, like Teb said, I think one of the really underrated players of that matchup was Ibot. Obviously, using an LMG, you're not going to have a lot of flashy plays. You're not going to have a lot of one-taps, but he consistently played really smart. He got the kills when they needed it, and I think he was honestly the most consistent player throughout this matchup. In my opinion, he was definitely one of the biggest factors for them.
All right, well, we'll certainly be keeping an eye on him for the rest of the tournament. And speaking of the rest of the tournament, Bobby, now that we've seen Cold take down a team like Hammer Esports, how confident do you feel that they're going to go all the way in this?
I want to say really confident, but I also know how good Kings and Singularity are. I know they're going to give them a run for their money. And I also know that there's a good chance that we could potentially see Hammers make their way out of the losers bracket, and we could potentially see a rematch, which I would not be upset about at all, go into a game 5. And honestly, if we hadn't had a disconnect early on in for Hammers Esports, it would have been a completely different story. So I'm interested to see what that's going to play to.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of Cold Esports, we are actually now going to go to an interview with Jim from that team. So I believe he should be on the line with me. First time we've done this broadcast. Let's see if this all goes smoothly.
Hello.
Jim, how are you, first of all?
Flustered. It was a very intense second round game. But yeah, I'm happy with the performance. I'm happy with how we played. I'm sure you're going to see more of that from us.
No, I certainly hope so as well. Take us through that series then, right? Because obviously, for us watching, can only experience it from, the hindsight. But being in there, map 1 obviously didn't go great for you. Take me through it.
So it's clear to me that they've done their research and they took us out of the game with our usual strategies that we enjoy playing. It works for us. We had to adapt really quickly to how the game was going. It just wasn't working for us on the respawn, which is our strongest game mode, funnily enough. So yeah, we reorganized and we brought it back together, as you can see.
No, I certainly can. That's something we actually brought up when we were talking about your team for this one, is that realistically, it did seem like Hammer maybe had your number a few times in the respawn, but your search and destroy was really solid, really locked down, and you just kind of had it over them as well. Is that something that you maybe practiced a lot to make sure those takes and those retakes work for you?
Well, it's down to hours and hours of practice. Search and destroy, definitely, because for us, well, I wouldn't say our weakest game mode, but it takes the most practice, planning, working out strategies.
No, that makes perfect sense to me as well. Like, I know how hard it can be to kind of get search and destroy smooth, because like I said, when you go one life around, right, you have to play it very, very carefully as well. Now, is there anything you're taking away from that? Because taking down Hammer Esports at this point in the tournament is obviously a big win for you. It pushes you forward into the winners final. Is it now going to be a little bit of recuperate with the team and make some adjustments anywhere?
I think there's going to be a few slight adjustments, but mostly it's just going to be more practice and good rest. Definitely good rest. It's very intense playing at this level. We played at this level for a while, but this is probably the most intense it's been for a long time. So we've got a bit of rethinking to do.
Awesome. Well, glad to hear, and I'll let you recuperate with the team. Then it's been a pleasure not only speaking to you, but watching you so far in this tournament. But thank you very much for this interview, and congratulations on the win, Jim.
Cheers. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, Bobby and Tapes, what did you make of that interview? He seems pretty relaxed there, actually, at the end there, Bobby.
Yeah, I figured he would be like a little more stressed, maybe a little sweaty, but he seemed like he was just chilling, didn't have a care in the world. So I think that's probably a big reason why he was able to hit some of those shots. I think having a kind of a calm approach to search and destroy, especially, and being able to clearly think through your approach is definitely a big factor in being able to win some of those big matchups, and probably was a big reason why he was able to make so many of those big plays.
No, I agree. Like I said, he had some very big streaks going on during that game. We saw him suddenly pull out that shotgun and put it to devastating use. Tapes, let's talk a little bit about what he said about respawns in the S&D. He kind of said, hey, we thought our respawn was our strongest game mode. It turns out that Hammer kind of had their number. What did you make of it?
I mean, this right now, it seems like they're kind of good at both things. So I'm sure they're both good on S&D and on killing games.
That's fair enough. I think we'll look forward to see how they match up maybe later in the tournament against other teams. Give us some good benchmarks to figure out exactly who's the strongest at various game modes for this. But before we do that, we are going to go to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will, of course, have more action for you at the Call of Duty Mobile European Regional Playoffs. And it is going to be a fantastic time because we do have another semi-final to come up, as well as another Losers Round 1 final. And that's not even all the action we have for today, but we will be back for all that in just a minute. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you then.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good. For a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for, ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, bringing you all the action from our next series of games, and we are now rejoined by Chris Tunn to join Tabes. Tunn, how are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm just enjoying some really good games that were going on there, and it's nice to see some more close affairs as well. And I think we're in for some really good games towards the end of the tournament. I know we've only got 8 teams, and we are really starting to get towards it. But a really good performance from both squads, and excited to see who's going to meet them in the winners bracket final.
Yeah, me too. And of course, that's our next game coming up. It is going to, of course, be Kings Clan versus Team Singularity. And it is already underway. So let's jump straight into this one on the hard point.
Thank you very much, Pricey, and very excited to get into this one once again with Tibbs. And we're back over towards Crash. We're back on the hard point, but Singularity and King's Clan are both impressed. But out of the games when you've seen them before, I know you were taking a break, so I'll allow you if you are having your coffee. But were you really impressed with anybody in particular here? Because I thought King's Clan looked really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a little bit of Narcs being playing, and he has one of the best kill-death ratios so far in the tourney, and I think that's gonna be one of the guys that I want to keep an eye out for. And I mean, I feel good. Ton, you're back. We're back on Crash, one of the classic maps. Said, so I'm just looking forward to this game. It's gonna be intense, and hopefully, we're gonna see some good Call of Duty.
Well, so far, so good for King's Clan. They are the ones with the lead, but in all honesty, it has been quite hotly contested. XE is going to pick up 2 on the exit from this hill, but we can already see that King's Clan are making this rotation over towards that side of the map. You want to make this rotation over towards third story from the sandbag side, because then you get rotation for the next 2 hills after that. So it's crucial to lock down this side of the map, and I really like this from Slayer, who picks up 3, doing what his name says. He just camps himself behind the bin, waits for them to come and pick them up from behind. It's phenomenal from him. Can't quite find the 4th, but really, really big plays out of Slayer. And a really good start by Singularity, and he's really shut down that push from King's Clan. We've now got a contest inside the hill, and Nox and Co are going to be able to lock this one down, but if you look at the spawns, where are they going to lie? That's the important thing here. It seems as if King's Clan have been able to keep a hold of those spawns further towards the sandbag side of the map.
I mean, this is gonna be a battle of the great kill-death ratio player here. Slayer also has one of the best kill-death ratios so far in the tournament, and I feel like as if they can just make sure that they lock down the rotation here, Team Singularity, it might be a favored map in their honor. I don't even know if that's a sentence.
Mate, if you want to make it a sentence, you can make it a sentence. That's perfectly fine with me.
Yes. I mean, Slayer, look at him. He seems to be so incredibly accurate with that HD 40, I believe it's called in this game.
Really good shots coming in there once again, as you said. He's not going to find anything
but an
else.
untimed reload there is going to let him.
Miney inside the hard point, though, as Team Singularity do start to take a little bit of a lead here. Really good rotations from them.
I mean, it's just a brawl right now over on this hard point. King's Clan needs a little bit of a break here, I would say, and maybe tied the game so that they put some pressure on Singularity. But it looks like they're already preparing for the rotation, possibly here.
It looks like they're trying to make the rotation over towards P3, which would be towards the back. Now, they have to be careful, though, or P4, I should say, towards the back balcony building. They do have control of blue, and it looks like they've got it pretty locked down. They got somebody up top as well, which is crucial. Head for death now, though. Can't really just push through the smoke. He'll probably get picked off as soon as he does, but as soon as he does make that push, King's Clan give up the right-hand side, but Inferno will get the better of him, and King's Clan starting to slay now. Kills going in their favor across the board here, and they've got a rotation 4P4. If you can get from blue, if you can get control of blue and the spawns of blue, you're looking so good for balcony. And that's where we're moving to now. You can see everybody starting to make the move over. King's Clan have a 30-point lead heading into this next hill, which they now have control of as well.
I mean, this is looking very good now for King's Clan. They're going to be getting a lot of points if they manage to hold this one down. And also, but it does look like Singularity has a lot of players around the hard point. But X is chilling on the point. They had the Annihilator there, and he has a shotgun too if they decide to push in towards him.
Oh, nice by X.
The blind shot as well.
Very nicely done. Here comes the streaks as well. This is just going to further put into the pin. The Predator missile comes through. And if you're Singularity here, you can see they're trying to possibly set up towards P5. Yep, they've backed off on that one. All 20 of those points may potentially be going over towards King's Clan. There has been a slight deter. I think it was Miney actually managed to pick up the kill onto Angel. But other than that, 10 seconds to go on that hill. King's Clan are literally going to be around 9 or 8 points away. And if you're Singularity, you need to have a perfect game here. You need to hold onto P5 perfectly and not allow King's Clan a route in whatsoever.
I mean, this is gonna maybe make the series a little bit more close, but it's looking very good for King's Clan there. I mean, they all have a lot of points. But possibly here, they're not going to be able to do anything about this hold.
They have to take their time here, I think. In all honesty, I don't think they should be rushing this whatsoever. Inferno, the rocket's going to go up. They're trying to look for the engagement. They're trying to set up so they can break this hill. 35 seconds to go.
Push through the smoke there. Wow.
Nice. Done very, very well. Inferno's going to get up the stairs, or Izzy is going to get taken down, but Iceblock managed to find 2 kills. Via was able to answer back, but are they going to be able to push on through? It seems as if Kings Clan are starting to slay it out, and this could be danger for Team Singularity. 20 seconds left to go on this hill. Good shots by Angel. Can't quite find another as Slayer is there to shut this one down. Team Singularity have prolonged this. They have stopped Kings Clan from winning it at that hill.
Got shot.
I mean, now
we
only
move back over towards Archers.
Needed.
Jamming our radar.
Yep, only need 9 more, but we move back over towards Archers. And how are Team Singularity going to be set up here?
Looks like Singularity already has a player ready for that point. Yeah, but is Inferno gonna spot him laying down there? I do not think so. I think we get a little bit extra view because we're spectating here. That's otherwise a very, very good kill if you can get him off the point early.
The problem is for Singularity is that Nox is up here as well. It's very, very hard for them to get a lot of time if he's just putting shots down consistently, although they seem to be in a position where you can't really do much from top 3 story.
Yeah, I think it might be good for him to just back off. Ooh, there we go. We got a Slayer versus Narcs there, and Slayer actually comes out on top. They were both the top fraggers for their team, so...
Oh, you need to go with your Slayer. Finds the kill inside the hard point. To do with picking up time as well, because Kings Clan only 4 seconds away. They can literally just throw bodies at this one if they want to. Kill starting to come in, though. Head for Death is done very, very well. Kings Clan, can they get this one locked in? They're trying to push through, but the kills are coming in here for Singularity momentarily. Currently contested, but it's going to come down to it. They're inside the hill, Kings Clan, but Head for Death gets in as well. Just needs to stay in here for 5 more seconds, but where's the rotation towards P2? Head for Death needs to stay alive, has done, and they're going to be 1 point away as we head over towards P2. Who's inside the 3-story? It's going to be Singularity. Can they keep a hold of it? Only 2 seconds away from Kings Clan. Free for Singularity. They've got to get in. Iceblock's locking this one down. Singularity's in. Are they going to win it? 150 to 148. What a comeback from Singularity. Gorilla Squad on the side. Oh my god.
There was so much going on. I'm so glad I have you on my side, Tons, because you are very good at speaking fast. That was crazy. What a round.
Well, there we go. It does look like what could have been a very early win for Kings Clan isn't at the end there, because Singularity just come screaming out of the gate, and what a ridiculous turnaround for them. Let's talk about some of those rotations then, because I feel like that's where it kind of all changed up for them. Tons, Singularity, unbelievable.
I need a second to compose myself here. Look, it comes down to it on that map, that P4 to P5 rotation, where you go all the way on the other side of the map. Singularity even said with 20 seconds to go on P4, they went, right, they can't win it, but they're going to be like 5 points away from it. I think it was 8 or something as we're flying into the S&D already. Brycey, I don't know. We'll talk about it later.
No problem. Carry on. It's time for the search and destroy.
Well, here we go then. No time to breathe, apparently. As we head into map number 2.
I mean, imagine how, if we're feeling stressed out, imagine what the players are feeling right now. I mean, Singularity gets off to a good start there. I mean, the comeback too. It's just, I feel like they're feeling pretty confident after that win on Crash.
Yeah, they'll be feeling very, very confident as well. But heading into this one, it is going to be Kings Clan to get the bomb down initially. They're going to back down from A. And the problem is with this one is that you can just find a sniper position to lock it down. If you're Singularity, if you've got some smokes, that's where you're going to start causing some sort of havoc. But they've allowed Kings Clan to get in and out without really noticing where any of them are. So, pretty tough ask to take this one back.
But I like to see the sniper out for Narcs, but he only gets one, and then Seam or Stream, perhaps? He's gonna get the counter snipe on him.
Last one.
Managed to get a hold of him, but Miney is there to find another. Now a 1 versus 1 around the tank. It's going to be Inferno against Miney, who's going to take it. Miney with the slide. He doesn't have time for the defuse, though, so Inferno does his job, and Kings Clan will take round number 1.
Ready up.
I feel like that's the first time today that we've seen the bomb go off that close. Like, if he had gotten the kill 1 second or maybe 2 seconds before, he could have run for the defuse. But I think, I mean, it's a close call there.
Very close indeed. Let's see, though. See Singularity want to take a hold of this bomb site once again. XZ, sorry, is in the middle of the map with a shotgun, so you've got to be very careful of what he's going to be doing. Angel backs on down. It's just utility to try and keep everybody off. That's going in that little corner and preventing them from making the push forward. But does it just prolong the inevitable? Nox shooting through the wall, expecting to hit something here, but we can see Singularity still stacking over towards A.
This is looking like a little bit of a slower round as well, and I think playing Search and Destroy, it's also a little bit of a mind game too. You want to make the enemies maybe push towards you so you can get like at least a trade or possibly something extra. But it looks like both teams are kind of playing it a little bit more passive this time. But with a sniper on, 2 snipers actually for Team Singularity. They could take their time. Oh. Did not dare to jump again, and XZ goes down.
Hitmarker comes in as well, but King's Clan are going to get this bomb down. Nox now in a really good position. Nice snap there as well.
I mean, they're all falling back as well once the bomb goes down. They have utilities left to get both lethals and tacticals. I see here on Narcs.
Miney now. Trying to get a route through, but look at this positioning from number 2, number 3 from Singularity now. If they can find a pick, they're in and around the tank. They know there's nobody on the site, but the problem is where the bomb is. Do they have anything to clear them out? Miney finds 2 with 1 shot.
Wow.
How is that happening? It's 3v2, now 3v1. How the Miney?
That was the fastest clear I've seen.
My God, the defuse with 1 second ago. That is one of the most impressive retakes I have seen in Call of Duty. Full stop. The Kalat sniper, wow.
Either it was 2 incredibly fast snipes. It was too fast to tell if it was one shot, the collateral there. But I mean, that's the kind of thing that you want to happen once you're trying to get the defuse off. Oh, we got already a lot of kills coming in on this game. Is Angel gonna go for a little sneaky plant?
Yep, he's gone for it straight away, very early. He's time to get this one down and get it out.
I mean, getting the bomb down this fast. And they also have the advantage of having 4 players left against 3. So, I mean, Team Singularity, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. They're trying to search a little bit with mollies, maybe zone out a couple of spots to let them push up.
Singularity gonna be able to get back through once again. The shots coming through. King's Clan now 3v1 in their favor. 2-1 now.
2-1. It doesn't look like any team here is willing to go down without a fight. And it looks like we are moving away from snipers now. It looks like both teams are moving over a little bit to more CQB, close quarter guns there. Maybe a little bit more MP5. Never mind. Slayer has the sniper again.
Nox now. Having a look around for a shot if he can.
Enemy inside.
Oh, gotta be careful moving on to that bomb site. Nox is lingering around the tank, and it's a good spot to be in with this sniper. King's Clan needing to make this push somewhere, but B is potentially on the cards here. We can see the stacking in and around the house, potentially. XZ is already there. Or is it ultimately the objective? But look at how many members of Singularity are in and around that area.
I feel like pushing A here would be kind of a suicide mission unless Darks would get the snipe towards that bomb plant. There's still 4 people around it. It's going to be a very difficult take. If they can just get the intel and know that there's that many of Team Singularity's players are on it, then they could actually move over to B pretty fast.
Trophy system now destroyed as well, so that's going to give a little bit of the cover that they had is gone. Singularity they're holding on, but the kills are starting to get traded. Angel finds Sem, Slaver finds Angel though, and Ice Block is there too. XZ gets inside as well, but he's going to get taken down by Miney. This should be a Singularity round now. It's 2v4 in their favor.
I mean, they just exploded on that side. They just pressed W, they pressed forward on their phone, of course, and try to take that site.
And there we go. That is the round 2-2 now.
I mean, it's neck to neck. I actually don't know. I feel like both Slayer and Arcs are rocking some of the snipers and stuff. It's gonna be interesting to see because I feel like both of them are big players for both their teams. So it's just a matter of who gets that first pick in this round. I wonder if they're gonna be going slow again. It looks a little bit more aggressive this time.
Very, very aggressive. Singularity are the ones finding the kills as well. Oh, sorry, it was King's Clan 3v2 now.
And Inferno managed, I think he, did he pick up the bomb again? He's already playing pretty aggressive here.
Getting aggressive, as you said, but it looking like a B hit.
They have the time now. They have only 2 enemies left to figure out where they're hiding. So, I mean, they're going to be hitting up A, which seems like a good plan right now. And Inferno is close to that UAV as well, if we would get one more possibly here.
So the bomb is down. King's Clan now just have to defend it. Slayer trying to find a pick here as well as Miney. Such a hard scenario, isn't it, though, in a 4v2? Especially when XZ is going to run up on you with the shotgun.
It's all
now
up to
1v4. Miney goes down, very well played. My King's Clan that 3-2 now.
It feels like they want to explode on sites. Whenever you're attacking, they're playing it a little bit slow, and then once they find their opening, they just want to explode and go straight for the bomb plant and try to pull back a little bit.
Enemy in sight.
Miney now making the push. XZ gets caught with his pants down in the middle of the map, though, and all of a sudden it's a 3v3. Head for Death trying to get himself over there as well. Team Singularity now.
Going for the plant on the edge.
Yeah, it's a good place to plant it as well. Miney is going to choose to back off. I wouldn't have minded if he kept himself pushed up there, but it is a 2 versus 3. They've got 2 different angles to watch from. Can they get this one done? Not if they get picked, though. Nox looking for a shot. Not going to be able to find the second either. So Singularity backing off, giving the bomb site up.
Yeah, also Nox picked up that HD. It's going to be an easy clear for Singularity. They're evening it out 3-3. I don't know. What are you feeling here, Ton? What would we need it to be changed for King's Clan?
Well,
sorry, Singularity.
Sorry.
Yeah.
They're 4-2 up.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think for Singularity in that scenario, it's always going to be difficult in a 2v4. But they sort of just give up control of it, then try to retake when the push already came through from King's Clan. It was always a difficult situation, as said, but I don't know, they just seem to be a little bit slower to the uptake when it comes to the attacks. Let's see how they do on this one. Oh, very, very fast inside and in and around A. 4 out of the 5 players. Not really in the best spot.
That grenade was so close to getting 2 kills. That could have been a game changer for this round.
Bomb going down. They've got snipers at the back as well, but it is a 5v5. Can King's Clan retake this one? I'm curious to see if anybody's on the flank. Nox is going to be looking for a pick if he can.
I mean, his position is very good here, but the clock is ticking down and it's going fast.
Oh, good positioning by Miney. Ice block is there as well. Good play by him. That's now a 5v3. They've defended this so well. Make that a 4v2.
The time is, I think there's no way they're going to be able to retake this, and they will also even go down there. I mean, Miney has been playing very well in this S&D round. He's been getting some of the important kills there in the beginning, and also he seems to be doing a little bit of a head glitch there, jumping up and down, maybe trying to get some intel for his team.
Couldn't say anything. But intel is obviously very, very useful in S&D. If you know where the enemy team are prioritizing their defense, then you can potentially make a case on which way you want to go. But both teams just really headbutting each other over towards A, aren't they? It's just constant attack after attack after attack down that side of the map.
Yes, for sure. I mean, right now, we're watching another close game. 3-4, and Slayer has the sniper, and I think he spotted an enemy there, but I mean, on that angle, it's very, very difficult to get a kill.
Slow round in comparison to some of the others.
I feel like they're trying to mix it up. Maybe they're playing some mind games now on the enemies.
yeah, just take your time. Maybe wait for them to make a mistake rather than you have to do something here if you're Singularity. But if you're King's Clan, you've got control of it. B is an easy transition. And now they've shown their hand. SEM's made this push over this side, but up top window is where he's going to be shot from if he's not careful. King's Clan, though, still defending. Slayer has managed to find a kill here, but what is the move? It looks like it has to be a plant. It has to be pretty soon. 35 seconds to go now. His head for death takes a lot of bullets, but here comes the plant at B.
The bomb has been planted.
That bomb is down. It's a 5v3. I'll make that a 4v3 in favor of Singularity. Now Nox has found another. He finds two very, very quickly.
I think that Molly is very good.
Yeah, it may be, but he isn't able to get the shots in. Miney is now in a 1v2. That bomb is down. Here comes the defuse. Is Miney going to be aware of it? Shot's going to go in. He's not going to get there in time.
No. I mean, Miney was pretty far away from the bomb planted there. I think could have been possibly some miscommunication there. He probably didn't know that they already had started the defuse.
Destroy the objective.
It's always difficult, isn't it, when you're in a 1v2, though?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, push coming over towards it. Shots going in, but plenty of kills coming through as well. Inferno's going to find a couple. This could be it. King's Clan now in a 3v1 in their favor. That is the S&D done and dusted. That quick.
Wow, that was such a quick round.
Well, they ended pretty fast, but when you're King's Clan, I think that's par for the course, because they did seem to get actually better as time went on in that certain destroy. It started off pretty close, and Team Singularity certainly were pulling out all the stops. Miney kind of a highlight player there for me, especially with that sniper. But Tan, what do you think for King's Clan there? What made it go so well in those later rounds?
I think it comes down to the sniping working out very, very well from obviously we spoke about Miney sniping in that round where he picked up 4 within like 10 seconds, which was insane, yes, but I think for the most part it did seem as if King's Clan had that consistency with the sniper. They're finding a pick here and there. They always seem to be a man up, and it never felt like they had to do some crazy retake or win a 2v4 or win a 1v3. They were always just numbers up, and that makes it so much easier when you're just locking down those certain areas. You got more players to do so. You can trade more easily as well. And I think they'd be very disappointed not to be 2-0 up here, because that first map was theirs for the taking, and the fact that they couldn't find 6 points or something like that over the course of 3 hills, it just shows that it isn't done until the fat lady is singing, and she ain't singing yet. So we all want a piece in this one. And if you're King's Clan, you are disappointed to be a 1-1 here. You would have been going to that third map. You should be going to that third map on match point, but they've still got a lot to do. But they perform well in the S&D.
They certainly did perform well in the Search and Destroy, and you are right, they could have very easily been 2-0 up in this. But Tabes, I want to ask you, who do you think is the current MVP of King's Clan going forward into this one? Who has been shining the brightest?
I mean, it's difficult to say because in the Search and Destroy, it's not as easy to see who's really like doing the most for their team. But I do think that Narcs, with a couple of snipes as well, he's been performing really well. So I'm looking forward to see if he can bring it in the rest of the series.
No, me too. I think for me right now, this is holding up to be an incredible series. And I'm sure Team Singularity, they were in a good position. It's still 1-1. There's still an awful lot to play for as we go into the domination. And who knows, they could really kind of bring anything forward for this for both teams. But I've got to ask you, Tan, who do you think is be slightly ahead for you in this series?
I think it has to be King's Clan. It really has to be. Look, Singularity, yes, they came back. They did very well to do so on the hard point. But up until that point, King's Clan think they're sailing away with the win. They let that go. Now they come in with a comfortable S&D. I would have been a bit worried about King's Clan because of the fact that, they've just lost it in that fashion on the hard point. Going to the S&D, though, they showed good resolution, if you like, and had themselves nice and confident heading into that one. They find it a confident win as well. It's good, a good mental game from King's Clan. I think they should take this one.
All right, well, we will find out after this quick break. Of course, don't go anywhere. We will have map 3 and the rest of the action here at this event for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very shortly in a minute.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, and we are currently right in the middle of a series as we go into map 3 between two excellent teams here in this event. There is still everything to play for because we are watching, of course, the winners round game, but also the losers round 1 game. The elimination game is going on at the same time. We will update you on the scores as soon as we have them. I'm, of course, joined again by Tan Untaves. Guys, how are you two so far?
Really good. I was just looking down. I was looking down on my Sony Xperia. I was figuring during the break, maybe I had time for a game. I did not, so. My noob account, I feel like most people who are watching the stream, they're probably, I can't show my stats. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's
I'm a decent Call of Duty player, but these guys that were watching, crazy.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, from your noob account to some professionals, let's talk about the game that is coming up, because I believe it is starting King's Clan versus Team Singularity underway. Map number 3, it's the domination. Take it away, my casters.
Enemy taking.
Yeah, I think we gotta. I feel like we gotta keep an eye out on Miney, because I was checking out his kill to death ratio that we just saw on standoff, and he actually managed to get 12-5. And he also, a bird whispered to me that he actually has a YouTube channel where he plays COD Mobile on. So I think he's probably has a little bit of extra skill that he can whip out for this game.
I do wonder. I'm excited to see which way it goes, but honestly, Miney has been very, very good throughout every single game we've seen them in. But so far in this game, it is going to be King's Clan with B control and ultimately the lead. 23 and rising. The Singularity 16. And of course, for every point you have, you get, sorry, for every location you have, A, B, and C, you get a point every 5 seconds. So if you are keeping the hold that 2 cap, it's 12 points advantage per minute you get. So they will keep extending that lead if they keep a hold of it too.
Yeah, for here I feel like it's going to be that brawl that we like to see on B. And now, early in the game, there's no operator skills, so there's mostly utilities being used to try and cap it. And it looks like the B flag is going to go to Singularity's way, and that's pretty huge for them after a little bit of a deficit in the beginning of the round. I wonder if King's Clan is going to be able to pull an ace out their sleeve and maybe try and retake it.
Singularity, I said, did get a hold of it, and good shots by Miney once again to keep King's Clan off it. Just staying alive as best he can. These teams are doing a really good job at finding those kills as well. Angel is the only one able to answer back for King's Clan. Singularity now trying to get a foothold on this game. It's only an 8-point difference, and that will very, very quickly whittle down. About 30 seconds worth of 2 cap will get you back into that.
Yeah,
King's Clan
like
now, though.
King's
Look at them,
Clan.
3 members around B here. You should be able to capture this. Very nicely done.
They would have to do something incredible there, maybe like a well-placed nade or something like that, but not everyone is running it. That's what we've been talking about. There's a lot of trophy systems, there's also some trip mines, etc. Well, that's one way to go out, but Marks gets the kill on him. And there's also some termites being used, I believe, here. That's also a good nade to do a little bit of zoning towards the enemies to try to keep them off a point.
King's Clan, though, still with the lead and still with the 2 cap. Singularity have been behind from the very start.
Look at
Miney
Miney here.
once again. Just running forward. Can't find that on XC because of the shotgun, and the kill's starting to come through once again for Singularity, but they have struggled to get a hold of B throughout this first half, and they will be down by around 18 points, or bang on 18 points, I should say.
Still
So
a
let's
close
see.
game, though. It could
Very,
go
very
either
close.
way. And as well, I'm not sure on Meltdown how big the spawns, like where you actually initially spawn, is going to affect your gameplay, but it did. Maybe possibly there's going to be a little football comeback here for Singularity, now they're spawning on the other side.
I mean, it shouldn't make a difference, really. I mean, both these two teams are very well matched, and it comes down to just headbutting each other at B. But let's have a look at the other game that is going on right now in the losers bracket. We do actually have Team Grizzly against French Infinity in the losers bracket. That's currently 1-1. With this one, obviously tied up as well, but King's Clan looking to get a hold of B if they can, as soon as they can. You can see they are finding the kills, but on the other side of things, as mentioned, and losers round 1. A very, very close game on domination there as well. Looks as if Grizzly Gaming may be in the lead here. Looks that way. So close game on that side of things as well.
Games on both sides. I mean, firing range, it could go either way for them. So I mean, got the Annihilator whipped out now by Slayer, but I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention too much, but he only got 1 kill as far as I could tell there with the Annihilator.
I think he only picked up 1, yes. I think he did only get 1, but the problem is here for Singularity is they can't actually get a hold of B whatsoever. Nobody's been able to get a hold of B, and that works out for the team that are in the lead. King's Clan about to hit 100 points, and it's about a 20-point difference.
It does look like King's Clan are they're really flooding that B side to cap it. They're gonna get a lot of points because of that. They're already over 100, as you said. Now they're taking off 2 points compared to 1 every 5 seconds.
They're in a good spot. Can Via finding, oh, and it just runs out in time for the player that managed to make it on there. But the kills, which way have they went? Looks as if they went towards Singularity, as they're currently capturing B. We're slightly capturing A as well, but King's Clan find the kills off the respawn and will have another go at it. The Goliath in the middle, though, is going to be taken down after finding 1 kill. Can King's Clan retake here? They still have about a 20-point lead. Annihilator starting to come off ahead for death. Finds 2, finds 3. Really good play in Singularity now. Starting to heat up
with it. That's 4.
Oh my god.
That is absolutely huge. If he can get another 5 with his regular gun, that's gonna give him more points towards his score streaks.
And then he has plenty as well.
It's also interesting to see that also pro players, you know, remember that when the Annihilator was being put away and then he instantly died. It's kind of like the Call of Duty timing that we all know and kind of hate, I guess, you know, when you're holding an angle and then all of a sudden you look away and that's when the enemy starts.
Head for death though, on a great kill streak here. Sitting around 5 or 6, I think. Keeps it going, and Team Singularity now 10 away. King's Clan though, they had the lead for the whole of the first map as well, and they couldn't quite get it closed out. They've had the lead for the whole of this domination, and Singularity are about to take over if King's Clan can't do something about it within the next 10 seconds or so.
I think this Goliath that Slayer has as well is going to help them to really protect the B site here. It's going to be interesting to see. He gets Vert as well. They're managing to keep it locked down.
There's a couple of Goliaths on the side of Singularity.
Yeah.
And that's what they're potentially about to take the lead here. It's just too easy for them to lock this one down. Where are King's Clan? They cannot get in whatsoever. The Goliath on the hill here as well. Yeah, they have to do something pretty soon.
Ice block maybe was out of bullets there or something. He did refuse to shoot.
They maybe we get a hold of here though. XZ is on there. Another Goliath coming in here from Singularity. Another kill coming on through. Singularity are going to take a lead here. And that will be that. A comeback once again behind the whole game. And another win for Singularity, 2-1 in the series to them now. And King's Clan are going to be super disappointed with how this is going. They seem to have it, and then it just falls apart on both of the respawns. So super disappointing for King's Clan, but Singularity just keeps stealing maps. They just keep stealing them away.
Well, yeah, Singularity, it turns out they don't like to win the respawns easily, right?
Oh, we have
let's hope we go to the end of a match here.
Oh my god.
49? Oh.
French Infinity won that by 1.
Well, I did say earlier on in this tournament that realistically, these games are only going to get closer. And they are. Singularity doing the business, and now French Infinity doing it by 1 point in their domination as well. And we're only halfway through this event, and it seems to be getting more and more ridiculous as we go on. Let's quickly talk about the game we actually ended up just watching here. How have Singularity done that again, Ton?
I mean, it comes down to the streaks, doesn't it? As soon as they call them all in, it just becomes an issue for the other team. Kings can't get in. They can't get in. All the Goliaths, everything sort of came down at once, and Singularity locked that in for a good, whole minute. And it was just very difficult for King's Clan to get out this one. They just got pushed back into there. The streaks raining in as well, couldn't get through. And I mean, ultimately, they have to look at themselves and say that they feasibly could have been 3-0 right now. This could have been done and dusted by now if you are King's Clan. So you have to screw your heads back on once again, go into another hard point, then you've got a potential S&D coming up after that as well if you can win it. It's a tough spot to be in if you're King's Clan. Tough spot.
It certainly is, Tapes. Let's talk a little bit about that, because realistically, if you're King's Clan, this could have been over. Could have been a 3-0. Could have been already moving forward into this bracket, but Singularity keep coming back into you. How did King's Clan recover from this? How do they stop these mistakes happening and essentially stop being clutched up on?
I mean, I think they got to shut down Head 4 Dead there. I think we were spectating him for a while when he was using the Annihilator and he was getting a bunch of kills there. I think if they can stop him, possibly they can do something. But I'm not sure. I mean, the games have been slipping away from them, but I'm not complaining. We just get to see more Call of Duty in action. So I think possibly everyone should practice a little bit more with Annihilator and try to counter it somehow.
No, I can understand that. It's so powerful, and obviously get into the right position with it. If you have the right people covering your flanks, and you can basically hone in and just make those kills, you can really streak up and change a hard point, especially, and that can be a lot of points. You know, it's one of these ones where both teams are going to have to be very careful on things like hard points, dom, just to make sure they don't let it get away from them. Ton, what recommend, for Singularity, right? Obviously, they keep doing the business. Is there a way they can start this game easier, though, so they don't have to clutch up?
I mean, they just seem to lose the slaying battle at the beginning, don't they? From the rip, they just got out-rotated on Crash, and then ultimately out-rotated King's Clan towards the very end. But I'm interested to see what they can do in this hard point. Maybe some earlier rotations earlier in the game might win it.
Well, hopefully, as I do believe the hardpoint is just about ready to go. Singularity so far have won both of the respawns in the series we've seen. King's Clan end up taking the search and destroy. Let's see if history repeats itself. Team Singularity versus King's Clan, map 4, over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Brycey, and over towards Summit on hardpoint. And which way do you think this is going then? Because, I mean, it's been back and forth. Singularity just seemed to be stealing it from under King's Clan's nose. So, for me, I said, I think King's Clan could have easily been 3-0 and through to the winners finals, but Singularity just not giving up at all.
It's looking already pretty positive for King's Clan here. They got a lot of kills in the beginning. You just got to keep it up. They cannot let off the pressure anywhere from Singularity. You just got to keep at it. And I mean, the beginning of this game is looking very good for them. But I mean, Summit, things can change, and also the hard points do flip fairly far away from each other. And it looks like they're already prepping for the rotation here. Singularity, actually, it's King's Clan is already there. So I mean, it looks like they might be into a comfortable lead if they play their cards right here.
Well, Nox and Co. in a very comfortable lead, 50 points off the rip. But knowing these two teams and how the series has gone so far, you really don't want to count your chickens before they've hatched. Let's be honest. Is that the same? Is that the same? Is it not eggs before they've hatched?
You know you're asking the Swedish guy. Sure, man.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm stupid. And Brycey will either be laughing at me right now. I don't know. I haven't got a clue.
I mean, if we're gonna get a repeat of the same games that we had, I'm starting to wonder if Singularity is not gonna do another comeback here. I mean, they have the point as of right now, but is it going to be enough? Maybe Inferno contesting here, stopping the points for being continue to tick there.
Lexi has managed to pick up something else here with the shotgun. Very nicely done. That'll be more points on the board for King's Clan. Let's have a look where this rotation is going though, as we head over towards cable cars. Singularity are there, but really have ultimately struggled in hardpoint. Apart from that final 2 rotations, they were really out of the game against King's Clan. But that's the beauty of it. When it's first to 150, it's never really over, is it? It's never over till it's actually over.
Yeah,
Singularity
100%.
have the rotation, but King's Clan battering through the front door.
This is looking pretty good though for Singularity, but the Tempest is out on Inferno. This is something we haven't really seen that much today, so I'm hoping we get some Tempest action, because that is just a really cool gun in my opinion.
Oh, that might get a couple. Does get one. Can he find anything else? There's 3. Phenomenal.
The Molly cuts him off from the
stuff.
rotation there, or like pushing into the hard point.
But it was really well played, because King's Clan got a hold of the spawns. They get the kills, and that forces Singularity out, and he knows immediately where they're going to be pushing from. Turns around, checks the window for the spawn, and King's Clan continue to get these points ever so easily. This will put them at 120 to 31, or in and around that. If they can hold on to every single second of this scrap. And see Singularity though, getting themselves set up here. They need another big hold. They need an even bigger reverse than what they did on Crash.
They pretty much need to hold the entire thing now, because there's 120 points on King's Clan. That's going to be such a big issue for them. The death machine also from Miney there, shutting them off when we're trying to push.
Shots coming in, really good stuff by King's Clan. Once again, they break through far too easily. I think they know that some of these maps that previously have not gone their way, that they could have done better. They could have closed them out a lot easier. And now they're 15 points away from sending us to a final map, to a best out of 5 tiebreaker as we head over towards the final S&D. King's Clan should surely lock this one in. The Annihilator is out for head for Death, who has been very, very good for Singularity, but quiet game here. And there you go, King's Clan, a dominating performance, 150 to 32. And it's a bit more like it, Bryce. That's a bit more like it.
I was expecting maybe a close game. Maybe most of the way through that, I thought, you know, they could come back at any point. They've done it several times before, but Kings Clan decided, you know what? We won't let them get down to a close game at the end because they keep winning them, so let's just shut them out completely. Tun, what did Kings Clan do there that was just so much better than before?
Honestly, they just didn't allow Singularity a chance to get back into this. But honestly, I feel as though Singularity just played that one really badly. They didn't win any of their gunfights. Yes, okay, they rotated twice when we headed over towards Hill 3 and 4, and it did absolutely nothing for them. But over towards a different game and another close one by the looks of things, Bryce.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's a French Infinity map 4 as well. Another hard point for us to watch. So, I guess I'm going to let you guys take us into the action for it.
Well, here we go. Grizzly Gaming in control of P5 on Crash, and we know that PA points can be taken up here. One big chunk when both teams are in and around 90 points is really a, I don't want to say it's a nail in the coffin, but it puts you in a really, really good spot.
Yeah, I think if they're managing to lock this entire hardpoint down, that could be the victory for them. No, they actually need a couple of seconds on the next one as well, but I'm pretty confident that they're going to get 30 points here on it.
They should be able to lock this one down for the rest of the time. And I said that would put them 10 points away. Sabola, though, looking for those exit kills. 15 seconds to go, and the problem is for French Infinity here is that you really should be contesting it just because of how much time is left, but Area is going to be winning that gunfight, and that should be Grizzly Gaming walking away with a very healthy lead, heading back into the rotation. We're going to head back over towards Archers. There's Find to Kill here for French Infinity, but most of them are going towards Grizzly Gaming. We're going to lock this one in a really nice rotation. They're going to be 10 points away.
It looks like this might be going to map 5 for French Infinity Grizzly Gaming as well. And the time is ticking away extremely fast there. The contest. Okay, there's the actual game for Grizzly. These games are going very fast and action-packed constantly. It's just great Call of Duty to spectate.
Oh, we are flying in and out of maps.
Oh, yeah, we certainly are, but hey, it's all good action, right? I'm getting to see every single kind of map that ends up going down. And of course, you know, our main attraction for this one is, of course, going to be another map 5 between two fantastic teams of Kingsman and Team Singularity. But we didn't really get a chance to cover that one there. I was going to ask Tabes, you know, exactly what do you think happened for Kings Clan to be so dominant on that hardpoint?
It just looked like they played with another type of confidence that I haven't. In the first couple of games, once they were starting to lose a couple of players, it felt like they were kind of playing a little bit more passive. But that play of using the Tempest to get the spawns that were coming back, that's something you need to see in Call of Duty as well. Game sense, basically.
Well, fair enough, and I suppose we'll see how this series ends in just a minute or two. Of course, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, and we have another Map 5 for you to kick this off. Of course, in the winners bracket, it is going to be Kings Clan versus Team Singularity, and these two teams have battled their way to this point. There have been close games, and there have been blowouts. Speaking of blowouts, Kings Clan did it just now in their high point, making them get to this point. They've already thrown away a couple of respawns, but this is the one that matters. Can they take it down? Ton, who do you think's going to win?
Oh, I mean, theoretically, it should be Kings Clan, right? But I mean, they probably should have won 3-0. That's the thing. It's one of those things that I really just don't know about Kings Clan. I'm going to stick with my guns. I'm going to go with them.
Okay. Any disagreement there, Tapes?
I'm starting to wonder if Singularity might just have been warming up. I think they're gonna bring it this round.
All right, well, let's find out, because it is now Team Singularity versus Kings Clan. This is Search and Destroy map number 5. Winners carries on, losers go down to the lower bracket. Casters, please take it away.
Well, here we go then. Can the snap? Oh my God, Nox. Didn't kill him, but hit the hit marker there. But into map number 5, and I'm really interested to see which way this one goes. And it looks like it's going to come down to sniping once again.
I am really happy about that. If there's something I like to see, it's some sniping, especially on firing range, where it's kind of like this map is not really supposed to be all about the snipers. It's a very small map once you think about it. So I'm impressed that these guys are daring to do it, especially on touchscreen. We were talking a little bit about it over in the break. Like, these guys are so accurate on playing on touchscreen, and it's just like sniping, no problem for these guys. Is X gonna notice it? No.
Last one.
He didn't. Oh, Set now picked up 2 kills there. Number 3 actually for him as Angel goes down.
1v4.
Yeah, not a good spot for Via to be in. Probably going to be spotted out. Yes, he is. Slayer pops around the corner. There's 1 on the board for Singularity already.
That is crazy. So Sam, that round, or Seam, he got 3 snipes, right?
Destroy the objective.
He's already probably feeling very confident after starting the game like that.
An aggressive attack yet. Looks of things from Kings Clan.
Slayer instantly goes down. He's trying to hide behind a bomb planting site. And Angel uses his trophy system, which is very, very good to counter those nades and the zoning mollies to try and get him off the point.
How's this retake going to work for Singularity? Sam is going to find Nox.
That quickscope was so fast, we barely had time to see it.
Nobody on his left-hand side, but does he know that somebody's sitting inside of trailer? Icebox is going to get taken down by X. Look at this out rotation by Miney. He's coming around the flank. Has to be careful. 2 of them around here as well, trying to survive as best he can, but just being a nuisance. He's not going to be enough with 10 seconds to go. He's in a 1v4.
The time's against him, and he also just gets wall banged by Angel there to finish us off. I mean, 1-1 again. This could go either way. What are you thinking? What are you thinking, Ton?
I'm still thinking King Clan. I'm still thinking Kings Clan. I'm gonna stick to my guns. You know, I don't flip flap from what.
No flip flopping.
No, absolutely not. I stick to my guns.
I'm actually wondering if I'm thinking maybe Sam here is gonna be able to do something with the sniper on this round. Oh, never mind. Just as I said it, Narx just shows him where this round is going to be heading.
Nox now having a little look. Still a 5v4 in favor of Kings Clan here. You can see the push going to come on through, and if you're Team Singularity, you have to be ready for this. XC pushing around. Can he find anything here? The bomb now being planted as Kings Clan get control. They put a lot of utility into this one though.
A lot of utilities, but they're only 2 versus 3 versus 4 right now. So it's kind of even, but they did use, as you said, a lot of utilities. How they're going to be able to clear this one out without any flashes or stunts, or possibly even a molly on the backside there towards the car could be really huge.
It's a problem being that there's somebody behind the bomb site as well, but here we go, 2v3. The shots starting to come on through. There's another round for Kings Clan. 2-1 now.
This is looking very good. Maybe you are completely correct here, and they're going to be able to bring it home.
I've done this before, you see.
I totally understand, but it's also like they have not played their best through the entire round. So I feel like, except for the last one there on Summit.
Look at this aggression. Look at this aggression from Singularity.
Oh, they got to do something about it. They're trying to mix it up maybe a little bit. And X gets 2.
Finds 2. The aggression out of Singularity not working out. But 3v2 in favor of King's Clan here.
They're slowing it down a little bit after that initial push too.
They've got control of the side here.
Drop the smoke to get the bomb down. That's really huge.
The bomb has been planted.
Bomb is down. Singularity now. Need to retake this.
Started the clock.
That's a hard retake as well, you know. Shot coming in from SEM on the right-hand side. The rocket goes through as well. Hasn't been able to catch anything, but the push comes through on the other side. But via
he burned up. Summit 1G in the chat.
3-1 now. On the side of King Clan.
I'm starting to wonder, there's a Singularity, maybe Miney, who's been performing very well in this series. I'm hoping that he's going to be able to have like this ace up his sleeve, maybe trying to get a couple of kills. I did like that they're mixing it up. There's sometimes both teams are playing kind of passive, but this looks like it's going to be an aggressive, quick round. Does he know there's someone in trailer? He does not.
No, he didn't. Head for death now. Still lingering in and around trailer. Where's this bomb going though, if you're Angel? Considering maybe a rotation over towards the B site. I think he is. I like how this is went.
He has it to himself.
Now a 1v3, as said. Needs to get this down as quick as he can. I just don't think he's aware of the positioning of Singularity now.
Is he just trying to get an entry frag on B, or trying to do mind games here?
Well, I mean, he wouldn't expect Singularity to all be around A because he's got the bomb. So he's thinking to himself, well, they don't know what the bomb is, so why would they camp A? Is essentially probably his thinking. Because he could have got it down on B very, very freely. But on the side of Singularity, you've got 3 you guys alive. What's the point in pushing too fast? I locked onto Angel there, but does get traded out 3-2 now.
Still being neck to neck. It's still not that. I haven't really seen any player performing like just above their list. I feel like everyone is kind of even right now. I would like to see some early snipes again.
Nothing really happening on that side of things. Yep, Miney getting aggressive. 5v4 now for King's Clan. And if you're Singularity, you need to try and get some good attacks going in here.
Yeah, that trip mine is probably not going to do too much. Now you're just chugging it away. Kind of want to put it on something that you know that someone is going to run past. The bomb is making its way towards B, and we got 1 player from King's Clan hiding there in the back.
He's in a good spot, though. He's in a good spot. Molotov goes out. They know he's there now, though. Didn't get a chance to shoot them before. They come round. He gets some bad timing. But do they know that X is there? Yes, they do. They find him, too. Singularity now 3v2 in the favor of King's Clan as Inferno and Kill find some shots back. Inferno still around the back here. Is he going to find anything else? Not quite. Now a 1v2 for SEM.
And he has the bomb, so he could turn around. If he had actually known that there's 2 players here, he'd probably do that. But obviously we're blessed with a little bit more intel than he has. That's going to be 4 points. For King's Clan.
Yep, 4-2 now. Very difficult for Singularity to get anything going there. And Singularity just on... I don't know if they're being aggressive enough. I don't know if they're taking enough map control.
He could possibly having that tournaments nerfs that I mentioned a little bit before. I mean, playing competitive, and then there is money on the line. I mean, you do want to just perform as good as you can. Oh, the burning snipe there.
Oh, he's not able to land it.
Oh,
he's not able to land it. It's now 1v3.
Burr's left alone. He gets 1, so it's kind of even 1v2. Miney's binding his time.
The Looking to try and find a kill here. Oh, is he going to spot the gun? I don't think he's seen it. Oh, he's seen them transition over. Oh, he shot too early. Mining. Gonna need to get some bullets in, and does so. Now 4-3. Wow.
Oh, what a series this is for game number 5 as well.
It's been back and forth. It really has.
It does seem that both teams have moved away from the sniping in this game. There's more SMG loadouts now, more aggressive play, being able to do those little slide shoots that you can really throw your enemies off when they're trying to aim at you when you're close to them.
I got you.
Okay, it's a 4v4 now. 4v3, never mind. Kills are coming out fast.
Down.
Slayer now. Oh, he's going to get taken down in the middle of the map. Mindy can't help him out either. He's going to go down also. King's Clan are a really good spot. Everybody dropping.
3
now
to
5-3.
You notice that Inferno, he's been getting a lot of important kills in this game.
He's been very, very good. How many's he picked up now? 8.
Destroy the objective.
I think it just seemed to be a bit of a misstep in the middle of the map, though, by Singularity. They got caught out. And King's Clan now 5-3 to the good. Once again, Singularity on the attack. This time, though, King's Clan have read it. Look, there's 3 of them here. But there is 5 Singularity.
Big stun on him.
Huge, huge stun comes out. The kills going in the favor of King's Clan. They're looking for a spot in that grand final. Head for death now. What can he do? Oh, in that winner's bracket final, I should say.
We basically got a standoff here right now on firing range.
It's
Angel's in the same spot that he was before.
It's such a good spot. It's
Yeah.
such a good spot. Oh, he's got aggressive. He's having a little peek.
Can he do more this round than he did last time? That would be very huge.
Let's see. Head for death now, just trying to find something. Are they going to be able to find Via?
Around.
Yeah. They've been very, very slow. King's Clan still at the advantageous situation. Via, though, is he going to be able to find this kill? Yes, he does.
But he's low now, though. There's not much he can do there.
Nope, he goes down. 3v3. Slayer's going to find one as well. Now a 2v2. Good shots by Head for Death. Finds another. This is really good play out of Singularity. Can he find another? Nox is going to come in with the final kill, 6-3. And that is a win for King Clan.
Yes.
That they feel as if they probably deserve after a fantastic performance across 5 maps. Just not able to close them all out, but a really good win in the end there on the Search and Destroy.
Wow, Singularity managed to bring it all the way to map number 5. King Clan certainly had problems throughout the series. They clutched up when it mattered and got to a map 5. Unbelievable performance from them to kind of start bringing it down. And that S&G ton, I think for them it was maybe just therapeutic, if anything. They had a great hard point and they go into that one and they look in control for the majority of the time.
I think that's it. They play it very, very well in the Search and Destroy, and for them, I think they'll have to look at their mistakes and realize that they could have won that probably a little bit more simply. But I suppose we've got another game to go into here, though.
We're down in the lower bracket again with French Affinity and Grizzly Gaming.
Well, let's see, as this has been a very close game by the looks of things as well. All the way to map number 5, 4-4 on Crossfire Search and Destroy. My goodness.
This is the map and the game mode that we kind of been talking a little bit about. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Also another classic Call of Duty map that I personally is one of my favorite Search and Destroy maps, but I can't remember if I've ever seen some competitive on it. So,
I mean, I played plenty of it. It's one of those that, I mean, Bryce included as well. Especially when COD 4 was out, and when Modern Warfare Remastered was out, of course, as well. Both fantastic games in their own right.
Yeah.
And this was played a lot. A really, really good Search and Destroy map. And both teams being very, very passive. It's hard to get a plant on the B if they are watching it. We can see that Notorious wants to make a push, but he needs somebody really watching his cross from Bus. Sesto's waiting for the aggression to come on through. He's having a little check at the bomb. Notices there's nobody there. The trophy systems are out. Notorious. Is he faking the plant or is he going for it? He's going for it. Baba Jaga now is going to find the kill on the
aborts it just in time. But he's going for the plant again now.
4v2 for French Infinity here. They found the kills on the other side of things. Now Grizzly. They need a 2v4 retake yet.
Wondering if they can do it. I mean, they're gonna have to rotate all around pretty much to avoid those two players next to them. And also have the French Infinity player up on that balcony, being able to lock it down. Is he going for the ninja defuse right here? Is Box gonna notice?
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
They noticed.
Cancelled
5-4.
it, yeah.
5-4. French Infinity looking very, very good now. 1 round away, and this is to continue on through. And if you're on the other side of things for Grizzly Gaming, this is you going out if you lose this game.
This is also not where you want to go out. They've been fighting to make it to map number 5. I know personally what it feels like to lose one of these games. I think they just gotta stay strong mentally if they want to have a chance to bring this round home.
Look at the aggression coming out of Grizzly over towards that B bomb site. Great spot to be in. They got super aggressive over towards the shops, and Jolly and Co now have to break through. You can see there's 4 members in and around.
It's going to be very difficult if they decide to go on the left side there. I mean, they pretty much need that initial maybe 2 picks to be able to do something.
But could they just rotate around towards A? I mean, towards the broken side of the map. Might not be a bad idea, but here come the engagement. It's what utilities have got. It's going to be an absolute cluster in the middle of the shop. The shots are starting to come in. It's going to be Sesto who finds 2, and the kill's starting to go towards Grizzly Gaming. That's now going to be a 3v2. Sabola finds 1. Des now on Overwatch for French Infinity. It's a 2v3, but have they cleared them out? Not quite. They're all in and around the bomb site as well from Grizzly Gaming. French Infinity, they only have 38 seconds to go. One of the players with Sniper as well, Sabola. He's played well so far, 10 kills to his name, but they need the bomb, they need the plant, or they need all 3 kills.
But they actually managed to snag up the bomb there. Sabola is playing a little bit aggressive. He might be trying to get it as one of the people who's trying to rotate, and that is a crazy turnaround to get to Turelle.
Sabola goes down though. Do they know that Dez is planting? This should be it. This should be Grizzly taking the round.
Yeah. So we're actually watching a tied up game for the last round on game number 5. This is crazy.
Map 5, round 11. That's what we love to see. And it is going to be Grizzly getting on the attack.
Destroy the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
Oh my, what do they do? Which way do they go? Trophy systems down. Grenades going out. Can they stop the cross, I wonder? Sesto getting aggressive. He would have got the call out from his teammates to say, okay, nobody crossed into the shop.
Still playing a little bit passive here.
There should have been people watching the cross. Given that information, usually you can check it and you can see very, very easily.
Yeah, and also, are you noticing that Sabola has 11 kills here, most for his team on French Infinity?
Yeah.
He did do that nice little turn, right?
That one very, very well.
So Infinity's down by 1 player, but it actually evens it out right now for 4v4.
There's though, what can he find? Shots going out yet. Looking for the wall bang, can't find anything. It's still on Grizzly Gaming. They're the ones that have to do something here. It's not a bad setup from French Infinity either. They pushed up the broken side. They shut down any pushes towards A. They've got a good view over towards B. French Infinity in a very, very good spot here.
Especially right now, where if they try to go for the plant, Des can snipe them out, kind of overlook that bomb plant. Trying to go for some cheeky wallbangs, not hitting anything.
Nothing yet. Keep an eye on that bomb site. The push is going to come through. He has spotted one through the bus though, and not able to quite hit the shot. Grizzly Gaming.
Oh, he had the wallbang there.
Turu though.
The bomb did not go down.
It did go down. No, they need to get it down. Is that a mistake from Grizzly Gaming? They didn't get the bomb down.
That must have been a mistake.
Has to have been. Baby Jagger now, what can he do? It's looking very, very bad.
Yeah. Whoa. French Infinity clutches it.
Well, French Infinity will be moving forward into our bracket. Grizzly Gaming, unfortunately, will now be leaving this tournament. They're going to drop out in that elimination game. But of course, you know, that is not all the action for us. We have so much more to come, and also that has happened, because we have had some incredible games. Map 5, round 11 there to go. They must have been nervous, and I wonder what exactly happened to that player making jump on the bomb. I think they ended up getting hit and were just trying to jump off to stay alive, and that was probably the issue there, Tom.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where they've taken too much time to get to the bomb site. I know it's such a precarious one, especially when somebody's pushed up, you know yourself, through broken. It's hard because you know they're there, you know they're going to see you, you know a grenade's going to at least come over. Yes, you got trophies in this instance, but honestly, it just took them too long to get control of the bomb site. And if you then have, maybe 20 more seconds on top of what they had, you can jump off that bomb and have another go. But when you got 20 seconds left to go and you're planting that bomb, you can't not stick it. You have to just stay on that bomb. You have to be getting it planted. You have to get it down. Irrelevant if danger is upon you. I mean, it's a bad decision in the end, but fair play to French Infinity. They get it done 6-5. It's a nerve-wracking way to get through into map number 5, but they continue on in the tournament, and rightfully so.
Yeah, they certainly do as well, and I think that's an important to mention here. I do want to say, with that French Infinity game, it did seem like they smelled blood in the water as well. As soon as they realised that player had got off the bomb, they all seemed to just collapse and go, right, no more hanging back and sniping the bomb, we're going for them and jumping straight in. And that, if anything, compounded the issue that Grizzly Gaming had. As soon as that didn't go down, they got killed by the clock. Only 20 seconds left, and French Infinity said, well, if you're not going to go for it, and we've now got numbers, let's kind of squeeze you in, because you're going to have to try and make a play here, and we don't have to. We just have to kill you. So kind of an interesting finish there for that game as well. But Tibbs, what did you kind of see in that S&D where maybe Grizzly Gaming could have turned it around?
I mean, the call-outs and the communication may have been a little bit of an issue if they're not calling out where people are pushing, if you are holding an Overwatch kind of position like that. But I also feel like with time, and also you've all been in that situation where you need to kind of clutch fast when the time is ticking down. I think that was the main issue. They were probably trying to do some call-outs and communication, and nobody really perhaps stepped up as an in-game leader in that situation. That's when someone needs to yell, you need to push the site, and you need to maybe even sacrifice yourself to get a trade or something to get in on the site.
No, yeah, I can understand that. But I think it was one of the ones where they had to get out. And obviously, trying to get that across, a sniper's watching you as well. And it's difficult, right? Because with snipers, you can't peek. It's very, very difficult to get that information. Also knowing that if you go down in that sort of scenario, and it's heightened, right? When you go to map 5, round 11, you're sitting there and you're like, well, if I go down here, I could cost my team the game, because a single number in that scenario is devastating. And that's why snipers are so powerful. It's why they're so absolute. They're not just great for the one-shot kills, also great for information and closing off parts of the map. And that's what I think Grizzly Game are waiting for, Tom.
Yeah, potentially, but they just maybe waited a little bit too long. You have to be proactive when you're on attack at the end of the day, don't you? You can't just sit back and wait for something to happen, especially in round number 11. You know the other team's not going to be moving any further than they absolutely need to. So you can't sit around and wait for something to happen if you're on the attack. You have to be proactive. Unfortunately for them, I mean, they just went quick enough. They had plenty of control of shop. So I don't understand why they didn't maybe go for it. You've got trophy systems, you can throw them down, you can then get that bomb down, you maybe even potentially have smokes where you can cover yourself. It just seems as if they were well set up, but maybe not comfortable enough to go for that bomb plant, and ultimately that is their downfall in the S&D.
No, I couldn't agree more. And I think, from one map 5 to the other, right? Kings Clan and Team Singularity. Obviously, we've got Kings Clan moving forward, and it will be against Cold Esports in our winners final tomorrow. But dropping down now to, and I'm just looking at the populated bracket for me, I believe it's Team Singularity versus U4X and Hammers Esports versus French Infinity. Tapes, which one of these teams do you see maybe going the furthest now? We've already spoken about Hammers being kind of a big favorite to drop into that lower bracket.
I mean, I was kind of rooting a little bit for Hammers, just because we've been spectating and kind of commenting over them as well. So I feel like they look pretty strong, especially now they've already had a win in the tournament. So I feel like that could give them a little bit of a confidence. Obviously, French Infinity looked strong as well. So I mean, it's gonna be neck to neck, but my bet is gonna be on Hammer.
Oh, okay. Ton, do you agree? Is there anyone else kind of standing out for you?
Yeah, I would say Hammer is definitely the one to look at. They were unfortunate in their game before, and honestly, they do look really, really good. Straight from the rip when they played up against U4X, they look like a good squad. So the fact that they're in the losers bracket, they're a bit of a shark in that losers bracket, aren't they? They could cause some damage and eat some people alive, put it this way. I mean, they're a very, very solid team. So let's see if they can continue on. I was just impressed with what I seen from them before, and the fact they're in the lose this bracket, to be fair, it just sort of shows it's an 8-team tournament, doesn't it? Isn't it? Like, there's not much room for error, and when there is, you then could be dropping a losers bracket against a very, very good team, and Hammers Esports are one of those teams, so I expect them to push all the way through. It would not surprise me if we see them in the losers bracket final.
No, it wouldn't surprise me either. And while we go to tuning, just quickly talk about the phones that these players are using, because they're all actually on the same device, right? Don't have given us the Xperia 1 Mark II, an incredible device that is cinema wide at T1 to 9, and also is actually optimized for Call of Duty Mobile. And hey, Tapes, you've got it up there, right? Take us through it. It's a beautiful phone. You can hold that up to the camera. Sure, people
yeah,
see
for
it
sure.
Yeah, mine and yours must be in the post somewhere, Brycey. Who knows?
Yeah, guys. I mean, I accidentally got two. I don't know if there's yours. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can just hold it up. I mean, this one is actually wider than my face, I believe. So yeah, the thing as we had mentioned before.
That's the scale you use.
For context, how wide is your face?
My face is 21.9. I think that's my forehead. And it also has the Game Enhancer app, which shuts off all the notifications, all those annoying text messages from your mom saying it's dinner time and whatever. I'm sorry about that, but it's actually pretty nice. I don't have any complaints with the phone so far. I've been actually filming a little bit with it too when I was out on a little fishing trip, and the pictures and the film that I took was just looking great. And one thing, my previous phone that I had, because I was playing COD Mobile on that one too, it was actually burning up when I was playing, because sometimes I had to charge it as well. So if you are playing on this one, it has like a heat, I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly what Sony called it, but it's like a heat thingy majiggy, and it actually keeps your phone cool when you're gaming. So if you're charging and gaming it at the same time, it's only powering the phone through the electric current, so not something from your battery. It's going to keep it a little bit cooler than other models. And obviously 120 hertz refresh rate on it. It's perfect for watching YouTube videos as well, if that's something you're into. Maybe my YouTube videos.
All right, well, thank you very much for taking me through that one. While we are obviously going to be talking about phone later on as well, something else has just come into my ear. We are going to go to an interview now with Nux from King's Clan and talk a little bit about that series that we're playing. Hopefully, you can hear me. How are you, Nux?
I'm sorry, I don't hear.
I don't think he's able to quite hear me at the moment. We'll try to keep checking if that is actually working.
I don't know.
Not unfortunately able to hear me, I think, but I have to dip out of that interview just a second, but don't worry, if we can get him back, we will, of course. So we are going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, a lot more action here at the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe regional playoffs. And we have our losers round 2 games to go, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good. For a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile West Europe Regional Playoffs. We are going into our next set of games very, very shortly. Of course, I am Bryce. I've been bringing you all the action all day, so hopefully you've learnt my name by now. But of course, I am joined by a wonderful pair of casters, Tun and Tabes. And guys, you know, we've had a pretty long day of Call of Duty action. Has there been any highlights that stick out for you, Tun?
The phone comparison to Tabes' face, I mean, that is probably up there in fairness. But at the same time, some of these game 5s, round 11s all over the place. I mean, we've seen some fantastic players on S&D, we've seen fantastic sniping plays, some very close games, but I honestly think that hard point on Crash in the first game, first map, I should say, of that second winners bracket semi-final that we just seen between Singularity and King Clan. How Singularity came back, I have no clue at all, and the fact that it was just so close, it shows the level of competition and how close it is between everybody here, and everybody is very highly skilled at Call of Duty Mobile, and honestly it's very hard to determine who's going to come out and win this one, but that was a fantastic map and a fantastic series, and it has been my favorite so far of the day. But yeah, it's my standout moment, has to be that hard point on Crash. It was crazy.
That was certainly a great game as well. And Tabes, can I put the same question to you? And hopefully this one's not about your cinema-wide forehead.
Okay.
You're the one who said it. You said it, not me.
I had a bunch of lines written up about it. No, it's heat suppression system control. If I'm saying that right. No, heat suppression power control. I may have messed up on the last one, but I'm really a fan of seeing SND on standoff. There was some I remember, I think it was Jim who did a jumping snipe shot. I think we've seen it on a couple of replays too, where he did a jumping shot and then instantly went for the plant. That's just something that was gonna stick with me because I can never pull something like that off, and that was really
No, for me, I think the day actually is there's been so many parts, right? Not just the individual games, but if I'm being perfectly honest, right, the level of skill that these players are displaying while playing on a phone is simply phenomenal, right? The accuracy in the way that they mechanically move around the map is fascinating to me to watch. And not only that, being a bit of a Call of Duty fanboy myself, we're seeing epic games from across the entire franchise series, some of the greatest and most iconic maps in the entire history of Call of Duty, and I'm getting to see them played at a competitive level again, and sometimes for the first time. Some of these, it is truly wonderful to watch. I've spent all day, I've watched every single game, and I'm very thoroughly enjoying myself. I just thought I would mention that. It's kind of just me gushing over Call of Duty Mobile, right? And it's not even over. Like, we've still got a game today. We've got all of Championship Sunday to go, right? Let's talk a little bit about the team losers round bracket, because it is going to be Team Singularity versus U4X. And then we've also got Hammers going up against French Infinity. French Infinity just won their game. So here's one of the questions I wanted to ask, to ask before the break, right? And we've spoken about this before, and you'll know where I'm going with this. Hammers are coming off of a loss. French Infinity are coming off of a win. How much of a difference do you think that makes to their mentality right here?
I think French Infinity are going to be feeling good about themselves, having got that round 11 win, but you're going up against Hammers, and they are a far different prospect to Grizzly Gaming, if I'm honest. Hammers have looked very good all weekend long, and they will have to prepare themselves. There's no going in, no being too hyped about it. You know you're going to be going into a big game, but if you're Hammers, you know yourself that you lost a very close game against arguably the favorites of the tournament. So yes, okay, there's disappointment in that respect, but at the same time, you've got to take something away from it that, yes, okay, you've lost that game, but you've got another chance in the losers bracket. If you take this, you could go up and you want that revenge, and that's what they'd be wanting to go for. And honestly, Hammers have the ability to go all the way. We've seen how close their game was previously, and honestly, I just expect a lot more from Hammers. I'm excited to see what they do.
You know what? So am I, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how that goes. We are going to go to a very quick commercial break while we get these players into a lobby and everything set up for your viewing pleasure. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. My name is Bryce, and we are bringing you our last games of the day. And of course, we have had another switch up here in our casting team. We have Tan, but then it is going to be Bobby Plays who returns. Bobby, how are you? How was your break? Have you been watching? What's been going on, Bobby?
I had a fantastic break. Got some chicken sandwiches in me, so I am ready to cast some more. It was definitely super fun watching that last matchup, especially in Singularity versus King's Clan. Seeing that go down to the wire was definitely really entertaining, and I'm excited to see what matchups that results in tomorrow.
Me too as well. You know, I think these teams have all been playing their hearts out today, and it's always good to see close competition, I would say, because that way you get to see the very best Call of Duty, and it just elevates everybody to a next level when you go into a tournament. Tad, we are ready for these next games, right? And they are elimination games, and that can be very stressful for these players. What do you think is going through their minds?
Don't lose the game, bro. That's pretty much it. No, it is one of these things when you get into these tournaments, and yes, okay, you have that one life, if you like, before you drop down the losers bracket, but it's do or die now. You really do have to go all the way through undefeated if you want to win this tournament. But we do believe there is some teams down here that could go on. I mean, every single one of our winners bracket semis were very, very close, Bryce. So Hammers Esports, Singularity, they're the ones that are going to be wanting to push through.
Right, well, let's find out whether or not that happens. Our two games are going to be Team Singularity versus U4X and Hammers Esports versus French Infinity. First up, though, we are going to jump into this hard point straight away. And I am just going to hand it over to our wonderful casters to bring us all the action for this one.
Well, here we go then, Bob. Is coming down to this. The losers bracket is what we're going over towards. Team Singularity, and they're going up against U4X, and it was a very close game in their previous outing. Team Singularity, especially on this map, came screaming back into it. Will they need to do the same again? I wonder, but at the same time, they'll feel good heading into this map, considering how they won it last time around. But U4X will be looking at that and thinking Singularity were pretty lucky to get themselves into that map win. Now let's have a look into this one though, as U4X and Singularity go up against each other. It's all about this top 3 control, and Trips is putting down plenty of fire here. But for you, what was the standout part of this map? Is it that rotation round to blue, and then of course you get over towards P4 as well? It's very, very important to get those locked down.
Yeah, I think the rotation from P3 to P4 is definitely the one that impacts team the most, just because P4, not quite as difficult to break as P5, but it typically determines how you're going to set up for that one as well. Out of the teams remaining, I would say this is probably the matchup that I expect to be most competitive. I know U4X was knocked out in the first round, but that was in a really good matchup, and I think of the 4 losers bracket teams, they are definitely the ones that have the best shot at making their way out of it. We do see them struggling a little bit off the start, giving up quite a few points on P1, and also struggling to make that rotation over toward P2. Singularity set up pretty well, and Miney off to a really big start. 8 kills on the board for him already, as I believe he got a vehicle explosion right there, and calling in the Pred missile as well. 9 kills pretty early in the game.
That's very nicely done, helping his team extend this lead. 50 points has just been ticked over, and look at these rotations over towards blue. They're belonging to Singularity. I think they'd be very happy to give U4X all those points if they really want them. They can get set up with blue, which gives them the setup for P4, and ultimately an easier route to plenty of points. They're already a third of the way there. The overextension comes through. They'll get the scrap time, but now they need to get over back towards blue. But can Miney and Cut hold this one down? It looks like all of that scrap is going to go over. Miney does now have his war machine available as well. As we make our way back towards the middle of the map, we can see that they're just trying to push them out. Slayer, if he can find this kill, it'll be massive. Very nicely done. U4X not able to quite get where they want to get to. Really well played. And it looks as if Singularity are going to be locking down blue in a really good spot here. And this could honestly end before we even get over towards P5.
Yeah, Singularity is looking really good. Not only are they getting the rotations on time, but they're just straight up winning their gunfights. 3 players on U4X stuck down at 2 kills. Meanwhile, Miney and Sem combining for 26 right now. I believe that's significantly more than all of U4X combined. I just really don't see any way they could possibly turn this around right now. More than likely, we've got players on Singularity also using persistent, so more than likely they've got some of those bigger score streaks charged up as well. Even though Ice Block and Head for Death have not really had great games, it's not going to make a whole lot of a difference because Miney, Slayer, and Sem are absolutely dominating this map.
Oh, they're frying. It's been phenomenal from them. They pick up nearly every single point of blue, and if you get those points at blue, you get the spawn for P4 as well. The rotation over towards the balcony side should be very, very simple and very, very swift. As Seth the Turtle, though, is going to get that smoke down, finds one kill with the shotgun, can't find any more. The Annihilator's out from Head for Death, then he finds two. Really good shots there. Miney and Sem finding more as well. And this is just such a bad spot for U4X to be in. Slayer is slaying with the Annihilator. It's just so simple for them. It's so simple.
Yeah, with multiple Annihilators inside of P4, there's just not anything.
Oh
like, you can see, U4X, it's not like they're getting contests. They haven't even been able to get within, like, 20 meters of the hard point. So that was just absolute domination. We are going to hop into our other match right here. You can see that Hammers Esports looking really dominant as well. Not too surprising to see, especially given how closely they did play up against Cold Esports. Looks like they could close this one out on P5 as they are up 141-42.
It is looking that way. Let's see if they can continue this Hammers Esports, because we've seen comebacks from P5 before, haven't we? But there we go. Kosh finds the first kill. Jolly going to go down, so if you're French Infinity, you're going to have to come up with something here. Kosh finds two. Notorious is there with the War Machine, though, but I'll be watching the other side as Grari and Co coming on through. Palmer does go down, but can Drari find anything else here to try and get his team back into this one? Notorious is very, very weak, but he has a War Machine. They should be able to lock that one down, but Prunza finds him with the Molly. Are they able to eventually get in there? 5 seconds is all they need. Our French are getting anywhere near. There is one player who's managed to stick on through. Is he going to be able to lock it in? No, he is not. Hammers Esports will find the first map in the other losers bracket game.
Well, I'll tell you something about our losers round 2 games. The hard points have been a little bit one-sided, and they've been over very, very quickly. That almost seemed like it couldn't take a breath between coming into them and coming straight back out. So, I don't know. Is this what would be expected, right? A kind of a blowout on both sides of this one, Bobby?
I was definitely expecting to see that out of Hammers. I feel like, to be honest, they're probably the second best team in this tournament, even though we do have them in the losers bracket right now. I feel like ultimately it's because Cold is right now best positioned to win this whole thing. I was expecting a better matchup for Singularity versus U4X. I felt like there had been a lot of fight coming out of U4X, especially in the losers bracket, and I feel like they had been pretty dominant so far. So to see them lose by that much in the first game makes me a little bit worried for how quickly these final games might end, but they may very well bounce back in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think so. I think realistically here as well, the pressure's going to continue to mount, right? For every single one of these, we are about to say goodbye to 2 teams out of this tournament, regardless of what happens. Only 2 can move forward in the bracket and have that second chance. The other 2 will have had their 2 losses and be eliminated. Ton, I just want to get your take on the 2 games we just saw, because obviously there isn't a ton to break down. We just got to talk about them.
Realistically, it comes down to the rotations, isn't it? How many times did me and Bobby talk about it in that very quick crash map? It's all about the rotation. If you get it towards P2, you're setting yourself up for P3, which sets you up for P4. If you aren't getting that rotation towards the 3-story, you're in trouble immediately.
You certainly are. It looks like our game is ready to go, so we'll of course hand it back to our cutters as we head into the Search and Destroy.
Yeah,
I'm flying into this one. Bobby, look at this from Sam. What the hell is he doing up there? Oh my god, Slayer's going to find him as well. What a start to the game. It's a 3v2 momentarily for Singularity.
Yeah, he might have gotten a little overzealous with the Echo right there as he pushes up to top of blue. Not typically a move that we see, especially from the defensive side. We do have Slayer up top here holding that area down. It is a 3v1. With Seth being the only player alive and with a shotgun, he's not going to be able to contest that angle right here. He's going to need to completely reposition, and with Slayer holding the bomb, he can pretty much do whatever he wants to, whether that would be plant over at A, which it does look like he's going to do right here. It's going to be a very difficult 1v2 for Seth the Turtle.
It's a tough spot, isn't it? Especially when Singularity have got the bomb down. Tell you what, though, put the shotgun into this situation with a smoke as well. Slayer's in a bad spot, but they should be able to trade this irrelevant of what happens here. Gonna be very careful with this shotgun, but 8 HP for Seth the Turtle now. They're going to make the push here as well, but the Molly's going to come out. If he can find one kill, he may be onto something, but Slayer will find another. And that is going to be Singularity 1 to the good now.
Yeah, based on what we saw in the hard point and off the start of this, Singularity is definitely looking really, really good. Slayer and Ice Block both picking up 2 kills off the start right there. I'm not sure what it is that we need to see out of U4X in order to change this around. Obviously, we typically see teams a little bit stronger on the offensive side, so things could very well turn around whenever we do have the switch of sides at that 5-point marker. But once again, we do have the easy bomb plan going down for Slayer on the A site. 2 players down already for U4X, and this should be a pretty easy job for Singularity.
Yeah, Singularity are really just running through U4X right now. It's a 5v3. Plim can't find anything. Through the wall bang, he's just going to find himself staring at the spectator. Trips now in a bad spot as well. Singularity finally just running through everybody. Really good play from them. They want to continue on. They'll feel hard done by. They got themselves all the way to game 5 against King Clan, and unfortunately got knocked out in that one, and they'll be wanting revenge there themselves as well. Into round number 3 we go.
Yep, and it does actually look like Singularity is going to switch their pushes, actually going over toward back alley, which is a little bit surprising to see. They're actually going to lose 2 players as the result of it. Ice Block and Miney both dropping. Slayer gets the wall bang. Was that a wall bang that I saw?
Did he get the wall bang then? Was it just randomly through it?
I think he shot through the window right there, ended up getting the wall bang, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm blind, but just like that, it is actually U4X with the advantage for the first time all game. Head for death in a 1v2 situation with Plim and Miz still alive. Definitely playing so well so far today, so definitely not out of it by any means.
No, absolutely not. A 1v2 is more than doable. The problem is where's the bomb? Head for death needs to get aggressive here. They haven't seen him. He's managed to slip the net here, but there's a shotgun waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs, and Miz will find a kill in the first round for his team here. 2-1 now, and still not over on the other side of things. Singularity, yes, okay, they're looking strong, but U4X, we know they have talent, we know they have the ability. Can they continue this on now? Singularity now in the attack.
Yeah, that was definitely a big win for U4X. Typically, like I said earlier, we do see teams do better on the offensive side, so being able to snag just 1 round win away on defense could end up being huge. We're actually seeing double sniper action right here as Sem and Slayer both pulling out the Locust. We do have Plim sniping for U4X as well. We do get a first blood on the board, and Trip Mine will disappear, but it's going to be an easy plant once again, it looks like, for Singularity, as they do have a man advantage, make it a 2-man advantage. Once again, looks like another round that they should be able to close out pretty easily as another 2 people drop, and Plim is going to be the only player remaining up there in top of blue.
Well, give me something, Plim. Let's see what you can do with the sniper. I mean, at this point in time, he couldn't even climb up the side, and Sam will find the kill. 3-1 now. Looking very, very good for Singularity, though. I said they just ran through U4X in the previous map. They're looking good on S&D. They're looking for a charge through this losers bracket right now. Hammers Esports are probably who they're going to be waiting for as well. You can imagine that they're going to go on to win their game if they can continue. And right now, Singularity are looking real nice yet. U4X just don't have an answer.
We do see a pretty aggressive defense coming out of U4X.
Wow.
It's not going to pay off. They lose 3 players off the start. Trips and Miz going to be the only players alive. Sem the only player to drop for Singularity, and that should make the push relatively easy right there. They do have 1 player on the back of Tank, but the only other player for U4X over there inside of Grandma's Ice Block picks up the kill onto him. We do get a trade coming in out of Trips, but the 1v3 with Head for Death pushing up the stairs, completely ready for him, and gets the easy frag to give them the 4-1 lead.
Nicely done once again by Singularity. And they're just working their numbers really well, aren't they? They're finding the picks, they're using their utility fantastically, and then when they've got an advantageous situation, they don't let it slip. Just really, really good at working the numbers, and they've got super aggressive towards A, and this is going to be an absolute slaughterfest over towards the bomb site now. Slayer does find one initially for Singularity, and oh my god, look at the kills all rolling through. It's a 5v2, making a 5v1. Trips, that is a bad situation to be in, and Singularity make it 5-1. and that is as quick a round as you're going to see.
Yeah, I thought maybe the switch over to offense might give U4X a little bit of an advantage, but it seems like the strategy that we're seeing from Singularity, both on offense and on defense, is just too good. There's not really anything that U4X seems like they could be doing better. They're losing their gunfights. They're not getting the right approaches. They are going to full send a back alley right here, which could end up going their way, especially if they can get some picks from top of Grandma's. Obviously, Singularity realizing that nobody is pushing toward the A site right now. Mist is going to send out the Molotov, and we will likely have a big gunfight coming in soon as all teams basically within like a 20-meter radius of each other.
Let's see how this rotation works out, though. Kills are going down. Looks as if it's a 5v3 in the favor of Singularity, and it is. Looking now, what can he get done? Slayer not able to quite get taken down. Seth, the Turtle, has managed to find himself a kill with that shotgun, which has been, he's been running that all day long, but Sem's going to find Lucky. It's now a 4v2. Trip's really not in the best of spots. Seth is with them. They will have potential to get a hold of this bomb if they can get up top stairs now, but they're just getting pinned in completely here. 5-1 to Singularity. It's bound to be 6 very, very quickly. Seth now all alone with only a shotgun. Should be going down momentarily. Finds a kill. Can he get something going? No, he cannot. 6-1 Singularity. Absolutely flying through the gears here, but let's have a look at the other game as well, because that's still ongoing. And it looks as if Hammers are having the same sort of look against French Infinity. They're 4-0 up in this search and destroy, about to send themselves up 2-0 here, Bobby. And these teams are making it look very easy in the losers bracket.
Yeah, if I had to guess, more than likely we're going to see a couple of losers bracket sweeps, both Hammers and Singularity, showing that they definitely deserve to be in the top 4 teams. Definitely a good effort out of French Infinity and U4X to be able to make it back here, but obviously the 4-0 lead for Hammers going to be really difficult to stop, especially given how good they've been all day long. We got 9 kills through the first 4 rounds for Drari. Does get taken out right there, and for the first time, it looks like French Infinity will have the advantage. Probably a big factor is Kosh looking to be disconnected, so actually a 5v2 right here could be even more of an advantage for French Infinity and could potentially cause some trouble.
Let's see if it does give some trouble to this. Hammers now only have Kosh, who is playing by the looks of things now. That bomb is going down though, and French Infinity should be able to get this down. There should be a round over towards them. Kosh all alone. What's he going to be able to do?
1v4, definitely not a very manageable situation. Obviously, he's been really consistent for them all day. Does manage to get a pick right there, but 29 seconds to work with. He is wide open in the middle of the street. That's going to be an easy frag for Simbola. He'll be able to clean that one up, so at least 1 round going to French Infinity. They're going to be able to avoid the sweep, but now we've got Hammers on offense, and like I've said, typically the advantage will go to the offensive side. I'm guessing more than likely we are going to see a steamroll on the way to the A site. We see 3 players on the way right there. Pretty aggressive defense coming out of French Infinity. We'll see whether or not they're able to get some picks right here.
I'm not looking for a wall back. Not gonna find anything just there, but we can see now. French Infinity trying to defend. Hammers Esports. Oh, here we go. Smokes down the middle of the map. Let's get messy. What can they find? Kosh is going to go down though. Jolly's going to catch him with his pants down. Ace Boogs finds one as well. And could this be the comeback from French Infinity here? This should be a round to them. Drari's going to find Jolly. It's all of a sudden a 1 versus 4. And Drari in a real bad spot. The strat down the middle of the street there. Bobby not working out whatsoever. Drari is going to find one, make it a 1 versus 3. But they know where he is, and surely he doesn't clutch this.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
Manages another kill right there. Went from a 1v4 down to a 1v2 real quick.
He's got time.
Obviously, yeah, he's still got to go pick up the bomb. That's the main issue right now. More than likely, French Infinity has realized, hey, maybe we shouldn't challenge this guy because we're losing all of our gunfights, and maybe instead we'll just wait around the bomb and let him make the mistake. Looks like he is going to jump out of blue and slide around the corner to see if he can pick it up, but he does get spotted from above, and Ace Boogs is able to clean it up to get the round down to a 2-point lead.
4-2 now. And that got real scary for a moment. Drari picking up 12 kills in 6 rounds. A very, very scary prospect, and he's a big reason as to why Hammers Esports are 4-2 up here, and honestly, he's been so impressive in every single game. French Infinity this time around are going to get aggressive on the defensive side of things. Look at Tank, it's just going to be a mess in and around there. Kosh is going to find 2, and this could put Hammers Esports on map point. It's a 4v3 for them now, and the rotation over towards B is nice as well. I really like this out of Hammers Esports. They get aggressive on the defensive side of things. French Infinity, they find the kills if you Hammers Esports, and you rotate all the way around. You go to the opposite side of the map, and you should be able to try and get something going around the backside. Drari still in and around A here. This is Hammers Esports round to lose, and that's the bomb carrier dead. In and around A. Kosh is going to find the kill into Sabola though, so they should be able to still get something done here. If you are Hammers Esports, there you go. That will be 5-2 now. Very impressive from Hammers here, Bobby.
Yeah, that's definitely more of the Hammers Esports that we were expecting to see, and honestly that we had seen through the first few rounds. They did give up back-to-back rounds just a second ago to French Infinity, but seems that they've found their groove again, especially with the 12 kills already out of Drari. I believe he and one other player combining for 20 right now, and the B site is going to be wide open. Drari and Kosh being those 2 that are combined for 20 kills right now. They have complete control of blue, and it seems like the 2 teams are just kind of running circles around each other through this entire map. Snipes coming in, but nobody able to get the first blood yet. Drari looking to send the Molotov over top and see if they can maybe do some take damage, especially if they can get rid of those trophy systems. But still, you have to see a first blood.
Yeah, nobody going down. Kosh was very, very close. Drari, I was about to say it was close, but he's gone now as Des finds him with the sniper. Pana's able to even the odds here, though, and Jolly trades out. Palmer trades out on the Jolly, so back and forth we go. It's a 3v3. Palmer now behind the track. They're not in the best of spots. They need to try and get this one down if they can, Hammers Esports, and they should be able to with cover from the bomb. Do they have trophies down, though? That's the question. Do they have anything to stop this one being put down? If you're French Infinity, Dez is going to get the shot on the Pana after he gets the bomb down. It's 3v2 in favor of French Infinity, but they've got to defuse this bomb. Sabola now taking his time. They know they have the numbers. Palmer's going to find Notorious. It's suddenly a 2v2. It's a must-win round if you're French Infinity. The diffuser's starting to come in here as well, but it's being watched. Sabola, though, is going to trade out the kill. It's coming down to 1v1. Sabola goes to challenge behind the tractor. 19 seconds to go. You just have to work down the time if you're Hammers Esports, but Sabola will wait and be patient and find the kill. 5-3. And it's a big 1v1 win from Sabola.
Like you said, the patience from him was absolutely perfect right there. Didn't try to get too aggressive, didn't get flustered. Whenever he wasn't able to get the initial kill, he slid back behind the wall. He reloaded, he set up for the next push in that gunfight, and was able to clutch the 1v1. Really beautiful play out of him. And French Infinity looking really strong on the second half here. Actually stronger on the defensive side than on the offensive side. So there's a chance that they could give Hammers a run in this one and potentially manage to snag one. I think we were definitely expecting to see a sweep in this matchup. But French Infinity very consistent across the board. Notorious, Sabola, Dez, all with 7 kills. Definitely more consistency as compared to Hammers Esports. So if they can pick up a first blood right here and give themselves a little bit of an advantage, we could potentially see one game go into French Infinity.
Both teams being quite passive in this round, and I think that just comes down to how close this game has got. Drari somehow gets away. Sniper in hand, misses his shot, and somehow gets out. Kosh will find the kill, Jolly, but will get traded out by Notorious. So it's a 4v4. Prims are leading the way around the backside of the house now as a push also comes in towards A. That bomb is going down at A, and they've sold them a dummy by the looks of things, but it hasn't really worked out as Notorious has managed to find Drari, and all of a sudden it's Pana and Palmer left in a 2 versus 4. They're not in a bad spot to defend this bomb, but Notorious come around behind could be big if he can find the kill. Palmer goes down, and all of a sudden, Pana's all alone, and Notorious has had a fantastic round. He's got 11 kills to his name, and that's now 5-4. We're shooting bodies as well. Oh, French Infinity are starting to come back yet.
They're starting to get a little bit toxic right there, and honestly, I am a big fan of it.
I love it. It honestly gives me more of it.
Yeah, Notorious has been absolutely huge for them the last few rounds. 11 kills. Definitely looking really good on the defensive, and You always love to see just not a lot of toxicity, but a little bit of toxicity, and something at this level just takes things to another level. It's not just the game on the line, but it's your pride as well. We do see Notorious trying to clutch things up here, just barely staying alive. It is a 2v3 as Pana is going to put the bomb down over on the B site, but it is all Notorious versus the 3 remaining players for Hammers Esports.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot to be in. The comeback was maybe on the cards for French Infinity due to Notorious, but can he keep them in it with 30 seconds to go? He needs to find 3 and defuse. It's such a bad spot to be in. The slide is not going to help him out here either. He will find the first kill. Surely should be traded out. Palmer will find the kill. That's going to be 6-4. Hammers Esports are going to take the map, and that's a 2-0 lead in the series for them now, Brycey, and looking very, very strong.
They most certainly are. However, I will say French Infinity did impress me there. They were looking like they were going to be in an awful lot of trouble, but they managed to bring it back just a little bit. And of course, we're going to have map 3 coming up in just a few minutes. We are going to go to a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There is still plenty of Call of Duty mobile action to come, and we'll see you soon.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good. For a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Regional Playoffs. We only have maybe one potential game left to go, potentially one map, realistically, because it has been a bit one-sided so far. Bobby, I want to throw this to you to begin with. French Infinity, they are the team that are showing the most signs of life of potentially stopping what could be a very quick losers round 2. Can they do it?
I want to say yes, but you also have to take into account just how good We saw Hammers Esports B in their first game of Respawn, which was Hardpoint over on Crash. So I definitely am going to give the edge to Hammers Esports. With that being said, they did show a lot of fight. I think they've got a lot of potential, and it's another one of those teams that when they play up to what they're capable of, they can really give anybody a run for their money, but it all comes down to whether or not they're playing at that top level. But it does look like we are good to hop into our next game, which is actually going to be Singularity versus U4X.
Well, here we go then. Bobby, is this going to be the last game of the day, the last map of the day of these two maps? And I honestly feel like it might be, from my point of view. Singularity have just been so good. It is going to be U4X looking like they're going to get control of B immediately, though. Really nice push from Trips. He's going to lock down that side of the reactor, and all of a sudden, it's a very easy 2-cap to kick things off for U4X.
Yeah, Trips with 4 kills on the board already. That was actually a nice hot start for them, and definitely the reason they were able to get control of that B flag. I do see some progress coming in for Singularity. They're going to be able to get it. A lot of this is going to come down to whether or not U4X can get the frags trying to get them off. They don't get a single kill, which means that Singularity is going to have complete map control. They got 2 players generator side, 1 player in each boiler room, and that is exactly where you want to be if you are Singularity. Basically perfect map control, and honestly, based on the way this is going right now, we may very well see a spawn trap.
Could happen. Singularity setting themselves up very nicely here. SEM now making the push through. Good hip fire as well. Gets an assist coming through as Miz is there to help him out as well. But Slayer doing good work. Slayer and Mining combining well.
We did see a little bit of progress. Yeah, a little bit of progress over on the C flag, as we did have U4X trying to go all the way around the map and take that. But most of the times it is going to come down to who has control of B. Even when we do have those flips and one team takes A or C, pretty soon afterwards, a retake or take of the opposite flag is going to follow. We do see, as I say that, a C-cap coming out of U4X that'll allow them to take upwards a little bit and maybe close a little bit of the gap that has formed so far. But as I say that, we do have Singularity over on the A flag. 2 players right there. Miz trying to knock him off. He's able to do so, and he actually saves the flag right there. That's going to be a huge frag for him.
Really nice plays here from U4X. They're going to get a hold of the home hills, as you said. Good shots by Plim as well. Setting themselves up very nicely. I wonder if the slower pace suits them a little bit. Maybe in S&D they were forced into a quick pace, and that's certainly why they find themselves getting really put to the sword. But slowing it down a little bit, playing a bit more tactically, maybe this is what's getting them back into this game. Right now, the target of 75 is fast approaching. It is going to be U4X who get there first, you feel. Singularity up, starting to find some sort of kills. We can see on the right-hand side and left-hand side, it's barely close. If anything, it's further towards Singularity, but they haven't done enough with their kills. Whereas U4X have really rotated very nicely. Singularity momentarily do have a 2-cap here, but it's looking like U4X are going to get that one back. They will. C and B in their control, albeit only a few points of a lead for them. And if it stayed this way, that 75 points would be caught up pretty quickly, but it should still be a close game heading into the second half irrelevant.
Yeah, even after that B cap coming from U4X, you saw 4 players in a row drop, and that meant an easy retake for Singularity as expected. It does look like this is going to be pretty close to a tie heading into the half. Sem going to send out the Molotov, and obviously that's going to mean probably no retake of the B flag for the rest of the game. With him holding down that mid area, could very well be a retake, but Miney and Headford does slide in to get a couple of refrags, and it will be Singularity with the lead, but not anything too big. Definitely good possibilities for both teams.
Yeah, it's nothing to write home about, is that 3 points can be caught up very easily if you're U4X. And I think U4X will probably be disappointed, if anything, to be behind. I feel as if they probably worked the map a little better throughout the whole of that half, but Singularity just getting a couple of clutch kills towards the end, finding those hills very quickly, and all of a sudden they find themselves in the lead. Sethitell is going to go down though. Slayer starts to find kills in the middle, as does Head for Death. A nice block, really nicely done from them. All of a sudden, U4X have got 3 men down. Singularity should be able to get a hold of B here. Good shots by Miz. Can he find anything else? Not quite. Aggression from Singularity through the middle of the map is what's going to find them with control of B. Of course, they have their home hill as well. The Annihilator comes out for Head for Death as he continues on through, but A really good start for Singularity in this half, but what can Seth the Turtle do here with the shotgun? Finds 3 in a row. The incense just about going to keep him off it. The Molotov comes on through, but a really good start for Singularity irrelevant.
Yeah, Seth is going to hop onto the flag. 8 kills for him, and actually doesn't spot the player on the other side of the boiler. That's going to be a big frag. Very, very close to a B cap right here, and we will see Trips take it completely. He does have a Goliath on deck as well as a stealth chopper. If he can put down the stealth chopper over top of B, could be big value, especially if there's a lack of FHJs or Pred missiles to take it out for Singularity. We do see a little bit of progress coming in for them. Head for Death already up to 15 kills, so a hot start to the second half for him. But it does look like U4X has pretty good control of boiler rooms, and we are seeing some gunfight wins coming in for Singularity. But with Trips inside of a Goliath, could be pretty easy for them to hold this generator side.
Let's see if they can. As I said, Trips in that Goliath is going to make things very, very difficult for the side of Singularity. But let's see if they can get rid of him quickly. Trips now making the push up towards B, which is being captured momentarily by Singularity. Not for very much longer, though, as that Goliath just walks on through and pushes further into pipes as well, just causing all sorts of problems. Trips is pretty low on health and will go down, but the explosion from the Goliath takes down Sam with him. That B capture point could be caught very, very quickly by Singularity here. Have they managed to get a hold of it? Not quite. Lucky and Cold Up are still here, and it was so close to being captured by Singularity, but really nice play by Lucky. He has Miz there with him as well, who picks up all 3 kills, but Lucky did his part as well. U4X with 2.5 minutes to go, only 23 points and counting away. So hard for anything to be done here. If you're Singularity, you've just been outstreamed.
Yeah, honestly, there was actually a really big mistake right there by Singularity. They saw that the Goliath was on the point and accidentally called in 2 cluster strikes at the same time. So we see them very close to a triple cap right here. They do finally get control of B. I don't know if it's close enough. I think the win is still going to go to U4X. I can't really tell at this point. It's really close, and it is definitely the advantage for U4X.
Yeah.
It's going to require a triple cap right now for Singularity, so they were able to hold the B flag just long enough. We saw that wasted cluster strike coming in. They actually were able to take the double cap, but then the B cap coming back in right here. We do have a VTOL in for Sem. That's their best chance of getting a triple cap, but it is too little, too late, as it is 150 to 39, and U4X manages to sneak away with the game.
Really big plays out of U4X, but let's go over towards the other side of things now. It is, of course, going to be the other game that we've got going on in the losers bracket now. Durari and Co trying to get this one done to end the lead here, but it is on the other side of things. French Infinity with the 2 cap. Just trying to work it out in my head. Are they going to be close enough to be able to do this? They should be able to, I think, just about. It's a 12-point difference. That should be doable. They should be able to catch with the 2 cap here at French Infinity. And Domination seems to be the one that's up in the air for both these 2 games. Nobody really knows which ways this one's going to go.
Yeah, we actually had Notorious, I believe, call in a VTOL right there, and it was immediately taken out by Hammers. They played that about as well as they possibly could have. With that being said, they do need to retake a flag in order to have a shot at winning this one. You can see we got the double cap right here for French Infinity. They only need to hold it for another 3 or 4 seconds to be able to close this one out. Primza is going to hop on the hill, but there are a lot of Annihilators in play. I don't think he's going to be able to get the cap in time regard. Oh my gosh, I don't know who's going to win.
Is it going to be a draw?
No!
Oh.
Wait.
The tick goes through for Hammers. The tick goes through for Hammers. They managed to get that there. Wow. Just at the very end. Wow.
Unbelievable finish for that one, didn't it? Could have been a draw. Unfortunately, not tick didn't go that way, and it does look like they will continue on moving forward. But very close games in the domination. It has seemed to have evened up in both of our games actually right now. But Bobby, I'll start with you. Kind of what was your first takeaway from those games we've just seen?
I mean, ultimately, it shows you that anybody, especially depending on how they play, can end up taking a win right here. So we did have U4X sneaking away with one against Singularity. Unfortunately for French Infinity, the take just didn't go their way, and Hammers will secure the sweep right there. So that was a really big play to retake over on B. I believe it was Primza that started the cap and was actually able to close it out in time for the team to get the win. Absolutely phenomenal from them, and definitely very confident for them that they were able to close that one out.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's a great kind of show that because we were a little bit worried. Now, realistically, I never like to see a shutout in any kind of competitive games because if I'm being honest, I've got being interrupted there by a. I saw you all a little bit worried. I wondered what was going on, but
she just walked in. I saw the door shut.
Just casually. But as I was saying, you don't like to see a shutout, right, in a lot of these games, because you want to see the teams kind of put on the best performance and the best show for people watching, and it does seem to get that way. Obviously, Hammers have got a 3-0, but I think French Infinity really came back into it and showed that it could have possibly gone the other way. And speaking of our other game, right, Singularity versus U4X, we are now going to get to go to a map 4 with that one as well. And from what I can tell, we're going to go to map 4 pretty much right now. It's going to be hardpoint between these two teams. Singularity currently up 2-1. Can they take this one down? Let's find out. Take it to our casters.
Well, here we go then. Singularity, can they get it done? It's going to be a tri-cast between me, Bobby, and my cat by the looks of things, because she's still sticking around, Bobby. She wants to get in on the action. But wow. I mean, Singularity looks so good over the first 2 maps, but the domination's really thrown something into this game, hasn't it? U4X looked really good there, but can Singularity continue their dominance on hardpoint?
Yeah, right now, both teams fighting for control of top control center. It is Plim coming out on top as players continue to hop up there. A lot of kills coming in right now for Singularity. Still 2 players stuck down at 0 kills for U4X. Miney looking to secure control of that bottom area, and they continue to take upwards with a pretty early 28-point lead. They're looking really good right now. They're winning their gunfights, and U4X really not able to touch that hard point at all. Should definitely set up Singularity well for the next hard point too. With the way that this one's going, I think they might be able to close it out in a game 4.
You would think so. It's a fantastic start by Singularity. And they have this rotation over towards the catwalk side. We can see though U4X are here. Singularity just seem to have that slaying power right now. They're all frying. And they're going to get control here as well. Kills starting to come in. Can they find a second here as well? Miz is left all alone momentarily. Miney will find him. Really good player by Singularity who rotate around very, very nicely.
Yeah, right now Singularity's got control of spawns. They're set up perfectly. It looked like we actually had a disconnect and a reconnect, but regardless, they will continue to take upward. Now 70-0. And if you're U4X right now, you're just trying to avoid the 150-0 because that would not be a good look. Lucky still looking to pick up his first kill. Do have head for death on the point. He'll finally lose a gunfight, so at least 1 point going the way of U4X. But right as that happens, ends up dying right there. Sem is able to take out Miz, and 91-1 is the score off the start.
I mean, this is just so dominant. So dominant from Singularity. Sem now has found himself over towards cable cars, which is exactly where he wants to be. He's deleting people in front of him as well. Can he find a third? Lucky now in a good position to try and shut him down, but we can see it is going to be Miney pushing around the outskirts side, and this should lock it in for Singularity. Now they can win within this hill. Oh my goodness, could U4X actually lose this within just getting a point?
Yeah, honestly, based on how it's going, it looked like it could have been a 150-1. I think that what happened right there is Singularity is like, hey, let's go play for some kills real quick and just extend the broadcast a little bit longer. Miney actually throws away a hunter-killer drone right there. It is now 123-1. Miney's going to slide the corner, and they are just not losing their gunfights. Miney does run out of ammo right there, but follows up with the pistol kill. They're pushing out right here to see if they can take control of next as well. I believe that Pred missile stopped by a trophy system, but
no, they got it.
Yeah, I think it's. Oh no! They did get 8 points on the board.
They get the points on the board, but that's only because Singularity have left them so they can rotate over towards this next hill. and they will not mind whatsoever to win this one to 11 points would be just fine. Myniaco, can they lock this one in? Or can U4X mount one of the more special comebacks we'll probably ever see? I doubt it at this point, but Singularity walking away with plenty of kills here. They've got it locked down as well. The kills in the middle of the map are not good enough for U4X, and that is over before it's even started. Singularity 3-1. They win the series and advance on 2-1.
They certainly are. Singularity continue marching forward. They've made that all-important championship Sunday with a dominating performance there on Summit, and there is no real other way to sum that one up, Bobby. I think Team Singularity just did everything they had to do.
Yeah, I think more than anything, they were annoyed that they dropped that map over on Domination, and they just really wanted to assert their dominance over the competition. So they could have very well won that 150-1 if they had not pushed out of that fourth hard point early on. Or that third hard point, they probably could have done so, but obviously showing that they 100% deserve to be there on Championship Sunday. We're going to have a really good matchup between them and Hammers Esports. I'm really excited to watch that one, as well as the winner's bracket as well. So Sunday is going to be an absolute blast.
No, I think so as well. And again, you know, we've seen so much kind of powerhouses go into this lower bracket that as it goes forward, I'm still wondering, you know, who exactly is going to end up making that grand final. We have our winners finals, our losers finals going to come tomorrow, and every single team remaining in this competition is just so good. Ton, let's get your kind of point of view on that last game then.
Honestly, just dominance. Singularity obviously had a tough time in the winners bracket with a close game, obviously between themselves and King's Clan, I should say. But they come through and they show that they should be up in that winners bracket. A very strong performance there. And honestly, what else can you really say about it? Yes, okay, the blip of the domination is something that they'll have to look into, especially going into tomorrow. They will want to fix their domination woes, but Hardpoint looked fantastic from them there. Their S&D looks pretty good as well. So I think Singularity will be happy with their bounce back, considering they got put down into that losers bracket. A good performance to boot as well to end the day.
No, I 100% agree. And like I said, now you've made it a championship Sunday. Some of them, they can rest a little bit easy and be like, hey, we've got this far. This is a significant amount of money now. And if anything, you can probably go and research your other teams, right? You can sit here and go, well, we know they're going to be dominant in this position. We know roughly what they're going to do in these scenarios. Hey, you've got an entire day of gameplay at a tournament level to watch from today. And that's going to do kind of massive for them, right? Because they're going to know if they've had some issues on rotations. They're going to know if their S&D breaks aren't entirely working. So for me, this is a great chance at a break. And obviously, after a long day of competing, it's got to be a relief getting in the championship Sunday. But I am going to just throw a big question now to all of you here. And I'll start with you, Bobby. I'll be straight under the pressure. Who do you think's walking away with the win tomorrow?
I mean, honestly, I'm still sticking with Cold Esports. They had been so good throughout the competition today. Honestly, I feel like Hammers is the second best team in this, and they have already taken them out. Now, that being said, it was a really close matchup. But at the same time, I felt like in the games where Cold Esports lost, there were some really big missed opportunities where they could have very well won those matches as well. So with the contributions that we've seen out of Jim, out of iBot, out of Sav, just such good consistency across the board, I really have a feeling that Cold Esports is going to walk away with the win.
All right. Well, that's a really good and well-balanced answer. And Tan, I will ask you, but not quite yet. Something a little bit more important has come up. I believe I have Money on and ready to do an interview about the games he's been playing today. Money, can you hear me? I don't know if that's working there. Is it? Are you able to hear me now? You can hear me? I'm not sure I can hear you entirely. I think we're having a few technical issues with this one coming through. If your mic is unmuted, I'm sure production are just trying to fix it, but let's see if that's working now. Can you hear me? Unfortunately, I can't hear you at all. So I'm not entirely sure what is going on with that one, and we're just having a few issues here, but it's okay. I'm sure production are working on it now, so we're going to have to cut out that interview, unfortunately. We couldn't get that to work perfectly for you. We'll try again in a couple of minutes, hopefully. But let's move on and get Tun's answer then. Tun, I rudely cut you off there before, so I will now ask you, who do you think is walking away with this championship?
I was going to have a good think about it during the interview, Bryce, if I'm honest with you.
well,
it's unfortunate.
Right, get on with it.
Honestly, the team I've been most impressed with were Kings Clan. I think that a couple of their victories were very, very strong. Obviously, I didn't cast over the Cold game, so I'd be interested to see how they do tomorrow. But the team I was personally most impressed with was Kings Clan. I think across the board, consistency seems to be the answer for them. Yes, okay, they will look at that winners bracket semi-final as something that they got through, but they could have performed better. That could have been a 3-0 against Singularity, and how much confidence would that have given them going into that winners bracket final against Cold? Yes, okay, I'm sort of talking ifs, buts, and maybes, but I think the potential for Kings Clan is there. I'm really excited to see how they do up against Cold tomorrow, because if they can perform to their top level, it could be a very, very close game. But I'm going to go with Kings Clan. I think they have the potential to do something tomorrow, and I just don't like to pick the favorite ever. I think it's an easy cop out. It's an easy cop out.
I said it was a difficult question regardless. I think you both answered very, very well. I think for me, watching this tournament all day and being perfectly honest, I think they're probably the teams we have left are all in contention. I don't see that much of daylight difference between them, and depending on the maps and how energized they are coming in tomorrow, it could genuinely be any of the four. And that's a great thing to see at this level, because it means that it is very competitive, and it's going to be the very best players playing in this Call of Duty Mobile regional playoffs. And we'll find out tomorrow just exactly who is the best player regardless. But I think when looking back on today, right, and we talk about, who are the best players and the stats and everything that comes in with the leaderboards for it, there have been some really big standout performances for a lot of these players. And I was sitting here and I was trying to kind of think about exactly how I would quantify, the best players in this tournament so far, because we have seen, first of all, incredible sniper gameplay from people like Miney, who unfortunately weren't able to get an interview with just now, but also impactful plays, things like the shotgun coming into it. And Bobby, I kind of want to ask you here, what do you think is maybe the biggest impactful weapon you can use right now in Call of Duty Mobile? Because I can't decide what I should be running realistically.
Honestly, I go back and forth. Obviously, the most commonly used weapon is the HG40, but I feel like that's a very middle-of-the-road weapon, and that it's almost kind of a combo between an AR and an SMG, so it gives you a lot of versatility, but you're typically not going to see people be super dominant with it. I feel like right now, snipers and shotguns have the biggest capability of being great, just because they have ultimately they have the fastest time to kill. It's an insta kill if you hit your shot, and that's what it really comes down to. So the players that are able to master those weapons, they are the most difficult to master. A shotgun, it requires really good mobility, the ability to play angles and not overexpose yourself. With a sniper, it's all about crosshair alignment and timing, as well as predicting where people are going to be. I would say those two have the highest ability to be able to be good, but you'll also see some great plays out of other guns as well.
All right, fair enough. That's a good answer. And let's try this one more time. We're going to go to an interview now with Miney, who I'm hoping I can hear and you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, awesome, fantastic. Well, that's a relief. Okay, first of all, how are you? I know it's been a long day.
Really, really tired. I'm still shaking. Playing the games was really fun, but obviously, it was super competitive. All matches were super close, but really had fun. Everyone had fun, and hopefully tomorrow we'll come back strong.
Hey, I am looking forward to that immensely as well. But some of the questions I've got to ask you, first of all, you're known for using a sniper, right? And myself, very much a noob when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile, and I'm just wondering, what tips do you have for me or anybody watching to either get better with it or what I should be doing?
Honestly, with sniping, with any other guns, you just need to put the time, effort in, right? Because you can't get good in one day, so you just have to practice. The training mode they added in COD-M, you could do that map and then just shoot the targets. And also, crosshair placement when sniping is really important, so you always know where the middle of your screen is. So when you scope in, you know where it will land. That's probably one of my top tips for sniping.
No, 100%. That sounds fantastic. I'll say, give it a go and put the practice in myself. Now, I actually want to go back a little bit in time and talk about a game that you very narrowly lost that put you in the loser bracket, the King's Clan game. There were some epic clutches in that game, and I'm wondering if you could talk me through exactly what happened, especially that first hard.
First hard point. I don't really know, to be honest. We were nervous, definitely. We lost our gunfights. The gunfights were the main reason why we lost so many points and didn't get much points. Yeah, just the gunfights really.
That's fair enough. Well, I will say, I think it was just kind of an epic kind of clutch up from you guys as well. And I don't know whether that was just you in the zone or you're like, hey, we got to make sure we nail these rotations or what happened, because you did it twice, right? You did it on the hard point, you did it on the domination, like that's it takes an awful lot of ice in the veins to make that happen. So I don't know if somebody was calling or what were even the comms like during that period.
Okay, so when it was like 60 to 141, everyone seemed to be like super quiet. So I was like, guys, we need to stop, because we're like the kings of comebacks. Like in community tournaments, we always come back in like crazy moments. So we just snapped and we won gunfights, played the UBJ really well, and we ended up winning.
That sounds simple, but obviously it's probably a little more difficult when you're in game and going against a good team as well. So I have some of your stats here. I don't know if you're interested to hear some of these, but I have so far your overall KD for this tournament, 7th overall out of all the players, 1.27, so that's really good, right? And also S&D, so that's a 1.48 for Search and Destroy. What do you think enables you to kind of put up that kind of ratio?
I'm not type of player to not rush. I'm like really preserved, and then just look where everyone is and then what's going on. And I'm not that rush guy, because you rush, you're just gonna die. And yeah, I've just been an S&D player really, because I used to snipe competitively, but I realized that I'm better at SMG and regular guns, so that's probably why.
All right. Well, thank you very much there, Miney, and I wish you all the best of luck. It's time to take a little bit of a break and get ready for Championship Sunday, because, first of all, congratulations, you made it, and it has been an absolute pleasure talking to you here on this one, so we'll let you go.
All right, thank you very much.
Not a problem. All right, well, we heard there from Miney, and he seems pretty relaxed for this one, but he did say, I've had a few bits of shaking during the game, and it has been one of these ones where it is the pressure, right? It is the pressure of being eliminated and going out of this tournament. And he has been up against, sure, when they were lost against King's Clan earlier in this tournament, that was a bit of a heart-sinking moment. But what do you take from that interview, Tom?
He still seems very calm, though, doesn't he? I think, you've got to take into consideration the games they've had have been very, very close. And he seems calm going into tomorrow. I mean, realistically, let's be honest, they could be sitting in the winners' bracket final right now. The fact that they aren't, okay, yeah, that sort of thing happens, but you still have a very, very good chance, and he seems relatively calm heading into it. And one other thing, though, I think if you're shaking when you're playing COD Mobile, you're at a complete disadvantage. Everything will be shaking, your hands are shaking, the screen's shaking, you can't see a thing. So honestly, composure, less coffee, more water, just chill. Just chill, that's all we want to see.
All right. Well, tons giving out nutrition advice there, but Bobby, what did you kind of take away from our talk with Miney?
I mean, it's not too surprising to have somebody coming away from an event like that being completely exhausted. As somebody who only played in the first round of Stage 3 and got eliminated, I was exhausted after that one match. So I can only imagine how much mental toll this does take on the players, especially playing an entire day of games. They've got another day of games tomorrow. They're definitely going to want to rest well, drink lots of water and everything else. But definitely great to see them be able to carry out their gameplay throughout the entire day and still play at the top of their game, even after taking that loss and moving down to the loser's bracket.
No, I think that's fair enough as well. And you know what? Speaking of playing the entire day and top of the game, we do actually have some statistics we can now look here. This is the Search and Destroy kill deal ratio, our leaderboard for the day, and there we go. You can see Slayer in first with a 1.04 coming forward. And then it's not been a great day for some of these players still in the game.
Are we sure that those are? If
I
that's
was
the top,
I was thinking that.
how is it possible that everybody's negative?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm sure we'll find out from production, but I think there might be a slight mix-up there on that graphic, but we'll soon find out. But I'm guessing it's just the KD ratio is wrong, and I'm going to guess that it's also probably the right player names. But it seems like Slayer from Singularity is leading us here right now.
I mean, I find that quite surprising. So we'll double check how it's going on. Oh, so this is the overall kit. Well, okay. Well, surprising either way. So we'll get it cleared up. But honestly, we've seen so many impressive slaying performances that it's hard to really put a pin on who has been the most impressive, I suppose. So, I mean, maybe it is right. Maybe it's just been so back and forth, it's so close that this is where we find ourselves. I mean, I don't think it will be, but at the same time, there's been so many good, impressive performances that I'm just excited to see who plays very, very well on Championship Sunday when it really does matter.
No, I actually agree with you, because one of the other things we haven't really spoke about is some of these players that we've been highlighting and throwing their names in the air saying, hey, they had a really good map and these had a really good map. Well, tomorrow, some of these players are going to end up playing each other. And unfortunately, in that scenario, both teams can't be great. One of them has to lose, one of them has to be shut down, and players are gonna suffer, you know. That's why we have this ratio here, because sometimes you're a 1.5 and sometimes you're a 0.8. And it can go either way depending on how your matchup goes. So I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, the great snipe matches here, because that's another thing we really probably haven't spoken enough about today, right? Snipers are devastating weapons, and some of the players we have are great snipers. But at some point, you will be counter-sniped, and that is one of the strategies you use to counter snipers in this hobby, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at the matchup between Hammers and Cold Esports, looking at Drari versus Jim, we saw Drari absolutely dominate pretty early on with the sniper in some of the earlier matchups, and it seemed like he was going to be a dominant sniper, and then we saw what Jim was able to do. The counter sniping basically completely eliminated Drari as a factor. I think in that final search and destroy, he only had 3 or 4 kills, which is not something that we had seen from him all day, so it just shows how powerful a great sniper can be, and so much of that does come down to being in a rhythm, your confidence, and everything like that. It's not just about the practice, but a lot of it is about the confidence too.
No, that's fair enough, and I think that's a great point to make at the same time. Well, let's do a little recap of what we have seen today and give you the bracket now where all the teams are currently distributed. Some of them have unfortunately left us, but I think it's a good idea to show everybody at home exactly what has happened and where we have got to. As you can see, Hammers Esports took down U4X, Cold Esports took down Qlash, Kings Clan took down French Infinity, and Team Singularity took down Grizzly Gaming. That led on to our winners semi-final. Hammers and Cold Esports, Kings Clan and Team Singularity. Kings Clan and Cold Esports will be the teams that move through into that bracket, setting up our winners final for tomorrow in excellent fashion. Bobby, I quickly want to grab you here. Is there anything in this bracket that surprises you?
Not really. I definitely think that Kings Clan, even though they are at the top of the winners finals, I feel like they have a lot of things that they could improve on. I think one thing that they should definitely note is the way that they use their score streaks. I think there were a number of matchups where they could have very easily gotten a sweep and it ended up being a 3-2 or getting challenged a little bit more. As you see, they went 3-2 against Singularity, 3-1 against French Infinity. I feel like they could have swept both of those, but there were multiple times where they either got overzealous with their score streaks or just didn't have the right ones equipped, especially when it came to domination. I felt like that was the mode where they had early leads and they just weren't able to close it out in multiple games. So I think if they're able to round that off better, they're going to have a much better shot versus Cold Esports. But if they're not able to make those adjustments, they're definitely going to struggle.
No, that makes entirely a lot of sense to me as well. And we've done our winners bracket now. We have got a lower bracket that we can take a look at. Obviously, some of these teams have now been eliminated, but we have said goodbye to Qlash, we have said goodbye to Grizzly, U4X, and French Infinity today, which does leave us with Team Singularity and Hammers Esports. Hammers Esports obviously dropping in from that higher bracket. And you know what, the same from Singularity. If you dropped in early into losers round 1, you haven't been able to make it very far in this event, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows, doesn't it? If you drop in there early, you are really in trouble. But, I mean, none of the teams, it's all really worked out how it should do. If you win your first game and you lose your second game, you're dropping the losers bracket, but you're winning your losers bracket game. That's how it really should work. Sometimes you get a bit of momentum running through that losers bracket, but that's definitely not being the case. These teams who have been stronger in that first round have continued to advance, irrelevant if that's through the winners bracket or the losers bracket. They're looking very, very good.
All right, that's I think that's fair enough as well. Now let's move on to our next section, a very important one as well. This is our Xperia MVP speculation. So I'm going to ask each of you in turn exactly who you think should be the MVP, and I can give you an example right now. I'll highlight Mini, who we just had an interview with a minute ago. He's been doing the sniper work, which we've already spoken about, is a very influential rule in Call of Duty Mobile. He has great stats. You know, I said it, I think he's got a 1.48 in S&D, which is fantastic, as well as a 1.27, 7th overall for his entire KD ratio. So he's been firing on all forms, and they're still in this tournament. They have come up against it. They could have taken down King's Clan, which he would have been a big part of if it had managed to happen, and it could realistically happen. But also, he just had a great game there as well to put his team forward into Championship Sunday. So I will start off with you, Bobby. Bobby, who do you think could be the MVP here?
I think you definitely have to give it to one of the players that comes from the winners bracket teams. Obviously, there can be players in some of the losers brackets that have phenomenal games, but I think ultimately what makes somebody a most valuable player is being able to make their team win. And so those are the two undefeated teams left, called Esports and King's Clan. So I would give it at this point to Jim. I feel like he made the most big plays. Obviously, he made the flashiest plays. That's typically what you see out of a sniper. It's a little bit more impressive than just winning an SMG fight or spraying somebody across a map with an AR. It takes a lot of precision, a lot of accuracy, and also a lot of map knowledge. And so I felt like there were a number of different plays that he made, especially in Search and Destroy, that were able to help them move on to the championship. But there were definitely a lot of players on his team that I felt like played at the top level as well.
Also, I think that's a fantastic answer. So, Tan, I will now throw it over to you for your MVP speculation.
For me, I'm going to go for somebody from King's Clan. I think it'd be rude for me to predict them to win it and then go for somebody else. So, I mean, really, I have to go for somebody from King's Clan, don't I? So I'm going to go with Nox. I think consistently he's been very, very impressive. I think there was a couple of players who have had standout moments. I mean, if you look at Vieira and X, I mean, both those guys have looked very, very good as well. But I think Nox, for me, with the sniper, is going to be influential. If anybody's going to be able to beat the side of Cold, then they are going to have to do well with Nox. The sniper's going to have to be there and playing well, because we've seen that Jim had a fantastic time of things today. Can he do that up against Nox? Let's find out. If Nox can do better than him, then of course I think King's Clan are going to be looking very, very good in their game. But as I said, I think there's a couple of contestants. I think if you were to look towards Hammers as well, I mean, there's a couple of guys that have been very good on there. But I think I'm going to speak to what I think who's going to win the tournament, who I do think is going to be King's Clan. So I'm going to go with Nox.
All right, well, another great answer for that one. And of course, tomorrow will factor into that as well. Those have been the Xperia MVP speculations. But before we end, another shout out and thank you to Sony for providing the players with their latest flagship smartphone, right? It's the Xperia 1 Mark II to use during the competition. Every single player has managed to get their hands on it. And for you watching, if you want to learn more, of course, you can go onto the Sony European YouTube channel to look at the Xperia 1 Mark II and all its gaming features. And if you are really interested, you can also take a little look at the Xperia 5 Mark II. It has also been on sale, has a 120 Hertz display and a 240 Hertz touch scanning rate. So both great phones. You can learn more there on the link on your screen now if you want to as well. But there we go. That has been the Sony phone display for us right now. And you know what? I think before we go anywhere as well, we need to show everybody what is coming up tomorrow. The schedule for the games that we are going to see, because we still have 4 teams in this competition, and they are 4 fantastic teams. So if we do get you live tomorrow, it will be Cold Esports versus King's Clan kicking it off at 8 a.m. ET. And also at the same time, Team Singularity versus Hammers Esports will be going on. And then straight away after that, at 9:30 ET, but we are on an accelerated schedule, so it may be a little bit sooner, so keep your eyes peeled and make sure you tune in. Will be our losers final, and then right after that, our grand final to find out who walks away with the Call of Duty Mobile regional playoffs. Okay, and I think I'm looking forward to it because every single one of these games has been getting better during the day, and I hope everybody watching at home has seen that too as well. But I'm fairly certain that is everything from us today, and I'm going to get the last final thoughts from you, Tan.
Honestly, I've been very impressed with a couple of different teams, and I think I share the same sentiment of that. I'm not 100% sure who's going to win this. I think it could be a complete toss-up. We've seen both winners semi-finals be very, very close. I'm curious to see what we're going to see in the winners finals as well. We've seen mistakes from teams who we didn't expect to make them. We've seen close games when it could have been not necessarily close. It could have been a sweep. So really, it's been unpredictable, and I think I would like to see that continue into Championship Sunday. I mean, maybe some of the teams who are at the top in the winners bracket are going to switch on, and maybe they're going to be a little bit more convincing. But if they're not, that's great. More chaos, more unpredictability from everybody is what I want to see. And I hope we see more of that. That's what I want to say. I hope we see more unpredictability. I hope we see more chaos.
All right, thank you very much for that, Tana. Bobby, your final thoughts on the day of action we've seen?
Yeah, I've had an absolute blast casting this. This was everything that I expected and more, especially from those top teams that we see in the winners brackets. I really do think these are by far the 4 best teams in the European region, and we're absolutely getting the best possible result for tomorrow. So I'm excited to see who comes out on top. I'm really hoping that we get a 2-match final where the team that comes in from the winners bracket ends up losing the first one, and then we have to go to another one just because the competition has been so good so far. So I'm looking forward to watching all those games.
You know what, me too as well. Well, that pretty much covers it for us here today, and we have been live showing you all the games we can, and now we are going to go out and take a little bit of a break here, but don't go anywhere because tomorrow the Call of Duty Mobile Western Europe Playoff Regionals will continue with 4 of the very best teams in Europe. It's thrills and spills, highlights and nail biters. We will see you bright and early tomorrow.